What is going on, everybody? We're doing something a little bit different on the Press Start Select podcast tonight. We're going to do a little anime focused segment. It is once again Antonius the Gamer, joined by my two co-hosts, Mikkel Smith and Super SSS Rank. Fellas, thank you for joining me for another special episode. And in this particular episode, we decided to make this a multi-part series. All right, we've been having a couple of group chat discussions that we feel like deserve, that are like pod-worthy material, to be honest. And, you know, S Rank has brought up a couple of times, like, we need to pod about these type of things. We need to bring these type of topics to the masses. And I agree. And Tim agreed as well. So we figured, why not start with the anime that brought us all together as 90s kinfolk and kidfolk, right? The Toonami era, the entrance drug, as you will, when it comes to anime in America, Dragon Ball Z. Now, for this series, we're going to go through the entire lineage of the Dragon Ball Z movies, including the most recent one, Dragon Ball Superhero. We're going to be breaking these up into 3 movies per pod, right? So you guys have enough breakdown on each movie per segment. That way you guys can have something to look forward to for the next week's episode. And I figure, why waste time? Let's go ahead and get started with movie 1, Dragon Ball Z, The Dead Zone. Now, it's crazy because as I was looking up photos for this, I realized that like we forget like how long it took for Japanese movies to come to America. And this movie came out the year I was born. So I'm like, yo, I'm sitting here rewatching a movie that is 35 years old and it looks beautiful.
Crazy.
I'm like, yo, you want to talk about the power of animation? I'm like, this movie looks beautiful. But basically, the plot is it takes place early Dragon Ball Z. I'm talking about pre Saiyan invasion. So this is before Vegeta and Nappa. This is before Goku even dies fighting Raditz. And the plot synopsis essentially is Garlic Jr., who we assume is a demon. Right? It's never really specifically said. We assume it's a demon. Is coming to get revenge on Kami on behalf of his father. And him and his henchmen go looking for the Dragon Balls. They're able to find all of them through unknown means. They kidnap Gohan, right, and basically attack Chi-Chi and Ox King. Goku goes on a journey to rescue Gohan. Piccolo shows up. Krillin shows up. Kami shows up. Garlic Jr. gets his wish. He's one of 2 Dragon Ball villains to actually achieve immortality. And then goes on a, typical Kung Fu action, and they're able to banish him to the dead zone that he creates with the help of Gohan. Now, fellas, what was your thoughts about the plot, first of all? Like, what do you guys think about the premise of this story?
Overall, it was a very straightforward damsel in distress type of situation, which you gotta understand, because that's literally like this was literally the bridge between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Mm-hmm. So this is technically the beginning of Dragon Ball Z here.
Yes,
when you really look at it. So like, especially if you never really watched like Dragon Ball, there's just certain things that are flying over your head, like the relationship between Goku and Piccolo. Mm-hmm. It's like, yes, like, I'm still trying to kill you, fam.
Actively.
I'm still trying to actively kill you because you killed my father. Mm-hmm. And then even the relationship with Kami, like, you got some hints about Kami's past. And like, but was this the past when him and Piccolo were one? Or was this when he ascended to become the guardian of the earth? You don't know. But the fact of the matter is, I did enjoy to get more about Kami's past. Mm-hmm. And, yes, it was very interesting to see a villain like, well, he's already wished for immortality, so what can you really do? Yeah. But then, of course, as Kisuke Urahara said, like, well, I can't kill you. The most I can do is seal you. Mm-hmm. And then that's exactly what happened. It was logical sense. He sealed himself by accident.
Yeah.
The plot was great, man. I give the plot like a genuine 8 out of 10. Okay. And I do that because of, the story premises is a very pinnacle moment. It doesn't add too much that alters anything out of the way to make it say like, oh, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't stick. This doesn't line up. Like, it's perfectly in alignment. Mm-hmm. Bro, we've gotten some of the best fighting choreography from this era. It's like, bro, like this was an era where it was still about hands and technique, with a beam every once in a while. Like the fact that Goku was still using his power pole
Yeah.
and his techniques, bro. It was like, yes, this all makes sense. And then you know what I really appreciate, bro?
Hmm.
No color palettes.
True. This is
None.
pre-Kaioken even. So there's no
Yes.
transformations really outside of Garlic Jr. and his people. Like there no one is powering up to do anything. It's just
It's either you get
hands.
bulky or you get fast, and that's it.
Yeah. And yeah. S. Rant, what do you think about the plot before we deep dive into the everything else?
Oh, the plot was. I think the plots like simple plots like that make Dragon Ball Z better. I think
Mm,
people gotta like just play to your strengths. Simple plots like that make Dragon Ball Z better because the characters are already colorful. So you have
mm-hmm,
like the perfect recipe almost. Like you
mm,
look at the John Wick series. At the first one was a simple story, and then it turned
yeah.
into what it is. Those things work for those type of films, for those type of stories, action adventure. Um, so I thought the plot was fine. The villain he actually won, got his wish.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
this is for me as a kid seeing that. Whew, get the defibrillators, man, because I was losing. I said, what is Goku gonna do? That's
yeah.
it.
Even
It's
if you win, you
over.
can't win.
I
Yeah.
turned to I turned to Vegeta, man. Vegeta seeing Broly, dog. It was a wrap. But
Mm,
yeah, as far as plot, perfect plot. And you know me. I got the Sharingan when it comes to animation, so that was the most refreshing drops of Visine you could ever get, man. The
mm-hmm.
villains they weren't cheap. The fact that Goku had to use his power pole and that the dudes, that's one of my favorite scenes, man. I remember watching, how Toonami would show,
The little
um,
clip intros
yeah,
and
and you
yeah.
just didn't know where this clip was from because I never saw it in Dragon Ball Z, and so I
Mm,
finally see Dead Zone and I get my reward because that choreography where Goku had to dodge the blades when those two henchmen summoned the swords out of their thighs that
yeah.
were made out of their bone. I was like, this is. I've never seen anything like that before. Those were very interesting villains.
Hmm.
Their designs weren't the best, but like they
They're pretty
had,
simple. Yeah, but
yeah, but it was still great. I
mm,
You
think
know what
the
I
gar
even enjoyed about them? I enjoyed their names, Ginger, Nikki, and Sancho.
yeah.
Like it was very lighthearted. And so apparently I did some research. Garlic Jr.'s race is called the Makian. Like you know how the Makio star. So apparently whatever a Makian is, that's what they are.
Mm.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I don't think he'd be a demon. Because I just assume that because like during the movie, like he's like when he opens a dead zone, he was like, all these people come and raise hell. Da, da, da. So I'm like, what is he?
English translation,
You're
bro.
probably right.
That's what
Yeah.
that is.
But
Pure
then some of
English
it,
translation.
but some of it's not, right? So like even to Tim's point about the henchmen's names, it's like apparently like that's actually some of their names in Japanese. Like them screaming out like gingerbread and da da. It's like that's really what they said in Japanese.
Yeah,
Like you
that's
know how
fine.
everyone had like the naming convention of like garlic and ginger and
Yeah.
spice and da 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 da. But yeah, that's what you were saying about this overall story.
Yeah, the overall story was perfect. I think
Mm,
the choreography, man, was refreshing. Those were some of the best fights and best finishes that weren't cheap. They were earned.
yeah, they
Earned
didn't. Yeah,
finishes.
true.
I
Because
think
some of the
for me
movies
an
later
earn,
on, it's like
yeah,
what?
yeah. Well, all right, that
Yeah.
happened, but it was an earned finish. Krillin was useful.
Mm.
Krillin was useful in the movie. Master Roshi, you feel me? He was, I don't know if he was in this movie. I
Nah,
don't
he
think he
was in the
was.
No,
first
he
one.
wasn't.
Okay,
Mm.
he wasn't in this. But I'm getting it mixed up. But yeah, man, they were like useful. Goku using the pole, the Destructo this being a problem as like a problem. You're like, yo, Krillin, I don't think you need no other technique. This
Krillin
is
didn't
it.
really do much in this movie, bro. He was the glorified babysitter and the comedy relief. He didn't fight.
Oh, that's the other movie. I'm mixing it
Yeah,
up.
Yeah.
yeah, you
Okay.
skipping ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead. But okay. Piccolo
Mm,
Goku team up was dope. How they beat Garlic Jr. The stakes were high. The stakes were extremely high.
mm,
And I felt the pressure. Like, yo, y'all boys, y'all gotta defeat this man in the Yeezys real quick. You feel me? The easy foam posits on his feet. Y'all gotta defeat him real quick, dog. So, yeah, that was it, man. I think the choreography, hand-to-hand combat. It had Dragon Ball Z never lost that, I feel like they would have been top tier. And Naruto
Yeah.
would have never taken their spot for choreography.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
I think for me, I'm with Tim. I think the plot overall is like an 8 out of 10. Like, there's a couple of small things I'm like, this is a little weird. Like the whole little subplot with them like kidnapping Gohan, it didn't really make sense. Like, why don't you just take the Dragon Ball off his hat? Like, you don't have to take Gohan with you. And then it's just like, oh yeah, like now Garlic Jr. wants to take him as a potential future henchman. It's like, but why? Why this child out of everybody?
But
Like that was a little weird to me. But
I think
I
I can
know like
answer
a lot of
that.
these movies were influenced by like this series, so it was very reminiscent of Raditz taking Go On. Sorry, you gonna say?
Yeah, I think well their names are already Ginger and Spice and Garlic Junior. So like something whimsical like that happening for me wouldn't be a stretch. Like I don't know if they were intending for that to be a comical part. Like, hey, you know what? You'll be my henchman. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
that's
intended as
that's
comedy because there's that whole thing where like Gohan eats the apple that apparently is full of alcohol, and he's like running around the halls drunk, which is just like again, this is just so
yeah, no,
random.
yeah,
Like,
it just didn't translate to, different audiences. It probably
yeah,
was hilarious in Japan, but
right. Like
over
here's this
here we
4
looked
year
at it
old
like,
who's eating a drunken apple, who's hallucinating about dinosaurs, like while running around a capsule.
I think the reason why they
Castle.
took Gohan was because when you look at it, remember I said it goes back to it being the bridge. After the world tournament, who were the strongest fighters? It was Goku and it was Piccolo. So
Mm,
if you're using a plot to attack Kami, which you know Piccolo is going to get involved by default,
mm.
you
But
all, and
remember,
then
they
of
jumped
course
him,
one
bro,
of
at
the
the beginning of the
dragon,
movie.
yeah, and then
They
of
jumped
course
Piccolo.
and of course, one
boom.
of the Dragon Balls is in Goku's family's possession. So it's kind of like yes, anything with the Dragon Balls, Goku's going to get involved anyway. So I
Mm,
think taking Gohan as a hostage was supposed to be some form of collateral. I guess that's my adult mind thinking about it
mm,
now.
mm.
But it was straightforward, man, and it was like a lot of you could tell like a lot of this stuff was like subtle hints about what would go on in the anime because now you find out that this kid has some hidden potential,
Yeah, that surpasses
and
everybody
and of
all the
course
time.
you saw it again when he head butted Raditz.
Mm, yeah. So let's get into the actual villains of this movie. We spoke about it a little bit in our like plot synopsis, but we have Garlic Jr., his 3 henchmen. As Frank mentioned it earlier about like they play a huge part in the choreography. It's not one of those things where because it's such a limited cast of heroes, it's like it's not weird to see Goku and Piccolo kind of take them out first before fighting Garlic Jr. But what do you guys think about like Garlic Jr. being the villain, the way he's presented, his motivation? Just tell me what you guys think about like just the characters overall.
He was definitely like a
Mm-hmm.
spoiled brat that you could tell he inherited something, but he's not, I would say, coherent enough. Like he's just blinded by rage and power.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then of course, he has some underlings. The underlings were very, very good with me. Like the fact that, bro, like they had very weapon based combat. Like everything
Mm-hmm.
was not like yes, they had beams, but that's like a more of a last resort. Like when they came at Goku on both ends, it's like yes, bro, Goku had to dodge that, bro. There's no Super Saiyan Trunks that he blocks the sword. Like no, Goku,
Right.
your
The
head could have got
Z-Blade,
taken
dog.
off, bro. Your head could have got taken off, bro. So
Yeah.
you had to be so like calculate your movements and know when to. All right, you have to understand is that this is not a tournament, and that's where I also understood Goku's adult mind. Like, no, this is not a tournament. These are dudes who are going to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I get the chance, I need to take them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and then he did. The moment when he had that one dude in the rubble, he's like, ah man, and they just took him out because they understand the stakes, and
He
that's why
died.
like I kind of felt like
He
Yeah.
died.
DBZ kind of lost. It's like what happened to Goku who understood the stakes. Like when
Mm.
did things become like, oh, you can change? I know you can change. Like no,
Yeah,
No.
this man is beyond reforming. You gotta kill him. There's no other
Like,
way. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. For me, I feel like with the villains, like I think after rewatching it recently, I was like, I can see why they decided to bring back Garlic Jr. for that filler arc in the main timeline. I'm like, this is the template here. Like, it's a template for a good idea. Right? He's an original character. He doesn't really copy off anybody. Like, I can't think of any other DBZ movie villain that like, or DBZ villain period that like he resembles in any way. He's very original. And I feel like
Very.
just the fact that like you guys both said, like the weapons based combat, the fact that like Garlic Jr. really plays off the fact of like, you know, don't judge by appearances or things are bigger than they may seem type thing. And like I really like that you know, that difference that he gains when he like essentially goes Hulk, right? Like goes Hulk and like it just becomes an immovable object. Even the fact that him and Kami were throwing hands, it's like, bro, when's the last time you saw Kami do anything in any of these, you know, these franchises since Dragon Ball? So I think like they fit in a way that just feels very organic to the movie. Like it's just one of those things where I'm like, man, it's a perfect marriage of setting and villain and like motivation and just even technique. Like he doesn't do much, but like to your point, S rank of like, yo, he's already got an immortality. What can you do? You know, like even when they team up to beat him, take off the weighted clothes and all that stuff, it's like he gets right back up because he can't die. It's just like, man, like it was good. I 10 out of 10. You know, like no complaints in terms of like Garlic Jr. Ezra, you have any thoughts on the villains overall? Or
Yeah, he was the emperor. He was what I thought Emperor Pilaf should have been. You know what I'm saying? Like Garlic Jr. I thought that was Emperor Pilaf. You know,
fair?
my child mind, but they turned out to be completely different people. Yeah, I thought that's what Emperor Pilaf should have been. You know, he should have went from the whimsical, okay, I'm not taking you guys serious to, yeah, I finally got what I wanted. And to me, that's what I was expecting, but I found out they were completely different people. So in
Yeah.
my mind, I'm thinking they're the same guy. I'm like, yo, he changed, man. That's great storytelling. But no, that's not what happened. But I think Garlic Jr. is he brings an interesting dynamic to Dragon Ball Z. Because when you looked at the filler, those were some of the interesting concepts and villains. I mean, so I know a lot of people didn't like that filler. I didn't mind it. The one filler where Vegeta was actually the hero.
Yeah, a lot of the execution for it was just always a problem. Like, like I said, the ideas were good, right? The
Yeah,
black water mist thing where everyone's like corrupted. I'm like, this is a good
yeah,
idea.
very good.
Yeah, everything else about it was not the greatest, but it's just like,
Yeah.
in principle, it works.
Yeah, so I think with Garlic Jr. is probably the top one. He's top 5 DBZ villains from the movie series easily. There's no discussion. Even his henchman is up there.
Yeah.
So a lot of good concepts that I kind of hope they pull from if in the future. And that's all they had to do to kind of rescue Dragon Ball Z in the state that it's in. But we've come up with plots that were interesting. We're like, oh, that didn't make sense. But you know,
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely a villain I would love to see become canon. You know?
even the
yeah,
setting, I was like, bro, where is this demonic looking castle in their
Who knows?
world? Like, because like one thing about Dragon Ball, I would definitely give them this. Dragon Ball, they visited a lot of very unique environments, bro. Like when they fought that little mafia guy, Monster Carrot, I think that
Oh
was his
yeah,
name.
yeah.
It's like, bro, where are they? Even when they met Yamcha in the wasteland, like all these areas that they met, I kind of felt like when they got deep into Dragon Ball Z, it was always Goku's house, some either West City, East City, the islands, the Arctic, and that's it.
Yeah.
Or yeah, in the
Some
Rocky region.
some
And it's
barren
like, bro,
cliffside.
come on. It's like, so we're just like all these environments just got so generic, bro. Like, and that's why I really enjoyed it. It's like, bro, they are literally like in some Devil May Cry looking castle, having a fight.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z style Devil May Cry Castle,
Yeah,
perfect,
yeah.
beautiful, looked
And then,
exactly like Toriyama drew it.
yeah. And then in terms of like the utilization of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and even Krillin, how did you guys feel like their roles fit for this movie or it didn't fit?
You could tell Gohan, like I said, damsel in distress. Krillin is that always that one friend who just shows up because like he was still passionate about the action
Hmm.
at that point. And then but the main characters was Goku and Piccolo, because when you really understand how that tournament ended, it's like it makes sense that it's just focus about them, and it was kind of like preluding to what the major first arc of the anime was about.
Yeah.
It was a battle to the death versus Goku's family, and they were the
Hmm.
main characters.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think like again, outside of the whole kidnap and go on thing, I think the thing that pulls them all together makes perfect sense. Like it's not one of those things where it's like this person just showed up out of nowhere, as we start to see in future movies down the road, where it's like, why would they have not been here from like the like immediately, right? It's like everything in this is like, okay, like you said, like it makes sense why Krillin would show up for this. It makes sense that like Piccolo would want his lick back, after getting jumped in the beginning of the movie, and also protecting Kami's in his best interest, right? So like it makes sense for them to like show up for this like common thing. And yeah, I just again like it's one of those movies where like every time I watch it, I was like, I can't believe that things actually to some degree get worse from here, because it's so like well put together. Like I have
Yeah,
very minimal complaints about the movie.
we got to
Of
look at
course,
who put that movie together, man.
for sure, for sure. And the
Yeah,
thing is, like, that's crazy. Is like to Tim's point earlier. It's like when you're a kid, like yes, you're like wowed by the idea of Super Saiyan and transformations and things like that. But like as an adult, or like as you get older and you appreciate choreography, right? It's just like I didn't even need all the razzle dazzle to be like, this is just a well put kung fu movie that just happens to have blasts every now and then. Like it just you, like you said, you can put it on for your kids and be like, look, just enjoy peak cinema. That still looks beautiful.
yep, yep.
Yeah. So final rating for Dead Zone out of 10. What are we giving it?
I give it
Eight,
an 8.
eight. Yeah,
An 8?
that's good. That's a good one.
Okay.
8 out of 10.
It's a 9 out of 10 for me. It's probably in my top 5 of the original Dragon Ball Z movies, towards the top. I don't think there's much wrong with it. I think it excels in a lot of ways. Oh, that was my other question. Is there anything you guys would have changed or would have liked to have seen in the movie that wasn't present?
Um, to be honest, not really, because when I thought about it, I was thinking about like Yamcha and Tien, like where was their presence in it. But then when I really look at it, bro, like the amount of villains that, like, yes, you had Garlic Jr. and his 3 henchmen. I was like, yeah, you know what? To be honest, I did like the fact that it was mostly a Piccolo and Goku type of showdown,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like you don't want to bring too much clutter, I would say,
Right.
bring too much clutter, and it that kind of reflected over into the next movie as well. Because to
Mm-hmm.
be honest, when you really look at it, it was the same amount of villains and
Yeah.
one big boss.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, it
Yeah.
wasn't until like the Tree of Might where there was enough characters on screen that everybody could just get involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So no real change. That's right. Any changes you would have made to the Dead Zone movie?
Um, yeah, I mean, but that's
Actually,
just
actually, sorry to cut you off, bro. I
go
would say
ahead.
this: I wanted more backstory about Kami and Garlic's father. I want to know what was the real basis of their battle and what actually happened to him, and because to really give more like fuel behind Garlic Jr.'s ambitions, I felt like we should have gained more of that story. Even when he came in the filler, it's like it was just, oh, I'm here for my revenge, and yeah, 5 episodes later, he's still laughing.
He's right back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. My birthright. Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
Mm.
Yeah, for me, I think Garlic Jr. should have had a weapon. I would have liked the consistency of weaponry.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, because I saw what these guys could do. I was expecting, okay, yo, what if Garlic Jr. weapon looked crazy versus just turning into,
Hulk.
the
Yeah.
Namek, Namek Hulk or whatever homie is.
Mm.
Yeah, because like it didn't even get to. He wasn't even using. He was just, rah, you know what I'm saying? Like he just trucking people. So it wasn't
Yeah.
even. It wasn't even. and then Garlic Jr. seems to be a very, logical. I wanted to see some of his mind. You know what I'm saying? He seems spoiled, but he seems to have a little form of ability of technique. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's, I guess to Tim's point, like, I think that is a flaw in terms of, like, we don't really know what fueled him. I mean, we know
Yeah.
that he was, like, smart enough to be the point, like, where, like, Connery's about to kill himself. He's like, if you can blow yourself if you want, I'm already immortal. So this changes nothing.
To be honest,
Like,
Garlic Jr. really reminds me of a lot of, like, you remember when they did the Dragon Ball Super movie, when they showed when Frieza came to planet Vegeta. It's been hinted at many times that, especially since aliens age differently, that Frieza is technically probably a child or a teenager in his race. So, like, cause like
maybe.
you could tell, like, by how his mannerism, especially like when they got deeper into Cooler's dialogue, you started to see, like, yes, he might actually be a child or a
Mm-hmm.
teenager. Because Cooler used to say, like, "Oh, you little spoiled brat, like you don't even know what you're doing. Like you leave too much room for error," type of things. And like he's thinking like a
Mm-hmm.
child who has so much power at his fingertips. Even when he came back as Golden Frieza, he hated the fact of Goku. You made me train for this. I
Mm-hmm.
don't need to train.
Mm-hmm.
I supposed to be naturally supposed to be the strongest. Like literally throwing a tantrum in his own way. So
Mm-hmm.
like, and that's what I kind of felt like from Garlic Jr. Like Garlic Jr. Whatever the Machian is,
Mm-hmm.
he's probably a child in his race. Like he's short
Mm-hmm.
because he's a child.
Mm-hmm.
He's short because he's a child, and of course, for transformation perks, especially back in that day, we just made things bigger. Here's the Hulk.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because and then a lot of thing is I thought he was a dark Namek. To be honest with you, that's another thing I forgot to say. I thought because him and Kami, I thought that was like a dark race of Namekians.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So because the way they don't look that far off, and if the fact that him and Kami, the silhouette of his father looks just like he dresses almost like a Namekian.
It
Yeah,
was the
he did.
silhouette. It was
Yeah,
the
the
It was the
silhouette.
silhouette.
Yes.
silhouette. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking, okay, where's this? That's really what I thought it was. They were just like more vicious, form of Namekians and whatnot. But that was never expounded on or even mentioned. So that's
Okay.
probably I would have probably made that obvious. Like I would have probably made it like, oh, okay, they're dark Namekians. They're evil Namekians, and they feud because of this and that. And that's why they fought.
Mm.
Oh, I just remember the reason why Kami and Garlic Senior fought was it was to be for the throne of the Guardian of the Earth.
Yeah, to beat
So
Kami.
they were the two people, and I guess it was a battle to the death.
So then he has to be a
Mm-mm.
Namek, right?
No,
No,
it wasn't about to the death. It when he's recapping his father's story, the previous guardian chooses Kami. The father tries to kill them both, and then he's banished and dies.
Oh,
They didn't fight over the godhood. Kami was
only
oh, okay.
chosen.
church.
Yeah,
Hey.
and then in his revolt, he was killed.
Oh, so you try to be Yojiro.
Yeah.
All right,
So
man. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's a fair critique of, like, I do think they could have done a little bit more to expound Garlic Jr.'s character. Granted, again, this is 1989 Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball hasn't always, we haven't started getting death in Dragon Ball until like recently. So, it's one of those things where I'm like, but it is a fair critique of, like, we could have probably gotten a little bit more of, like, what fuels him as a person besides, like, I want revenge for my dad, and this earth is rightfully my birthright because my dad should have been picked. But to me, I mean, again, like, I'm biased in the sense that, like, this is one of my favorite Dragon Ball movies. So
No,
I,
you're
there's
not
not
wrong,
much that
man.
there's not much I have to personally critique other than the, like, you could have left Gohan right where he was and just dipped. And Goku just goes after them anyway because you beat up his father-in-law and his wife. He comes back and they're crumpled on the floor. I'm like, that's enough motivation. If I pull up and my family's beat up on the lawn, I'm like,
To be
hey.
honest, that is true because it could have probably opened up a more opportunity for Goku and Piccolo to, like, yes, enemies technically at that era to come up with an attack to defeat him, to seal him. in some way. And then, to be honest, I could have even expanded on more of a Piccolo's, Namekian magic.
Yeah,
Or
because
like,
we know he knows the Mafuba, the little ceiling wave attack that was used on his dad. Like, so it's not like they needed Gohan to win. Technically,
yeah.
calling Master Roshi for a favor. Hey, can you do your little hand wave and put him in the rice cooker?
I mean, but technically that comes at the cost of your life.
That's true. That's true. You're
But
right.
it got technically retconned.
Like everything else. Come on now. Like I said, Tim, we didn't start getting deaf till like 2015, bro. Everything else was just like it just works. Like, and then it was just like, oh, here's all this lore and the Grand Kai tree and like, but yeah. So Dead Zone. Moving on to the second movie, which dropped a year later, The World's Strongest. Now, The World's Strongest. When I was rewatching it and trying to think, because again, a lot of these DBZ movies just draw from a lot of the continuity for inspiration. I feel like Dr. Wheelo is also another one of those, like, I don't really think they didn't draw from too much for his character. Like, nothing about this tracks with like what was happening in Dragon Ball Z at the time, right? Like, granted, some of the fighting is definitely reminiscent, right? Some of his Bio Warriors is literally just a palette swap of a Cyberman. Like, let's just call it for what it is. But in terms of just like this idea of, again, the Dragon Balls are involved. They wish Dr. Wheelo out of the ice. He's just a brain at this point because his body passed away. So his assistant's trying to find him a body. When he was last alive, Master Roshi was the strongest. So they assume that he's the one that they should take his body. They end up being wrong. It ends up being Goku. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin get involved. Yada, yada, yada. Fight. Goku ends up with a spirit bomb. That's a synopsis in a nutshell. And essentially, the Z Fighters fight a giant mech, which is, again, something that you don't really see in this series very often. There's, again, in the fight scenes, there's a lot of inspiration drawn for sure from the Saiyan saga at that point. I mean, Goku beats Dr. Wheelo with a ×4 Kaioken Kamehameha, literally shot for shot from what he used against Vegeta. He uses a spirit bomb.
Because technically, since the movies are technically their own universe, they take like reference points. Mm-hmm. So technically, this movie was like after the Saiyan saga, like after they defeated Vegeta, but before Goku goes to Namek, or if he went to Namek.
Yeah, before any of them go to Namek, honestly.
Yeah. But then, of course, by the story, how does that really work? But then that's why people are saying you got to take each movie as canon-ish, but not.
Right, because then at that point, the loophole would be like all of this tracks in terms of who's still alive. But in that case, Piccolo should be dead.
Yes.
And he's in the movie. He should be dead. He died at Nappa's hand. So it's like, yeah, Krillin Gohan makes sense. But I'm like, Piccolo should have died. Even if this is pre-Namek. So, like every DBZ movie, I think except for Bojack and Hirudegarn, all have like that one
Bojack,
or two things.
Hirudegarn, and Dead Zone, basically. They're the only ones who fit.
True. The only thing with Dead Zone that's like kind of breaks the canon is that Krillin is the one that rescues Gohan. And it's like, how would you rescue this kid and not know that he's Goku's son? That's the only thing I was like, maybe. Right? I'm like, I'm willing to say that maybe, Krillin was...
yes, because he didn't meet Gohan.
He didn't meet Gohan.
Raditz.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm like,
wow.
He didn't tell Krillin, hey, go rescue my son. But I'm like, I'm sure at some point, Krillin will be like, who is this kid that I just risked my life for? Like, oh, that's my son. So like the fact that I'm like, that's slight little like inconsistency.
Okay. All right, so I get your point. Yeah.
That's interesting. But so for the World's Strongest, what do you guys think about the overall plot, synopsis, how everything plays out, and so forth?
To be honest, I give this one in plot a 7. I gave it a 7. Like it was interesting to see. Like, all right, so who is this crazy doctor? And you wish this doctor out of some, like, was it like a Red Ribbon Army connection, or is it something from and then this is where I kind of feel like the missed opportunities was Because one thing I liked about King Piccolo's saga was you saw more Master Roshi's past with his master. Because when him and Tien's master, when they all grew up together, so I'm thinking like, all right, if this character thought Roshi was the champion, that means he's from that era.
Yeah.
But then where's the backstory?
And is he
And
like a
that's
rival to Dr. Briefs? Like, what's the, what's
yeah,
this?
and
Yeah.
that's where I kind of felt like that was a very missed opportunity to give us some more connections. Like, and I get it, yeah, because actually, yeah, you know what, you're right. Because this man was big into cybernetics, which Dr. Brief was as well. And of course, this is pre Dr. Gero, so you don't really know about his character yet, because he wasn't even really mentioned like that in the Red Ribbon Army.
Right.
So I'm thinking like, all right, this is another rival doctor, and then but then the thing about it is, you need to bring this stuff forward, because imagine if these biomutants or whatever, these were like templates for like androids for the Red Ribbon Army, or for something for
That would have been
soldiers,
cool.
because
Yeah.
one dude has like electric whips, one has like this frost beam, the other one is basically a rubber man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like and they all got these weird Japanese names. And like I even looked them up. I couldn't even pronounce them, bro. I was like, never mind. So yeah, like I do feel like they kind of dropped the ball with backstory. It was just more for flashiness. Like the choreography was great. The Master
A1.
Roshi scene when he's like, "Bro, have you ever watched that fight in slow motion?"
I
He
haven't
is
actually.
throwing like, bro, you gotta slow that down. It's like the way he's moving is like he literally clips one of the dudes with his foot, and you see the dude on like, right, and it's amazing, bro. And it goes to show you, bro. Like, and this is what I like when they brought back Roshi. It's like, bro, Roshi is still a competent fighter, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
He is not this helpless old man as y'all think he is. Like, this man is like, I would say on the equivalent of the third Hokage. Like, he knows a lot of techniques
Yeah.
to disarm you. Because, like, even what they showed in Fighter Z and what they showed in the tournament when he fought Goku, if you even try to jump up in the air next to me, oh, Thunder Shock, surprise.
Yeah. It's. I said in the group before we got into this, I really feel like whoever thought to put Master Roshi in the movie deserved a raise. They deserved a raise. I'm like, it's a great reminder, especially post Saiyan saga, of like, yo, Master Roshi used to be that dude, yo. He used to be that dude. Like, there was a reason why his name rang bells across the world. Like, he was the one. He was him. So it's like, again, it's still like a symbolic passing of the torch. Like, yes, did I expect Master Roshi to defeat the Bio Warriors? No, I didn't. But the fight scene was great, right? Do I appreciate the fact that he tries to jump in and fight Dr. Wheeler with the rest of them? Of course. Who doesn't want to see Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku do a Kamehameha together? That's fire. How could I, you know what I'm saying? I can't be mad at that. Sure, he's useless, but it's fine. Like, it's just like this, the fact that you guys thought to like, yo, Master Roshi plays a central part in this plot. I really appreciated that part of it. But Esrank, what were your thoughts on the World's Strongest movie?
I remember watching The World's Strongest. I thought Piccolo being mind controlled was cool.
Yeah.
That was to me, that made Dr. Willow a threat in different ways I haven't seen before.
Yeah, because
You know what I'm
technically he
saying?
was an ally at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was fire. And then I kind of wish there was more of that going on with the bands being trying to mind control. Like if you're gonna do that, you might as well keep going after everybody else that showed up.
Okay.
They should have kept that. Should have been probably like, oh, if all of Goku's friends are controlled, then what are you gonna do, Goku? How are you gonna get yourself out? What if Master Roshi fell to the mind control? Now you got Piccolo and Master Roshi for what you just saw as a problem. You know what I'm saying? Then Krillin too, and you got to deal with the Destructo Day. Like I thought that would have made stakes a lot higher. Just that's only me after becoming an adult and watching it, of course. I hate it. And I didn't understand. I'm like, yo, why is his brain so huge? If
Yeah.
If he's human. Like, dog,
Yeah.
and then his body's gone, so like why is his brain a giant brain? And if y'all could make this, y'all couldn't make him a body for temporary? You know what I'm saying?
It's typical Japanese fashion of go big.
Yeah.
Like go
Especially in
big
that
with
time.
mechs. And
Yeah.
it's yeah, because honestly, bro, what two mech shows was peak around that age? Gundam Wing, Robotech.
True. 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 True.
It was the climate of the time, bro.
Ugh, yeah, I hated that design, man. And then that design makes me hate Beerus from Dragon Ball Z GT because that's all I saw.
Fair. I mean, to as much as funny, the irony in it is like as much as you critique Heroes S rank, I'm like that's one of the things they did fix. They gave Dr. Willow a body in that continuity. He actually gets a body. So like your
Wait,
critiques are valid.
Dr. Wheelo's body? I've
Yeah,
never seen Dr. Wheelo.
he actually gets a body. They give him a body.
How do you
So
spell his name?
just Wheel. Oh, literally Dr. Wheel. I'll see if I can bring it up. But yeah. Was that really the only thing that you had? Like you just didn't like his design? Did you like everything else?
The villains were cool. The villains were fire. I think the stakes could have been higher. Yeah, the design killed it for me. Like there was this era where I don't know if it was Japanese. Like the hero only looks cool. The villain don't really look all that fire. The villain looks like hog. Like it reminds me of the dragons from Dragon Ball Z GT. That golden dragon. That's Dr. Willow's body.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they turned Dr. Robotnik, I mean Dr. Light, not Light, man, what's Dr. Wily, and then they put him in Dragon Ball Z.
I
That's
mean,
all I
yeah,
saw. Yeah,
but
okay.
they gave him a body.
And
Like
they
they
gave him
turned
a
him into a
body.
cyborg.
All right. Yeah, okay. That's what I didn't understand. I'm like, yo, so his brain is that huge, and his brain don't even look like a human being's brain.
And also, like my thing about it is, what was his obsession of, taking the world's brightest mind and putting it in the world's strongest martial artist? But like, what was your reasonings for that? What happened in the past that to say I wanted Roshi's body?
That's true. That is, yeah. We don't really. It makes sense in the premise of like it's a way to get the heroes involved. But when you think about it, like, but why would you? Why would you, like? I get the whole principle of
Where's
like
this from?
that's also from Dragon Ball Heroes. That's his true form. It's a regular sized brain in his cyborg body.
Wow. Well, they
Yeah,
fixed that.
that's what I'm saying.
They fixed that.
Not everything in there was great, but I'm like, you got it. Every now and then it was a good idea. Like, no, steal this.
Wow.
Bring this into the continuity, please.
Okay. No complaints now. Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's pretty much it. I mean, the villains were cool. I like the setting. It was to be
The
honest with you.
Arctic.
the Arctic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know, but
That,
it was good done well. It was
it
done well
was.
to be honest with you.
Even
It was
Goku's fight
done
with the
well.
henchman, where it's like he's stronger, but he's like, I'm so cold, I can't concentrate. So he can't like fight them off the way he can. I'm like,
Yeah.
I like this whole like, what do you do when like you're freezing
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
jump on you?
right. Stuff matter, but now Goku can be in the vacuum of space, so
Yeah,
and then
hey,
now you're in this. The base that they were in, it was interesting, but I was like, why is it so empty? Like, so you mean to tell me this is this massive fortress, but there's only like 3 to 4 people in here?
yeah. You would think
And
he'd have more henchmen, like for
Yes.
sure.
that
You would have
that's
Yeah.
thought you would
another
have thought
thing,
they would have
right?
been an army of those bio warriors, like
Mm.
so it's just them, like
Okay, and even if it was just them, but like, where's the rest of your staff, or where's the place that made these guys? And
well,
where are you from? Are you Red Ribbon Army? Are you like you were saying? Like, because to me, that stuff is frustrating, man. You got all like so Doctor not Doctor Willow, but the Red Ribbon Army scientist Jiro didn't have any idea of this man. If such he was the smartest guy.
well then see, but remember this is pre-Android Saga, so remember Dr. Gero wasn't really mentioned like that
Yeah.
in Dragon
Even in
Ball.
Dragon Ball, they didn't acknowledge
Mm.
No,
him
it was more
being
about
around.
like Commander Red, Assistant Black, and those type of guys.
Who was
So
actually black,
like,
right?
Well, no,
so
Commander Black was black
yeah.
because
Yeah.
what? Well, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was kind of like, yeah, we didn't really know about the androids as of yet. So it was basically saying like, all right, so yes, you pick this character, he's a rival of Dr. Brief, but it's just like, okay, so you have this facility, which his assistant, who's an android as well,
Where's Dr.
or
Brief from?
or a cyborg.
Where's Dr. Breeze from?
Yeah.
That's
What you
Bulma's
mean?
dad.
The
Ah,
mom's dad.
Bulma's
Yeah.
dad. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, is
Yeah,
that
Capsule
Bulma's dad
Corp.
or is the guy
Yeah.
from Carole?
Oh no,
Doctor.
not
Okay,
I
okay.
don't know what that guy's name is. Are you talking about Aurele's
Slump. I'm sorry.
father? Yeah,
Slump. Oh my goodness.
yeah. But no, Doctor
Okay,
Briefs.
Dr.
Yeah.
Brees rival. Man, Capsule Corp got problems, boy. Everybody hate him.
Why
Yeah.
you
So
would? Why wouldn't you?
so what the cyborg dude makes a wish to like for the internal dragon to like because the fortress was like sealed in some ice
Like frozen over. Yeah.
that he couldn't dig out.
Hmm.
So the yes, the facility is unfrozen. It's free from the ice. But then, like I said, it's just like everything is like in this hibernative state. Like there's these three warriors inside, and just him and this brain in this wall. But I'm just like, so that's it. Like there's nothing else in this place. I would have thought like it would have been like an assembly line for like bio warriors or something like that. Like, hey, I'm creating these warriors and, I want to get military contracts or something like that. And that's what I say, bro. There's so much more that could have been added to this story, but it's just,
Hmm.
he's just a character who just wanted XYZ.
Okay. Well, I feel like we kind of covered the henchman and villain in the same thing of the synopsis. How do you guys feel about the utilization of the heroes? Like, I know for me personally, I feel like Gohan and Krillin weren't as effective in this movie.
No.
Personally, like the
They
fact
were
that like they get jumped by the electric henchmen, I'm like, bro, you guys can't do anything.
they were the Goten and Trunks before Goten and Trunks. Like they show up, yes, in a very fashionable way, but they're
Hmm.
going to mess up.
Yeah, like it was just because, like, you had the whole like beautiful like Goku versus Mind Control Piccolo rematch, and there's a lot. I mean, top tier choreography between those two of them throwing hands. We already mentioned the whole Master Roshi thing, but I'm like, Gohan and Krillin, they don't really. I mean, yeah, they kind of contribute towards the end, but not like they're just kind of there, And then like Goku has to rescue them after they try to rescue him, and it's like, why y'all? Why'd you even
Yeah.
bother? You know what I'm saying? Like, why'd you bother?
Sometimes that's just typical writing, bro. Like, sometimes they just fumble the characters for comic relief of the main hero.
Hmm.
And we've seen where that has taken us as of now.
Yeah, a whole lot of they've had to course correct many times now that they were like Goku time for 30 straight years, and I was like, oh wait, people like other characters too. We forgot. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Off screen power up! Off screen power up! Quick! 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 But yeah, I mean, everything in terms of that, like Gohan Krillin were, Piccolo, I think was used great in this movie. There's like these really cool scenes towards the end where they're chasing Willow into space and like just like constantly bombarding him with attacks, and like Piccolo's leading the charge, and I was like, this is just
Yeah,
it just looked great.
I remember Piccolo like came up in his face and he did the mouth blast
Yeah,
on the
bro. From
brain
like
there.
yeah. I was like, man, like it just the scenes, like the cinematography in that was like really, really cool. Even Dr. Willow shooting down at Goku with the bullets from space, and like a lot of it looked really, really cool. Again, it goes back to that same thing we always say about like that hand drawn animation era. Like nothing like it, yo. Nothing like it. It was just when it was top tier, it was top tier.
Yeah. It had
So
a lot of that person was in their mixtape bag. Like,
yeah.
what? Okay, let me
Yup.
draw this, man. They was drawing, dog.
Yeah.
Huh?
So I guess I would say I guess Tim, you kind of said that you would want more Dr. Willow backstory. Is there anything else you guys would change to the movie?
Yeah, I don't think we briefly
No,
said it.
no mechs, no
No
mechs.
Max?
Yeah, no.
Like you could have given him a suit, but like the whole mech idea was a bit much for me. Because even when I played him in Tenkaichi, I was like, bro, he's the most boring giant out of all of them.
Okay, okay, like here's another thing, right? If you're gonna pull from that era, wouldn't have it made sense for you to make a mech that looked like it was inspired by the times versus this thing that you drew one time in the concept art during the concept art meetings. Yeah, this is our character. Well, you drew him one time? One time.
Right.
Okay.
Because
Yeah, because like even when Commander Black, when he had his mech, I was like, you know what, this kind of makes sense. He's an ordinary man. He's trying to kill this little boy
who's been
who's able
murdering
to do, and
everybody?
then
Yeah.
so he throws out that little capsule corp cap, gets in the mech. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Like,
and that's why I kind of felt like this one was like, all right, so you mean to tell me this is a guy that predates that, but he has this overkill looking mechanism, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah, and to S Rang's point, it's like it makes even less sense because it's like, how did your brain get so big to fit this? How did this work? Like what? Because like they show a little flashback of like his assistant putting his brain in the machine. It's like it's a regular sized brain. Like when did it become like this mega brain? And why was this the design that you guys agreed upon? Like this is it. This is my go-to body.
yeah, and that's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's what kind of made it a 7 to me because I couldn't get over the fact like this was trash design, dude. Like this was a trash design, man. And yeah, what's the point of having a tail? Like, like,
Who
and
knows?
it's, and it's like I'm looking at this whole
Met
thing.
kaiju culture, bro.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you can't knock them for trying something different, but it just didn't work, right? Like I think ultimately, it's like I applaud y'all for thinking outside the box, but also no, this is not. We will not be going down the history of like, yo, Dr. Willow, he was one of them ones. It's like no.
Yeah, he was not, man. He was not like and then I'm pretty sure they fought something similar like that in GT. That's what really made me really hate him even more.
Well, I mean,
Like,
GT was just at
no,
that
but
point there
it's like
was
I'm like, yo, I hate this design. I really hate this design. Then you go back, I really, really hate this design because it's not even drawn with like creativity or interest. And
yeah.
I thought he should have had some psychic powers. I thought that would have been cool
He
since he was
does
the
have psychic
smartest.
powers.
He does.
Yes. There's two
I
scenes
don't
in the
remember.
movie. One where Gohan's getting mad that Piccolo's being controlled, and he uses psychic powers to blow Gohan's feet from underneath him. And then when he frees himself, Piccolo tries to jump him, and he holds him in place with telekinesis. He has psychic powers.
Should watch the movie again.
Yeah. Probably should have.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, he has psychic
Yeah.
powers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, that means I was thinking correctly, man. But yeah. You feel me? I think that would have made more sense, man. With that those minor changes and I liked the fact that Goku was in a different environment, but like him being cold to stop you, but like you just fit, you know what I'm saying? Like yo, you was just fighting. Like, why would this affect you now? Like you different, man. You different now. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, it's cold. I'm like, yeah, but what? Key blasts don't bother you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's like.
I think like it's one of those things where I like it because otherwise in the back of your mind, you think to yourself, nothing Goku's doing right now matters because we know he's stronger. Versus we already know he's stronger. He's just not able to muster that strength to win outright in this scenario. Right. Okay. Where it's like, like by like that time period, like he's going to face off against a big boss regardless. But I'm like, man, I didn't expect him to like struggle like this, knowing he just fought Vegeta.
You could have made different ways. But, that's just me nitpicking. It's not really that big of a deal. It happened. It is what it is.
Okay.
That's it. That's a flat 7.
Okay. Tim, what do you give it?
Yeah, a flat 7.
Okay.
It was enjoyable. It's like something you'll put on just for the sake of it, but then the overall, like, would I care about this moving further? No.
Yeah. I'm in agreement. I'll probably give it a 7 also. Like, I think it still has a lot of good ideas. Again, the whole Master Roshi thing, I think, was a breath of fresh air. But a lot of it, a lot of it is just the Saiyan saga with like less results. Like, let's be for real. Like, Goku versus Willow is not as compelling as Goku versus Vegeta. It just not. It just isn't. It like, I don't care what you do with the Kaioken Cannon. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not the same thing as Galley Gun versus Kami. It just call it what it is. But it's cool, right? And again, a very original idea for that time. But moving on to original ideas and trying to take inspiration, we got the original Goku Black in movie 3, The Tree of Might. Now, the Tree of Might, as those who have watched the original Dragon Ball series know, the plot is there is a group of, I'm assuming, space pirates. It's never really officially cleared up how they all kind of banded together. But let's just go with space pirates.
Yeah. So they were with Frieza. They defected.
Mm-hmm.
And because they defected, now, Turles was like, yo, let me build up my own army to contend.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I can get with that. Would explain how they got the Scouters. So they're space pirates. They come across by, Tim's point about like backstory. We don't know how they come across these seeds, but they come across the seeds for a god tree called the Tree of Might. They decide to plant it in Earth. It starts sucking the earth dry rapidly, right? You see the wildlife dying
within hours.
Just deers collapsing, fish falling back into the, like going belly side up in the rivers. And Goku and to the movie's credit, the entire Z Fighters, including Chaozu, show up to try to uproot the tree. They're unable to. Turles' crew shows up. Everybody has a show of fisticuffs. Eventually, Turles, looking a lot like Goku, shows up, gets Gohan to turn into a giant ape. Piccolo shows up. Goku cuts off Gohan's tail. Goku and Turles square off. He's beating Turles. Turles eats the Tree of Might, bodies everyone for the next 20 minutes straight. And then Goku is able to defeat Turles by actually absorbing the energy from the tree to make a spirit bomb in a Clint Eastwood literal standoff and blow Turles through the tree and saving everybody. So overall, what did you guys think of the Tree of Might as a movie?
As a movie, I gave it another 8. My only drawback was, like, and I like you for the original comment, like that is the original Goku Black.
Mm-hmm.
From design to just everything, bro. My only thing was, you mean you couldn't like narrow down one of probably the biggest mysteries? What is his connection to Goku? Because he knows him by Kakarot.
Mm-hmm.
So like, is he a cousin? Is he an uncle? Like, and I'm pretty sure like, hey, yes, we haven't gotten the story of Bardock and the father of Goku yet, but at least we know about Raditz. Like, you could have mentioned something.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Especially where the series was going, because this is technically, I would say, I think this is after Namek.
Still
technically,
not Namek. It's
another what if before Namek, I would say.
Yeah,
but I guess if they didn't die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so that's cool. So it's technically like another Saiyan invasion type ish. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. Yeah, you could have mentioned something, bro. You could have mentioned something that could have explained their connection, because that is still the running mystery to this day. Like you showed us Goku's mother before you even explain who Turles is. Like, and I just kind of felt like, bro, that was such a missed opportunity, man. Because you could tell, like, at this point, they were trying to really give more, like, subtle hints before, like, of Goku's lineage. But it kind of felt like after Namek, everything was just more about the Super Saiyan versus the Saiyan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, can you tell us more about Saiyan culture? Like, even with them, like, yes, they probably defected from Frieza's army. They became mercenaries, just like that group who was kind of based off like Bojack's crew in the manga, the super manga.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same story.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same story. They were part of the Frieza Force.
The heaters.
Yeah, they defected and they just do their own thing.
The
But
black,
they still have
blue
access
people.
to the technology. And what I like the fact about it is there's other like Frieza Force members with them. Like you got a plethora of aliens. You got this one raccoon looking character. And you could tell it was kind of like Ginyu Force-ish, but not the fanatics.
1000%, bro.
You
Oh
had
my
this one guy
goodness.
who could split into two. You
Well,
had
no,
this side.
they're two brothers.
Yeah, well, they Sakon and Ugon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you had this one cyborg guy, and then you had this other Jace looking Australia, Carl Urban looking character.
He
And
does look like Carl Urban low key though.
yeah, bro. Yeah.
He really
So,
does. Like he really does.
and
Carl Urban
honestly,
in his
bro,
youth.
like it was a well needed, and I was glad. It's like, yes, finally a movie that does not have only four villains. Like, so like you was able to get everybody involved. What I did not like about the story is the Z fighters, they lost against the henchmen. I kind of
Badly.
felt like that should have been the homage to Dragon Ball. That yes, Goku and Piccolo are probably the main characters as of now, but this could have been a moment for you to really showcase like these boys still could throw hands. Because that's one thing that Dragon Ball really showed, bro. Like Yamcha, in his own way, is a trickster with his techniques, and he's very very fast. Like his movements, and then even when he started to bring in more energy based attacks with the Spirit Ball and things of that nature, Tien is basically the Neji of that world in terms of discipline and technique. You know, Chaozu is right there. Well, Chaozu knows telekinesis and all this other stuff. Gohan is Gohan. Krillin, that was Krillin in his peak, I would say.
Yeah.
That was
I
Krillin,
agree.
bro. Like Krillin was literally like the bag of all tricks that you never knew what he was gonna do. Like even like when he fought the Cybermen, it was like, oh, what Krillin's gonna do? And he's like, oh, he's just gonna shoot a beam. Nope. Beam turns into 7 beams and obliterates half the Cybermen in one go.
Yeah. He takes them all
And
out himself.
yeah, and then of course the solar flare and there's just so much more that they could have done. And I didn't like how they were defeated by the henchmen to go back to Goku being main character, and he just one shots them all after a Kaioken power up. And then even the part where Piccolo came in, I did like that. Like he came in later, and of
Yeah.
course the battle between him and Turles did not go well. I was like, yo, the man
Both
stopped a
times.
special beam cannon with the palm of his hand.
Both times. He
I
got
was
picked
like,
up.
dude just got bodied, bro. And it was very interesting. I also love the stage, man. I tell people, bro, the Tree of Might, that stage is one of the peak designs, bro. It's like, bro, like this is the end of the world type of end game type scenario. Like to be honest, if Dragon Ball Z was a very short series, you could have ended it with that. Like the world heals after Bit just almost being obliterated of all of its life,
Fair.
Gohan going on a rampage. Like I just loved how Turles did it because it kind of did feel like an uncle taunting his nephew, like little boy, open up your eyes, and see the truth.
Come see.
And it's like that, and that's why it's like, so who is this character? Who is this person? But
That's
yeah, like
fair.
I gave it another solid 8, man. Like it had some real good peak moments, and to be honest, this was the last time we got choreography, and everything after that was just beams. Yep.
Enjoy the fighting while you can, because yeah, you're right. It doesn't. I mean, it exists, but not really.
No.
After this, yeah,
No.
yeah. As Frank, what do you think about the Tree of Might?
The Tree of Might is one of my favorite Dragon Ball Z movies.
Okay.
For me, yeah, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna give you an essay right now, man. So y'all boys get ready, saddle up. Okay, number one, the stakes and the setting. Giant tree, a giant tree that's gonna absorb the earth. The tree felt evil, right? It felt menacing. And the trade-off is the tree's absorbing the entire planet's power, and it's turning it into a fruit, and there's many fruits. So what's the lore of this tree? Where is this tree from? And why did Turnus have to come to Earth for it to be effective? That's one.
Not necessarily, because they did mention they go from planet to planet to do that.
Oh, So
But my thing about
jeez.
it is, what was the connection that? Oh yes, we finally found Kakarot, but who is Kakarot to you?
Mm,
Yeah.
That
Okay.
part.
All
mm.
right. So now you have that part, right? And for me, Turles was like I didn't like I was never a fan of the Goku Black because it just like, yo, why didn't you just use Turles? He's right here. He's
Mm,
already written. He's already better. His lore is better.
mm.
He's Goku if Goku hit his head. That's
Right.
exactly
That's the
that's
whole premise of
exactly
his character. Yeah.
that's the whole premise of his character. His design is fire. And who are these other guys with him? Are they Saiyans too?
I mean, I don't think so.
No, I mean, what
Yeah.
I did
But it
explain that they're aliens from,
Yeah.
like, yeah, you got two looking humanoid looking ones, but then the
yeah, so
rest,
it's like I
yeah.
hated that. I hated that because it's like, yo, how like yeah, the reason why I hated that because it was just like it's dumb. It's like, yo, just make them Saiyans. What are the chances of him?
No, because like, bro, all right, because especially since we were really getting introduced to the Frieza Force at that time, it does make sense. Like, here's a mercenary
Not all of
guy.
them, just those two guys. It would make more sense for me if I was gonna have a coup d'etat or like, yo, it would make sense for me to find my three closest friends. And it's just the same theme that I saw with Vegeta, Raditz, and Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. So I'm like, okay, so this also his Saiyan buddy colleagues that he's close with.
That
That's what I thought. That's why I was like, yo, this doesn't make any sense.
that makes
Right?
it that does make sense. That's a logical reasoning. I think it was also just like you don't want to. I mean, to be fair, there are a couple movies that run very close, but I think maybe they saw some of the critique. Again, we're just spitballing, right? We have no idea, but they saw some of the critique of like them literally doing Control C V with the Trio of Might with Goku using the Kaioken. Like, let's not just rehash the Saiyan saga on camera. That's
Yeah.
my thought
Okay.
of like why
And
Trillers was just the one.
okay, and even with that, okay, at least make them boys unique enough in like poly pigmentation. And I would have been okay. I would have been okay. But them other aliens, when I say I felt it, I love the design, the cinematography. Listen, that to me is that's one of my favorite groups in Dragon Ball Z of villains, besides the Ginyu Force. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Because they were dope, man. You had the cyborg. He had the missiles that came out of his shoulders. Like, what's the lore behind this guy? This guy was going. He didn't care. You didn't. To me, it made me like, yo, you could be like a robot organism, and you could give a saying his work. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? You could give these people work. Then you had the twins that were doing their little technique, like so they were
mm.
deadly together. Then you had the I don't know what character that dude look like, but whatever, man.
Nappa with
Homie,
hair.
Nappa with hair, you feel me? And then the other, the Native American, them designs was like, those designs to me were like immaculate. The choreography where Goku gets hit and slides and starts running towards it, that to me is the Akira of fighting scenes where Goku's fighting backwards and then the camera pans out. That's the Akira bike slide equal to because in my head, when I'm doing a scene, I have to remove that scene because I'm like, man, this is like the perfect template before I start my fight scenes in my mind when I'm
Mm,
choreographing. Everything about the storyline was just to me was it the stakes were there, the stakes were different, right? The earth was involved in a way where it not only would be destroyed, but it's going to be destroyed through what the earth naturally does on its own,
mm.
give life. But you just got to give this one tree life. This one tree life. And the fact them boys was doing everything they can to saw it in half. They're like, yo, you got to go.
Yeah.
And them not succeeding. Um, then it's going like, yeah, I understand when when Goku had to finish them boys off, that was lame.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was super lame because I wanted everybody to get their victory. Um, dog, I'm sorry, kid. Yo, Piccolo, dog.
It was
That's why I
not.
never
It
gave
was. Yeah.
Piccolo. I never when Piccolo's talking trash to Vegeta. In my head, I said, kid, if this was a battle rap, I would have brought that up. I'd have told Vegeta, listen, when you was talking to Turles, bro, you was looking you was looking like you. He was looking like John Kent,
had the
dog.
stuck face.
He was looking like Superman's dad, dog. The hurricane took him, dog, bruh. Listen, man. Yo, and in the fight, when Turles actually ate the fruit, I said, yo, it's done. It's done.
And once again, no color palettes.
No color
Except
palettes.
Kaioken. Except Kaioken.
Yeah.
Mm,
Back to when he was fighting Gohan, I'm like, yo, this has gotta be Goku's twin brother. That's fire. Goku, you
mm.
got a twin brother? That's like you answer people's burning desire to see an evil Goku. Now you have him.
Yeah.
And his design, his skin, his Saiyan armor. My favorite Saiyan armor because it's so him, right? It's so I'm such a Conan the Barbarian. I'm not gonna wear like trunks. I'm gonna wear tights. You know what I'm saying? It just
Mm.
I'm raw. I'm like more. I'm more predatorial than
You know what? You know what, Joy?
Vegeta
You brought up
is.
a very valid point about a twin brother. I didn't even think about that. Imagine, like, he got a call from Raditz. Oh, I finally found Kakarot. I'm gonna go check it out. But then he's so many light years away that that journey took that amount of time.
And yes,
Mm.
and not only that, but Turles is Goku. The way he approaches things is like his carelessness, almost. And he's just like, I'm here. What are you gonna do about it? Bully Goku? And that's why I enjoy Goku Black. I like what he brought to Super, but it would for like
I liked it. I
like
liked it.
All right. My point about
I
that.
like here's what I would have did with
Yeah,
Goku
go
Black,
ahead.
right? Goku Black would have been a female.
Goku Black would have
A
been
female.
Gohan if it was me.
It,
But
Yeah.
no, that's my second option. It would have been an
mm,
evil Gohan. That's my second option.
hmm
But it wouldn't have been a female, pink Super Saiyan hair. Boom. Now you bring relevance to female Saiyans with pink hair. Now you have your Morgana of the Dragon Ball Z universe,
mm.
and you go on from there. That's to me, characters design wise. This is what I would have done. Um,
To be honest,
you know,
it would have been the Gohan idea, or he could have just stayed a Kai. Because I actually did like the idea of a Kai who went
okay, an evil
crazy.
Kai. Yeah, I would
A
have
Kai
taken
who
that.
went
I would have
crazy.
taken that
Because
too. I
so
would have
now
taken
you
that
could have
too.
really showed me the full abilities of what is a Kai capable of.
But Tim, you don't feel like they kind of corrected that when they made him fuse Zamasu? Because he doesn't look like Goku Black at that point. He looks like Zamasu with just Super Saiyan hair. Like he still
Yeah,
looks Kai-ish.
yeah, and
But
that's why I
him
kind of
turning
felt
into
like
the
when he did
monster,
that, like that's why I felt like when
it
he did
killed
that, it
it.
was kind of redundant. Like
Mm,
it really was. Like because to me, like I felt like it should have been Gohan because first of all, when let's just say, all right, when he fuses with Zamasu, he gets a Kai looking arm. Because I felt like it should have been the design of future Gohan.
hmm
That exact design of future Gohan, like has the scar and everything.
But now you making sense, Tim, and you know what I'm saying. This is your logic
Well, remember, like I said in the chat,
is a gold brick.
we're not allowed to disagree with Toriyama, right? Toriyama knows all.
It's a golden
Rest in
brick.
peace, respectfully.
You feel me?
Right?
It's your logic. Your logic is the golden brick, but they don't want gold bricks, right? They don't want gold bricks. But yeah, that's what I would have done. The Tree of Might. The Tree of Might is my favorite movie, man. Is my favorite movie because just a lot of it speaks to my artist's desires of having because I believe a great character design will make your great story perfect. The music has to be in place. It's not just one thing when I play a video game or when I play a movie. The reason why this is a 10 is because it's the perfect solar system. You know what I'm saying? It brings life to whatever planet it's on.
Mm.
Digimon season is perfect to me, where my Digimon movie that right there, that Saturday morning, it will always be on my mind. Why? Because it was perfect. It wasn't the imperfectness makes it even more perfect. That's what's so beautiful about it. You get what I'm saying? It's just that, and that's why I love the Tree of Might. I like the fact that yo, there's fruit out there that'll make you, you know, even more powerful. One
hmm
Piece.
He's
But you know,
admitted that Dragon Ball inspired him. Like, come on now, bro.
yeah,
We
you feel me?
know who
One Piece.
the Godfather
So
of
let's
anime.
not let's
So put
cease
respect
these
back on
arguments. You
Toriyama.
feel me? Yeah. So yeah, man. That thing to me is like, what if he ate 2 fruits, 3 fruits, 4 fruits?
He does.
And another thing that kind of bothered me, I'm like, yo, if they do that to every planet, bro, why you not strong?
But see, that's the thing. I thought, all right, a good story element they could have added was, all right, they know that if they ever want to take down Frieza one day, this is what they do. They go from planet to planet to harvest until, because remember at that point,
It's
nobody
time.
really knew how strong Frieza was because remember,
Mm-hmm.
he never showed his final form.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the level of power scaling you just don't know. So if you want to take on his full army, and that includes Zarbon, Dodoria, Kui,
Jeez, yeah,
and
good
then the
luck,
Ginyu
Roma,
Force
and
after
the
that,
Ginyu
and then it's
Force.
them, and then of course the father, King Cold, and the beloved child we would like to see again.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he would have had problems.
so
Oh my
the
goodness,
basis of the
he
tree
would
it
have been
might make
slaughtered, bro.
sense,
A lot
but
of
Yeah,
sense, yeah.
it's just
yeah.
like
Okay,
bro, the execution was just a bit wonky. Because I get it, bro. This is a movie. They only probably got like an hour and 20 minutes
To
to
really
explain
get
all
yeah.
of
into it.
this.
Yeah.
But it's just like, bro, there's so many excuse me, easy connections. Like the whole rainforest burning out, you could have skipped that. You could have skipped that, bro.
To be fair, yes. And the thing that makes it even crazier is that the rainforest thing happened, right? It catches on fire. They wish to have Shenron put it back, only for the rainforest to shrivel right back up when the tree of might gets planted. I'm like,
bro,
what was the point?
like no wonder the shadow dragons came, bro, because y'all was just doing whatever, bro. This
You
man,
know, we don't
and
want to
and
replant this
and
ourselves. Hey,
and
Shenron, you
you know
mind hitting the rewind button real quick?
I hate the fact that dog, yo, y'all doing too many wishes, bro. So we showing up, we about to wreak havoc. The Dragon Balls have a contingency plan, and y'all squander. Yeah, no, I'm getting hot, man.
Yeah.
But I like, and to be honest with you, that's one of the best finishes in Dragon Ball Z because Turles got killed
The
by
Clint
his
Eastwood standoff. Yeah.
very creation. You feel me?
It's
And
definitely unique for sure. Like,
yeah, and him going through the
no,
tree.
bro.
yeah.
Like, have y'all seen the screenplay of how that happens? Like when the spirit bomb launches for Goku's hand, Turles' scouter breaks.
Breaks, yeah.
He's
And
like,
you can see Goku's hands twitching, like when he's getting ready. Like it's a legit a standoff. Like they're literally just staring each other down, and he like it cracks. Turles fires, and then Goku fires, and it's just
and I
through the
like it was
tree.
You
the first
gone.
stage.
You're
And
dead, boy.
no, to be honest, and I always love the first stage of the spirit bomb the best, where like when it hits you, it kind of does like a lightning javelin to the sky.
Mm-hmm.
I always
And then
love that
blows up
version. Like, yes, the beg
the
for the
nuke.
energy version is gonna always be cynic, but I love that first version, man.
Mm,
It just has such a classical feel to it.
yeah,
The yeah, man. That to me, man, is that's why it's one of my favorite movies. It's that, and we'll get to the other ones. It's that in between, another one. I'm not going to reveal yet. I'll keep that as a
yeah.
surprise. But that right there, as far as top three, that's definitely in the list. Like I don't see
That's
what else
that's
personally will
interesting.
top that because for me, you do too many things for me as a little kid when I was watching. I say, yo, Goku has a twin brother. He has a team. You have a team. But y'all don't purposely train. He purposely does.
Mm,
So you can see the differences in like okay, I'm careless just like you, Goku, but I'm a little bit more tactical, right? With my carelessness. And that's like I like that. You know what I'm saying? I like
mm,
that. And yeah, and it just hits different, man. His color palette wasn't even that um
It was very
noticeable,
stoic. It was
but
very
it's
yeah.
stoic.
very stoic. But it's like he's not. He's not stoic. He's very colorful. Turles is a very colorful guy, but just a villain, He's not like, yeah. It's not dry Goku level 4. It's oh yeah, man, look, you got some fight in you, kid. I like that.
Mm,
Some Bandit Keith energy, man. That's what I want to say, dog. He had the perfect amount of Bandit Keith energy.
mm.
And just, you know, Yeah, that's all I could say, man. Everything about that, man, the choreography. Listen, I'm when you make your characters interesting, like the side villains, you win. Because I remember. You know what I'm saying? We
That's
remember
true.
them.
That's true. I will say
We
my
remember.
pushback to in agreement with Tim is like I don't think that the Z Fighters did enough for the henchmen to matter in the grander scheme of things.
Got you.
Because like
Yeah.
they get bodied so quickly that I'm just like, bro, what?
Budget, budget,
No,
budget, budget,
you're right. I'm
budget,
sure
budget. Yeah.
runtime, everything had like a part to play. Like I'm sure there was a lot of things that like factored into it. But I'm like, but then what was the point of everyone splitting up? If not even 5 seconds later, Yamcha's out for the rest of the movie. You know, it's just like, bro, like what? Why did you even bother? Why did you even bother? Just like everyone just, hey, rally behind Goku. Now I will say, in like to like I guess like soften that a little bit. I did like towards the end when Goku's trying to do the Spirit Bomb the first time, and they're trying to buy him time, so they're all like rushing Turles, and Turles is one shotting everybody. I'm like, I'm a sucker for that. Like even when they did that in the Cell games, where everyone's trying to hold off Cell in the anime, so Gohan could like push back. It gets me every time, bro. It is something about like y'all know y'all are
Teamwork,
not
man.
gonna win, but
Yeah.
push them back as long as you can.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I'm like
The Yamcha Tri-Beam. Yeah, man.
like that
That
kind of
was
thing. I'm just
moments.
like, I like
Yeah.
that type of stuff of like, okay, let's just do what we can to help buy time. Like, I like that type of energy, but it was just like, it just took away from the henchmen from me. Because, like you said, to your point, answering, like, they were so visually interesting that I wanted them to do more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Krillin throws a destructive disc, and this big man who I did not expect to start spinning like a top, spins like a top, chucks a blade that deflects it. I'm like, bro, what? Like, what else can he do? I don't know, because Krillin,
It's
now
getting you
Krillin's
mad, right?
unconscious.
It's getting you mad, Tim. I
Now
know.
Krillin's
I'm
unconscious.
like, no. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's
But
infuriating,
then,
man.
guess who defeats the Ginyu Force and on King Gai's planet? These same people. I'm like,
Yeah, but it goes to the whole thing that's always been an issue with Dragon Ball, right?
Uh,
Like, what are power levels really? What are power levels really, right? It's just,
oh, come on. Don't say it like that, dog. Don't say it like
What's a
that,
power
bro.
level in
Don't say it
comparison to
like
the
that,
plot,
bro.
right? So
Jeez, dog.
to me, it's like that's always been like my knock on the trio of might. I'm like, it was right there. Like the storyboard was right there. The Z fighters all square off.
Yeah,
They all have
so
their little different elements, you know, and it's just like,
yeah,
and
that's a 9,
absolutely
man.
nothing.
It's a 9, man.
It's a
Tree of Might is
9.
a 9 for me.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a 9.5. I'll be
Tim,
real
what do you
with you.
give it?
I give it an 8 still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, bro, I want to know who Goku Black is.
Mm.
Like,
The original Goku Black is, yeah.
because now, you know, Joy with the twins. I was like, bro, that twin story actually does pretty stick. It does.
Mm.
Yin and Yang,
Oh,
Tiger, Dragon.
he got a transmission from Raditz. He said he'll follow up when he can. Oh, I found out Raditz is dead. Oh, I found out Vegeta and Nappa had a little issue. I'm like, all right, let me go check this out.
Mm.
Because, like
Yeah.
I said, bro, that scene with him and Gohan is like, this feels like an uncle taunting his nephew.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, bro, there's so much more they could do with
You got
this.
girls? You ain't got no girls, little boy. What you talking? You got no girls?
Oh,
you
wiping the dog Julio out his mouth.
Oh, you think you can fight? You can't fight, little boy. Come on now. I used to beat your dad up when we were kids. Get out of here.
Man, I heard you ran into a little problem. Why don't you come back and see me at 12 o'clock, man? We're going to talk about that. Got some
Yeah.
answers for you. Yeah, right, like...
To me, I feel like I'm not as big of a fan of Tree of Might as like you guys are. It's probably like a 7.5 out of 10 for me.
Okay.
Only because a lot of those things you guys said, the things that are left on the table, I just found so frustrating, even as a kid. Right? I'm just like, there were just so many things. I'm like, that's it? Like,
Yeah,
that's all that happened? Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Not having it. No, and Judge Dredd.
You know, I'm like that was it.
That's
like
it?
even
That's it. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Saturday morning about to throw my cereal. Like what? Like
Yeah.
even
man.
the whole thing where like he
D-minus
turns
star.
when he turns Gohan into an ape and like Goku's using the Kaioken to run from Gohan. Like I've never seen the ape move that fast, bro. Never. Like Goku's hitting it's like trying to reason with Gohan and try to hit the dash and Gohan's just like there was just so many things. I'm like,
Yeah, it made me be
What
like,
else?
yo, Gohan is a problem.
Yeah.
And then it goes
Nowhere.
Nowhere. I would have even liked if like maybe it took Trailers one more fruit to like overpower Goku. He just eats one and it becomes so one-sided. Granted, again, cinematography becomes A1. That one shot where he hits Goku down and you just see like the bullets falling and then one hits Goku and land, I'm like, beautiful. But it's just, bro, you're done. Just get your hands in the air from now. You're done. It's over. he got you.
Yeah.
He got you, my boy.
Yeah.
Right. The next movie that comes up is Lord Slug. Now, for those who haven't seen the movie or don't remember, quick synopsis. There's a meteorite on its way to Earth. Bulma calls up Goku because if it hits the Earth, it'll immediately wipe out the Earth. People start panicking in the streets. Goku and Krillin show up and they're trying to divert it because they can recognize that there's life on that meteorite and they don't want to kill everybody there. So they try to blast it. It doesn't work for reasons that don't quite make sense. Only to find out that the meteorite was housing Lord Slug's spaceship. Lord Slug now has an entire troop and henchmen that are all demons from a demon clan that's, again, never specified. They come to Earth. They start to terraform it because apparently they cannot stand direct sunlight. So they start terraforming the Earth. Earth gets this massive cloud over it. Things turn to ice. Goku recovers, joins the fight with Gohan and Piccolo. It's very, very short in terms of the actual fights. Like Goku and Slug start fighting maybe within 10 minutes of him showing up. And we get introduced to an interesting version of Super Saiyan that fans over the years have coined as false Super Saiyan. Slug is revealed to be a Namekian, which was obvious from the first time you looked at him for more than 2 seconds. But it's made as like this great reveal within the movie. He's a super Namekian who's pure evil, even quote unquote worse than King Piccolo. And they're able to defeat him with a combination of Gohan's whistling, Piccolo giving his ki to Goku, Goku hitting Lord Slug with the attack he used to kill King Piccolo, and then nuking him with a spirit bomb from the heavens. Roll credits. Now, I've been waiting for us to talk about this movie because this is one of those movies where I feel like Lord Slug as a character is one of the first examples we get in the Dragon Ball franchise of the concept was better than the execution, where the idea of an evil Namekian, the idea of a super Namek, the idea of what would happen essentially, we got the last movie, what would happen if Goku was evil? What would happen if, Demon King Piccolo got all the powers in the world, right? Essentially. And I feel like having seen this movie, even when I was a kid, it just always felt like this is the worst Dragon Ball movie. Like, I know people will say like, oh, Bio Broly's so bad. I'm like, yeah, Bio Broly's not great as a character. But as a movie, it has its moments. It has its moments is what I'll say. Lord Slug, I'm like, I don't remember a redeemable part of this movie. There was nothing in this movie other than maybe the henchmen that I actively enjoyed.
One of the
I hated everything.
One of the henchmen get to enjoy, kid.
Yeah.
This guy right here. Why is he on the cover?
Cousin.
Why is he even on the cover?
No, you're talking about Buddy that got body. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I said, why is he on the cover?
He never made it off the ship, bro. Crazy. So I feel like, again, I think Slug is saved because it's a good concept in theory. I definitely want to say some of my thoughts about his character when we get into it, but I do, to me, this is easily the worst Dragon Ball Z movie out of the original. I don't think anything even comes close to how bad Lord Slug is. But what did you guys think?
You want to go first, Joey, or I?
No, you good. You Gucci.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to talk about the placement, which was very, very odd. So apparently this takes place after Goku's arrival on Namek, but before his final showdown with Frieza. And that's some of the thing I always feel like that was very weird about these movies. It's kind of like you play, oh yeah, you cover this point, but oh no, but that part didn't happen yet. But how can this person leave from this point to go back to this? But then that's why you just got to consider these movies as what if. What if when you really look at it? The idea of a super Namek to me, it's cool, but it kind of fell flat, especially when you fast forward to the future. And to be honest, like, you know, especially as, when I rewatched Dragon Ball and, how we saw the King Piccolo saga, I was kind of expecting his henchmen to be something of that caliber. Because you remember, he created all his henchmen, like tambourine, drum,
Symbol.
symbol. So I would have thought that these henchmen would have been something like of him, like they are his offspring, and and it would have made much more sense, bro. Because I kind of feel like this should have been a movie where Piccolo's mindset is kind of like intrigued. I've like. But no, it just falls flat, and especially this was around the time of the Namek saga, and the simple fact is, we started to get more lore about dynamics. There's two particular clans. There's the Dragon Clan, who are like the mystics, and then there's the warriors. But it's kind of like there's no Namekian lore. But I just thought, oh yes, I'm a super Namek. But like, bro, you didn't do anything but got big like Piccolo, and you just got
And died like King Piccolo.
Yep. I have my thoughts on that, but we still talking about the
orally,
plot for now. So
orally. And it's just like, I just kind of feel like, bro, that was just very dumb. And then the other fact about, because I get it, though, especially when you jump back to Daima, they saying that the Namekians are a race that originated from the demon realm. So they came from there, and then I guess found another place, and they settled on Namek, and they've become what you call Nameks. That's cool because it makes sense. Because when you really look at it, look at King's Piccolo and Piccolo's fighting style for all their moves is like Demon Rush, Demon this, Demon that. So it kind of makes sense, but it's just like the whole, they can't touch the sunlight. I was like, bro, why is it gotta always be with aliens? It's gotta be some form of terraforming type of bro, come on, like Dragon Ball Z, you don't really need to go there, bro.
right. But
And
worse,
then
right?
my
The
thing
Tree of Might at
about it
least was
is,
cool. This was just like they what?
and then my thing about it is, what brought this Namekian to Earth so randomly? Because even with Turles, due to what I discovered, oh yeah, you got a call from Raditz or Nappa and Vegeta, and yeah, they went to Earth. I haven't heard from them in a while. Let me go check on that. But this is just he just shows up, and that's it. And then of course, it's more dialogue with Goku than it is Piccolo, and it's like, bro, like you have a connection to your own race, which you have an actual interest for, because when you look at it, bro, you was born as an orphan. All your brothers were dead, your daddy was dead, and due to where this take place, whatever, we don't even know if this was the part where Piccolo was wished alive.
That was my assumption. My assumption was that this happens after he fused with Nail. But like you said, they don't talk, so I don't know. There's him and Piccolo and Slug talk for maybe 30 seconds, and throughout the whole movie, like have an actual dialogue with each other. So it's. I have no earthly idea where this takes place in terms of who's powered up, other than like you said, is right before Goku fights Frieza. So that's why the reason why I said that, like, if that's the case, then Piccolo would have been brought back to life and would have fused with Nail, but we don't know because he's out for half the movie after shielding Gohan from a couple of ki blasts. But go on, Tim.
Bro, and it's like, even the Super Saiyan transformation, bro, that was very hollow to me. Because it's like all he did was just crush his hand, and like, bro, he's in the Namekian, and he's just going to grow that back.
And then when he does grow it back, it shocks you out of being Super Saiyan. You're so caught off guard, you lose the transformation.
And that's the part where I kind of feel like, this was the first major sign. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna focus on Goku that went south.
Yeah.
I gave this movie a 3. It was boring. It was very forgettable. It was very, very boring and forgettable. It really was.
Yeah, this movie felt like an episode of, you know, when you wake up Saturday morning and it just so happens to be uh end of season finale, close to the season finale, but not really quite close to the season finale for your WB cartoon programming. And they give that terrible episode where it's just like nothing really happens. Nothing really goes anywhere. Villain of the week.
Mm-hmm.
This felt like a villain of the week. So you're gonna terraform Earth to turn it into a ship? What's wrong with the ship
Yeah.
that you had before?
I want a bigger ship.
And it's like number one, when I saw how trash of a captain he was, I'm like, yo, why would anybody want to serve you, dog? Like, uh, you said I'm old? You? I said, I said, I said, wait, oh, what? You serious? You, Minion One, how long will it take? Well, if I'm honest, 3 days. Yeah. I'm like, dog, we only this
We just got here.
ain't no way I could like you, dog. I'm like, man, I was just like, I said, okay, this is crazy, dog. So I'm watching him. He gets the Dragon Balls. Boma, who works at Capsule Corp,
I mean, well, she is technically the heir.
she she gets her mind read
Which
because
was
she blurts out, okay. Um, and then after that, but even before he even shows up, Piccolo and Piccolo's listening to the music. He goes through this Morpheus Morpheus psychosis, dog. I'm just like, dog, you for real, man? So you mean to tell me a star blowing up don't distort your ears, but tambourines and and a dragon dancing? All right, man. Okay.
Especially a person where your whole clan and brothers were named after musical instruments. And I'm just like, wait, what? Like, bro, you have a brother named Tambourine.
Yeah.
keep going.
And so now we get to his henchmen. I like the designs; they were unique, right? They were unique.
Mhm. Some of
It's
them a
just
little they borrow a little heavily, right? Like there's the one where
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
this is
He looks
clearly
just like
Zarbon and
yeah,
Dodoria.
yeah,
Like-
exactly.
but with horns
And
and wings.
with horns and wings, man. And then man, so now you finally get to Lord Slug showing up. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably the funniest part with Krillin. Krillin goes up, I'll take him on. Yeah. You got this one, Goku. That was beautiful. That was hilarious. Um,
Okay, I'll give you that.
that was hilarious. But nothing got. I'll tell you when Cooler returns, nothing got that one part with the. I'll tell you what part had me done. To this day, it still has me rolling when we
Okay.
get to it. But this movie was just. He wishes to be young again versus wishing for a new ship. So what if you didn't find the Dragon Balls? What would have you have done? You would have terraformed the planet anyway, and then just. So what's your objective? Like, hey man, I'm young now. Let me bang it. And I'm just blown away. I like not blown away, but I'm trying to understand this. Yo, this movie ain't good, man.
Keep
So
going.
now Goku shows up. Goku, of course, beats everybody. No Tien, no Yamcha. Um,
Oh, remember they're dead in this timeline.
they're dead in this timeline, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Goku went to Namek, beat the Ginyu Force, came back with Piccolo, then went back
And fought Frieza.
and
And
fought
yeah.
Frieza.
Mm-hmm.
You can't consider it that far because, bro, once you explain it out loud, it just sounds so crazy. Like, wait, what?
Keep going.
Yeah, so I'm just like I'm like, yo, this is crazy. You didn't think about bringing Vegeta with you? So you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, yo, this is insane.
Mm-hmm.
So it took you all that time to get to Namek, and you come back in a jiffy. Okay. Uh, let's keep going, man. So now we get to the fight. Goku fights the henchmen, which is what the henchmen were cool, right? Some of them were interesting.
I like Meta Matcha, the one that's like
Yeah,
has the weird eyes, and I'm like, I
yeah,
like
yeah.
this was very unique. I liked it.
He was
I
he
did.
was
I
creepy.
can't.
He was
Yes.
creepy. And I like this version of Gohan because Gohan was brave. Gohan saw what was happening. What? No. And he went to the started tagging the henchmen. I said, all right, Gohan. Chi
Mm-hmm.
lasted all but 2 minutes, as Chi usually does.
Yeah,
But
but
she
she
did
did.
something,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so now, it's just like you would think that Lord Slug would do everything in his power to, hey, man, another Namek? two Namecs together? But of course he wouldn't, right? He just blasted his henchmen, two of them for saying he was old. All right, my man, you would not want anything to do with Mace, if Mace showed up. You feel me? Man, you're old, man. You feel me? We not supposed to respect you. Why? You know what I'm saying? So, like, after that, those henchmen died pretty bad. Like, yo, Metamacha, his guts, he was just coughing out blood, man. He was dead. And then homeboy, yeah, I got him. I'm like, yo, that's the oldest trick in the book. You gonna dig underground in front of me? And then Goku gave him a mouthful, and he. I don't know if you ever watched Judge Dredd with Kyle Urban, but yeah, that hot shot. Oh boy, I was like, yo, this was a terrible death.
Mm-hmm.
So now you go to the false Super Saiyan, and it just doesn't.
It doesn't
King Kai
stick.
come out of nowhere. Oh no, this is more terrible than terrible. I'm like, yo, so you mean to tell me you didn't try to communicate with Goku even before that, or do anything? Now you just show up, and I'm like, this movie all over the place, and there's no thought behind it. If he's a super Namek, couldn't he have called the Dragon Balls? Why does he even?
What is a super Namek?
Great question, Tim.
What is
Keep
a
going.
what is a super Namek? Because from what I see in this movie, you just got back some of your youth and you just started fighting and you just got big. I was like, bro, Piccolo did the same thing. And then my thing about it is, bro, like how could you go from such a compelling story like King Piccolo to this? It's like there's nothing here that sticks. There's nothing about this that just makes it like such a very satisfying piece. And it's like, bro, yeah, this is very skeptical. It kind of feels like if this was like, an actual series, like, bro, this is like filler. Like, oh, nothing really matters here.
Mm-hmm. Nothing matters. Like Jory always says about certain things, nothing made it past the first draft. There was never a revision. There was never like, let's figure out how to make this tie together. If you want to kind of get into the little format, though, you have it broken down. I feel like villain wise, like you said, Tim, about the Super Namekian, as I'm watching the movie, I'm like, you didn't even have to do much to make him different, right? If you told me being a Super Namekian means he has instant regeneration, right? Let's say Goku punches a hole through him, his body immediately heals, right? Or like he can gigantify certain parts of his body, right? He doesn't have to go fully big. He can make his arms stretch out like he's Gear 3 Luffy. All of this is a lot more compelling than what I'm seeing right now in front of my screen. I'm not seeing anything that makes me feel like this guy is a problem. Nothing. The choreography was garbage.
He went out.
Garbage.
He went out like Vilgax the first episode of Ben 10, man. So it was just like villain of the week. I'm like, this episode of Ben 10, man.
Yeah, I'm just like, bro, like someone really wrote in their storyboard. So yeah. So Piccolo rips off his ears while laughing like a maniac, tells Gohan to whistle so he could give Goku the remaining of his ki, and somehow that'll get it done. That will finish.
Because he had super ears.
Yeah, he has super ears, right? Nothing
So
like
super damage.
right. Nothing says weakening a Dragon Ball's villain like whistling, right? And again, I'm cool with gimmicks, right? I think that's one of the things that we always kind of critique about Dragon Balls, like everything kind of becomes like power levels, and I'm glad that it didn't always boil down to that. But essentially, what you're telling me is that at any point, if Gohan had started whistling, this movie would have ended 20 minutes ago, and that's my problem. Like that means nothing that Lord Slug did mattered. Nothing mattered. Nothing. No, there was no way he was ever going to get it done, because if they figured out his weakness, it was a wrap. So,
Because, and you know what also would have been an interesting story to me? Like, you remember, I mean, even though technically this arc was a horrible arc, too. Remember in the Granola arc when we met another Namekian and you found out that, like, a lot of them are refugees. Some of them left the planet and then, they live as refugees in other places. I feel like even that could have been an interesting story. Like, so what has this Namekian, who's obviously into crime,
Mm-hmm.
what does he do around the galaxy? Because I get it. This was the era of Dragon Ball Z where they started to get more into like space villains. Okay,
Yes.
of course. Joy, said it best, and you find out that exactly what is the truth. Turles was part of the Frieza Force, and he deviated. So, okay, in the midst of this universe, who is this Namekian? And it kind of sounds redundant, but space pirate. When you really
Yeah.
look at it, invader. So like, what is his whole purpose, bro? Like, yes, Namekians have a longer lifespan than most life forms, but it's just like, where's this going?
Yeah. Why is he with these demons? Where did he meet them? Why do they have a spaceship? Why? What is, like you said? What have they been doing? If Slug is this old, what has he been doing for these?
I'll
I'm
say
assuming hundreds of years.
I'll say this. He's probably the closest thing we'll ever get to knowing who and how Garlic Jr. dad character was actually Garlic Jr. dad would have been actually as a character. This is probably the
That's fair.
closest thing. This is exactly who I imagine him to be. Killing a minion within 30 seconds just because he called him old.
It's garbage, bro. It's garbage.
It's
It's
trash.
garbage.
Yeah,
And to be
it's
honest, bro, I
trash.
feel like there's nothing more we could really say about this particular movie. I feel like we could just move on to
Well,
Oh
the
yeah.
Golden Boy.
I gotta hit our format. It's only fair, right? And you're talking about somebody who hates this movie. Did you feel the way that the heroes are utilized in this movie made sense? When
No,
you see Goku going fake Super Saiyan and
no, no, no. It was redundant, man. Like I said, man. Even the villains' designs, like yes, of course, they're taking a lot of stuff from like Frieza's like army inspiration, and they kind of try to fuse it with King Piccolo because I see the
mm,
dragon wings and stuff like that. But I
mm-hmm.
still feel like it would have made sense, especially on the scale with Piccolo's iteration and even Goku, even Krillin. Like imagine seeing villains that nearly almost obliterated you in the Dragon Ball saga. Like you remember Tambourine killed Krillin.
Mm-hmm.
Tambourine killed Krillin. King Piccolo killed Master Roshi and Chaozu. It's like that would have been so interesting to see. Like, yes, they're not the same people, but they have similar features. And you could have you could have experimented with their names a bit like that. Because yeah, because with Piccolo, everything was either a musical item. So Slug, like, what would you name your henchmen?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would you name them that gives them kind of like a connection to you? And I felt like that would have been great, bro. It would have hit on the Dragon Ball nostalgia. You could have advanced more about the Namekian lore. Like maybe him as a super Namek, depending on which clan he was from, he knows different techniques. And that could have like opened up Piccolo's like curiosity, like, wow, I could do so much more
Yeah.
that I didn't know. But nope.
But
You
yeah.
got a color palette Super Saiyan that I hope Xenoverse don't get no ideas.
Hey, bro. With the way they going, crystal redstone sticking out your body, and now you're a different character.
It's
It's
crazy.
not.
It's
It's they
crazy.
might double back.
Him and Tapion got the same clothing on, technically.
Yeah, I mean, but this is from an era where there was a lot of let's call them inspired designs
Okay.
amongst the movie properties. But
All
yeah,
right.
I mean, we can pretty much move on. I think, I mean, again, like I know we're gonna cover Bio Broly at some point. When I look at everyone's like, oh, Bio Broly, it's unquestionably the worst movie. I'm like, listen, have you watched Lord Slug recently? This is a disaster movie. This is something where like he's saved by the fact that he's just not as bad as a concept
Even
as Bio
Spark,
Broly.
even Sparkling Zero couldn't save him in that boring moveset. They did a straight Tenkaichi 3 copy and paste. They
What
didn't
else
even
could they have done?
try.
They don't know. There's nothing to pull from. he,
They
he
didn't.
didn't
They
do
didn't
anything.
even. They didn't even try, bro. I was like, let me guess. Oh, Darkness Eye Beam. Oh, Darkness Blast. Grow
Yeah.
Giant.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Mouth
like, bro, you
blast.
have the exact same moveset from a PS2 game. Wow.
He did nothing. He did nothing. So yeah. This movie is a 1 out of 10 for me. It's like I said, it's the worst. It's the worst. I don't have nothing to say to redeem it. I like the fighting landscape. I'll say the abandoned city thing was kind of cool.
That was cool.
It's always interesting and refreshing when Dragon Ball brings in new environments. I thought that was interesting, but other than that, I'm like,
Yeah, because the first three movies was
movie.
very hard left in terms because you had this demonic looking castle for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was some ice cyber dome. The third one, oh yeah, giant tree that's
A
turning the
giant
world into
parasite
a
tree.
wasteland.
Yeah. So I'll give it that. I'm like, especially because of the movies we're about to cover. I'm like, to be fair, it's a very unique setting compared to even the next movie we're going to talk about. So that's kind of where I'm at on Lord Slug. Now to move on to, like Tim said, the golden childs of the movies, right? The name who comes up immediately, probably right after Broly, when you think about movie villains, Cooler, the older brother of Frieza. Now,
The brother that does it better.
the one that does it better. Now, in this movie, again, quick plot synopsis. Goku and friends are out on a camping trip. Actually, I take that back. Initially, there's a flashback scene of Goku's ship escaping Planet Vegeta when he's a baby. Cooler has the chance to shoot it down. He decides not to, just to make take a shot at Frieza. Frieza not taking his job seriously. It fast forwards where Goku's an adult. They go camping. Cooler Squadron shows up, kind of jump the gang. Goku shows up, and trying to beat the deadbeat father of the year allegations, rightfully so, because it's just a negative narrative. Goku jumps in front of a blast meant for Gohan and takes critical damage. He's able to get away. Essentially, they play hide and seek for a majority of the movie. We're just calling it for what it is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Gohan's sent on a mission to go to Korin and get some senzu beans. He flies on Icarus. On his way back, he gets jumped by the squad. Piccolo shows up, puts on an MVP performance until Cooler shows up. Hall of Fame uncle performance. 2-1 for sure. At that point, Goku gets the senzu bean, is revived, fights on fairly equal footing with Cooler. Cooler shows a transformation, probably one of the coolest original movie designs we've ever seen in terms of forms, and embarrasses Goku. Then Goku sees a bird collapse. It reminds him of his friends. He turns Super Saiyan and it goes quiet, which in my mind, I'm like, well, there goes the credits. Cooler's the only one who don't realize the movie's over now. And he tries to hit Goku one more attack. Goku blasts him into the sun, and Cooler has a flashback of having had the chance to have killed him when he was a harmless baby, only to be defeated. Now, with this movie, again, we'll go through our little general thing. What did you guys think about the plot of this movie?
The plot was good. To be honest, this is actually one of the first movies that it has a very subtle ground where it could fit into the story.
Yes.
Because obviously this is after Frieza, but you could tell this was the part where Vegeta was going through his space tour where he was taking out the rest of Frieza's army at the time. And, it was before, like, of course, the androids and all that other good stuff. Like, you could tell, like, yeah, this was probably, like, right after Trunks.
Right.
Right after Trunks. Hey, I'm back. We haven't seen each other in a while. Let's go on a camping trip together.
Sometime during that 3-year training period.
Yeah.
It feels
so, like, it could actually fit into this scenario. Mm-hmm. And, remember, even the whole transform of the Super Saiyan, like, why didn't he just do it? I was like, well, bro, you realize he just learned that. And he learned that from rage. Well, actually, no. I take that back.
He learned to control it before he came back.
But then that is the key part. Like, why didn't he just do it like how he did with Trunks? Oh, actually, yeah, bro. I got to take that back. That is a plot hole.
I've seen that a lot. I don't think it's a plot hole, right? I think what we've known to be true about Goku, right, and it shows up even when we're going to talk about Enter 13. It's like there was a point where him transforming was like the absolute last resort. Like you see a couple of movies, especially in the next two movies we're about to talk about, like Goku only turned Super Saiyan because there was no other option. Like I can't beat this guy. I'm not getting anywhere. So to me, I'm like, it could be plot hole-ish, to be fair. Like, I do think there is a little thing like, why didn't he just body everybody? But there is that part of like, but we all know how Goku gets down. Like, Goku's the type of person who's like, bro, you could have just gone Super Saiyan 3 from the gate and just murdered like in half of these like skirmishes, and he doesn't. So it feels like it's like, but also kind of on brand with the character. Like, we know how he gets down.
Okay. I mean, but overall, it was a great movie. Some of the early plot stuff was a bit boring for me, but I gave it like overall like a 7, man. Like I said, Cooler's demeanor, even from the flashback at the beginning, like when his henchman was about to like shoot the shit, he's like delay that order, and like the way he talked about Frieza, I was like, wait, Frieza is he like a child? And I was like, wow, like yes, aliens age differently. Like he might be a child, and this is the older brother who the father probably didn't really care for like that because King Cold has made it pretty clear Frieza is is the
special,
golden
yeah.
child, and like the way he was talking, like when Frieza was like laughing at the planet like being blown up, he's like dude, you're so disgusting, like you don't even know who could have got away. That could have been somebody who could have come back and be a real problem, and you just laughing at the matter. And then, but of course, in his own subtle calmness, he was like, "All right, well, just let it go, I guess, whatever."
Yeah.
But then, that universal call gets around. Somebody, oh yeah, Frieza went to Earth and never came back. Okay, now we gotta. And then I was like, finally, somebody who has a reason to come to Earth. He got that call, like, hey, all right, let's go check it out. Pull up, the whole
So is this
force.
after Cell?
No.
This
Okay.
is
I'm about to say
this is where Tim is saying, like, this is where the people have guessed the timeline is. It's after Frieza, after Namek, but during that 3-year training period before the androids show up. So if you remember, Trunks shows up, gives him the medicine, goes back to the future, and then Goku goes on like a train. Him, Gohan, and Piccolo are training during that time period.
You know what I
And
just
before the
realized?
androids.
Remember, in Trunks' original time, Trunks never showed up. It was Goku who came, like did instant transmission and defeated them. So you never may know. He probably this could come from another timeline point of view when you really look at it. So that's very interesting. But yeah, like it was cool for what it was, man. Piccolo when he fought them 3 henchmen, bro, that was dope. The first one, Mini Hulk, blasted
Got him
away.
out of here.
The second one, like I love like Piccolo's like craftiness in battle when he thought he had him, like he was like shocking him to death. He's like, and then they was throwing so many remarks and like, hold on, what is a Namekian doing out here? They was like, oh yeah, Frieza blew it up. He's like, oh yeah, yeah. But then like when Piccolo was like laughing while he was getting shocked and he grabbed dude and just transferred the elect. I was like, bro. And then of course the last dude, Zarbon's cousin, frat brother, did not stand a chance at all. Like, if Piccolo had 30 more seconds, like, bro, you'd have been dead.
You would have been gone. Done for.
When Cooler and Goku fought again, that was a very impressive battle. And I like the fact that they included information that, okay, this is like, how Frieza's final form was when he transformed against Vegeta? And that was like his final form. Cooler like gave us confirmation, like, yes, that's the same form that you see me in, but I found another beyond it. And then just to see it take place, and and what he did, like, bro, I tell people to this day, when he was swimming through the Kamea wave, I was like, and just pimp smack Goku, I was like, but then you get Golden Frieza, and I'm just like,
You know what I'm gonna say, but Tim, the toys. Come on now.
I was like, bro, like, you have the blueprint. You have the blueprint, like yeah, you ain't gotta make him look exactly like him, but it's like, bro, a color palette.
You can't disagree with Toriyama, Tim. Come on now, you know better than that.
And then, of course, it's cool.
Toriyama designed Golden Frieza, bro?
Yes.
No, but the best part of the movie was that the music, bro. The music delivered in many parts of the movie. Like when Cooler did the supernova and Goku was struggling, that music that was playing, and it just even when Goku blasted him into the sun, like when he had that realization, like, wait, this is the kid I let go. and it's like he felt so hurt, like because you could tell Cooler and Vegeta are very similar. They have very similar demeanors. They have a very huge level of pride in their race. So, and that's why I kind of felt like I wish they had more dialogue amongst each other or made him a canon character because they are real
Oh,
good.
he's coming. He's
They
coming.
are very similar in many aspects, bro.
Once they
But
saw what
yeah,
the Brawley movie numbers did, bro, Tarzan Brawley, don't you worry. Cooler is right there on the.
no, but
on the
he's a fan favorite, man. When it comes to movie characters, you already know it's Bardock, Cooler, and
Which
Dragon Ball
Bardock?
Z,
Which Bardock?
Dragon Ball
Z
Z,
Bardock, yeah,
Z
Z
Bardock,
Okay,
Bardock,
that's
yeah.
the
Z
okay.
Bardock,
Okay, good.
Z Bardock, Z Cooler, and Z Broly. They are always in it. Even when it comes to the covers, bro, they're on the
Even
covers
when it
too.
don't make sense, they're in it.
Yeah, and of course, honorary mention. Janimba comes later down the line because
Yeah, for sure.
he's Janimba, but yeah, like this was a solid 7 out of 10 for me, and for many good reasons.
Okay, that's right. What about you? What do you think about the plot?
Oh, simple. I
Yes,
feel like Dragon Ball Z flourishes when the plot is simple.
Hmm.
Plain and simple. When the plot's simple, it's Dragon Ball Z's the best. It becomes the best version of that simple storyline
Hmm.
within the world of Dragon Ball Z. So that's how I feel about it. I think everything about the that's my one of my top five villains. He's number two on my list. Yeah. I say like he's one top five villains.
now you know why I
'Cause-
gave you that wink. Yeah,
Oh yeah, cause Tim's pretty much said everything I could say about Cooler, but Cooler Cooler's demeanor let you know that he was on like a brainiac level. He was a very, very master
precise.
of tactician.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, his threat and his presence there was like, oh, this man is a problem. You know what I'm saying? And then the second movie is more of a testament to how sick he is.
Oh, definitely,
And
definitely.
it's just like, man, oh man, Cooler. I could see Cooler becoming an Aizen easily with if you give him time.
Mm-hmm.
If they allowed him to come into the Dragon Ball Z universe, Cooler would be the number one problem, and he would just be that DC villain written by Bruce Timm, and to where you're like, yo, I don't know what the Justice League gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all got Superman on the team, and
It's
and
still
it's
looking
just
a little
and
dire.
yeah, it's the
He's
situ-
built for longevity, man. He really
yeah.
is. And even the reason why he got a sequel, because a lot of people felt like the moment the action started to pick up, it was over, and that's where the next movie that came along, it was like that King
we
Skull Island movie.
we gonna talk about it,
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
we gonna get
It's on the
we gonna
docket.
get to but yeah, man, I think his introduction, man, and his cut to me, number one, his design. I didn't think you could make a design because Frieza design was cool. It was very alien,
Mm-hmm.
but I never saw myself drawn to Frieza's race as like a character or like uh the reason why I picked Frieza's race was because of Cooler. And I main that race was because of Cooler. I
Mm-hmm.
said, yo, if Cooler's design to me was just that's like, yo, why does this dude look like Frieza but better? And and um
Which
and
is
I was
crazy
just
when you think about it, because Frieza has, like you said, a top tier design. Like if you think
his
about how
color
Frieza's
scheme,
forms are,
yeah.
they're really good.
Frieza's final form.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like that's a SSS rank style design. But Cooler is four S's. Just base Cooler is four S's. And I think what helps his character even more is his demeanor, man.
Yeah.
Cooler's watching this entire battle from his little cockpit. Bardock dies. Oh, it's over. Let me go back to filing my taxes myself, henchman. And so now I'm looking at this and I'm like, yo, so now Cooler, he finally finds out that, Frieza's dead, so now he heads to the planet. We skip and a lot of the moments to me, I liked Cooler's Ginyu Force.
I
Cooler's
was gonna ask when we talked about the villains, what do you think about his squad essentially? Like
yeah,
what do you
yeah. To me his squad wasn't cooler than Turles, but they were effective.
I was gonna say I feel like they help with the lore of the world,
Yeah,
like
they do.
because like
They do.
you, it made me think when I was rewatching it, I was like, and they've kind of confirmed this through the games, out of all places, like that whole like the Ginyu Force, Cooler's Armored Squadron, they all come from like the same school, like it's like almost like an academy of
Yeah.
some sort of like special forces, and apparently Saza and Jace have beef. Like they don't like each other.
Wow.
So it's like in terms of like that quiet, like, when you guys are talking about world building, I'm like, that's interesting that like there's this whole thing of like somewhere along the way there's somebody that like sends these aliens to school with aspirations of joining the Frieza Force.
But again, that's where we write the lore, right? And not the creators. So
Mm,
yeah, so with Cooler, his design, the introduction, um, more lore on his race. That was another thing that was cool. More lore on his race, and to like to show you how crafty cool. It just more of a testament to how cool who Cooler is, man. Like, yo, I found another one past my brother's form. He's not trying. He's
mm,
not trying. He's lazy. Who's to say I don't have one past this one? This final form is only final for now. That's what I felt when Cooler was talking. It didn't
mm,
feel like, yo, he was satisfied with that. You know what I'm saying? With that part of him. And so, you go on, but to skip all the henchmen, one of the henchmen I did enjoy was the one that could like he'll move his head to
yeah,
like
yeah.
I thought that was it made his character unique, man. I kind of wish he fought more a little longer, but you know, his Ginyu Force was dope, man. Um, and the fact is just a little camp, father and son supposed to be chilling. Camp camp gets destroyed. The cookout gets destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So Cooler decides to do a drive by. Oh no, man. My goons found you. Hey yo, Cooler, he had this. And so Piccolo gets a little some shine, man. That's dope.
And not a little shine.
A lot of shine.
MVP.
MVP, man. And then until Cooler shows up and gives him the old signature move.
Right.
Bro,
but
that
that
was
was
a scene.
it was beautiful. It was
Like,
so beautiful.
like as you hear, like he's like Salsa, leave it to me, and then literally that split second.
The thing is like one of the things that like you guys mentioned earlier, but like the thing that like impresses about Cooler is like as far as he knew, he killed Piccolo. Like in the movies how they kind of beat them into unconsciousness. I'm like, bro, he shot him through the chest off jump immediately.
No
Even
time,
with
didn't
Goku, like
care.
he went for
Yeah.
the kill shot from go. I'm not doing this whole let's play. No,
Well, apparently,
get done.
according to Namekian lore, if their head is intact, they could regenerate.
Yeah, but he doesn't know anything about Namekians. He shot him through the chest, bro, out the gate.
Yeah, if that was a human, that would have been dead.
Yeah. And then picked up the
Yeah.
body, tossed it to Goku, and blew it up again.
Yeah. I mean, man, the like yeah. Like man. And his eyes when he was doing it. Did you get a chance to look at his eyes? It was like, man, I see, yo, this guy doesn't. They're getting the character's his posture, his behavior, his manners. He acts nothing like Frieza.
Oh, and they remember they also thought he was Frieza. And
Mm-hmm.
then, because I
They
remember
did,
when one of
yeah,
the henchmen is like, he's like, Frieza, you will not give up your easel. And Salsa's like, that's not Frieza. This is Lord Cooler. This is Frieza's brother, and it's like, oh, there's another one of you.
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
sir.
So now you're like, man, how many siblings does he have? Is there, how many siblings does Frieza race have? What is the Frieza race? And more questions was like, I'm like, man, these guys are deadly. I was terrified. Now you got more of these guys in space, and King Cold was the strongest one.
Supposedly, we don't know. We
Supposedly.
don't
Supposedly,
know.
yeah,
Supposedly.
yeah. But
That hierarchy.
so now, we finally get to the showdown. Goku's, rejuvenated, and now they start fighting. This is where Cooler became. I didn't care no more. This was it. They start fighting. He says, "Hey, man, Goku, I hate to break it to you, but the form that you fought Frieza in, I'm in right now." Tim, to parry what you to tag on to what you said, he said, "Oh, there's one above it." He don't just transform into a slimmer version. He goes for brute force.
Brute force with speed.
Brute force with speed. So now, yeah, like how long you been training in this, dog? He's
Yes.
not slow. He's not. And then the thing
He's
is, he
not
could
losing
revert.
power.
He
Yeah.
could revert back too.
You
So it was
know,
like
you
I'm
know what's
thinking, I said,
crazy? You know how a design person knows they snapped when they gave him the face mask because it served no greater
no
purpose. It's
purpose,
just
no purpose,
they know
no
they're just
purpose.
like this don't mean
But that
a
killed it.
thing,
That
but it's
that to me, I lost my mind when I saw it because he looked better. He looks better without the
it
face
fits more
mask.
within the transformation.
But
Yeah,
when
but then
he
with the
puts on the Bane mask, I really believe that my power would be limited. I was like, nah, this was genius, dog.
yeah.
Because now he's even more terrifying. It's
Whoever
he's
designed that
more
was getting dapped up in the office with the story, but like, yo,
ter-
we got one.
yo, man. Don DeMarco. Don DeMarco. Yo. So when he transforms, man, and then listen, man, there's so many scenes from that one movie when they're fighting. When Cooler goes into the air, Goku rushes from him. He disappears. He hits him with the elbow.
Hmm.
He just Goku rushes him again. The camera pans out. Bomb. Goku gets hit again. Then Goku decides to cut in front of him. He disappears, and he, with the same elbow that he parried him, he decides to drop it on him and keeps the. I said, hey, I'm not gonna lie. If he lived long, he would have gave Cell problems because he was more perfect than Cell in his posture, his confidence. Then the dragon kick that he gave Goku on the mountain. That's the most iconic kick of all time. It was so iconic they took it from Street Fighter and they put it on with Goken versus Street Fighter for the Street Fighter Ultimate
Mm.
Super Street Fighter. Listen, man, that's not even what got me, man.
I like the punch more.
The wait, it's coming. There was a scene where Goku he punches Goku on the ground, then adds more pressure and parts the waterfall. Then punches Goku again in the water. So now my excitement. I'm standing up watching this. Now you gotta understand. I'm like what 10 years old maybe, and I'm watching the VHS tapes in Japanese. So I'm just like yo, this is what they gotta deal with in the upcoming years of Dragon Ball Z. Because those movie villains, he's better than anything for me than the Buu Saga. I'm just gonna be real. There's parts of the Buu Saga, yo, we could do without.
Yeah,
Fat Buu, Fat Buu was more interesting when I think about it than Kid Buu, man,
by far.
by far. Right, but we'll talk about that later. But I'm not gonna go off track. But man, my goodness, this guy Toriyama knows how to use pink. And that whoever thought of that maroon or that magenta for cooler, I just felt like that fight right there, man, was just beyond. Even it was so crazy that when they finally dubbed the Cooler fight in English and they started releasing in the US, and you remember they had the Burger King toys? We
Mm-hmm.
fought over them toys. Even though they got the color scheme wrong for Cooler, he still looked good in blue. Right? They got the color scheme wrong, kid.
Mm-hmm.
But the I mean, everything Cooler, the thing Cooler was doing, here's another thing that made Cooler fight. His feats that he was showing on screen. He was showing feats on screen, right? That's why a lot of people probably gravitate towards a lot of the other characters because of there were feats on screen that they performed. And Cooler has more feats than anybody because he had two films. It's not fair, but he had two
It's
films.
not.
But
But the
man,
thing that
and
gives him an advantage of that is that both of his films are fire. That's the difference.
A1,
That's
man. A1 storytelling, man. And
fire.
so now, man, Tim, he does the Kamehameha. And in my mind, this is the Blue Eyes White Dragon's neutron blast. This is it, man. XYZ canon. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I sacrifice all my cards for this. He does the blast. Cooler swims in it. And the speed. Cooler stands for a couple of seconds,
Yeah.
charges, and then we don't see Cooler no more. Then pop surprise. And then that's when that combo started. Then he gives that famous dragon kick to the chest. I was like, Goku, that right there, Goku was done. And then he falls on the floor. I'm like, yeah, this is over, man. And Cooler's like, I'm done, man. Y'all, I'm done with this planet. Cooler ascends to the sky, gets ready to drop the Star Blast. Um, Only thing now you know that this is a Frieza race thing. This is what they do. They have some type of special beam that they make,
Like a family lineage. But
family lineage
yeah.
attack, and Goku
It's the
turns Super Saiyan.
Kamehameha of the Frieza clan.
Yeah, it's the Kamehameha of the Frieza clan, and so now they fight, and it is what it is. Goku, he dies the worst out of everybody, man. He gets,
I,
lasted to the sun,
uh, I, there's
blasted to
a couple movies later on that we'll talk about that I
okay,
think might surpass, but it's up there. It's
yeah,
definitely up there for
yeah.
sure.
So
But there's a
he
couple
died.
other
He
movies where I'm
dies.
like, fam, yo.
He he dies pretty bad, man. And so
I
now
mean,
he
well,
realizes,
technically, he didn't die.
yeah, technically, yeah, no, right?
Yeah.
But after that, for that finish, man, the Kamehameha to the sun is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And the speed that he reached the sun, man, that was insane. This was
Because it lets
beyond
you
light
know, like, there was
speed.
nothing he could do. Like, fam,
There
you're
was
not.
nothing he could do. He was, yeah. So it was just like, okay, the Kamehameha blast had more focus, juice, and to be honest with you, Goku depleted all his energy into that blast,
Mm.
and so there you go. And this is Goku grunting. We ain't never see Goku grunt ever. Goku straight Jim Lee, Magneto with the saliva and Wolverine, whatever, getting maxed out into the sun. So this is a 9 for me, man. 9.5.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my favorite movie. Um, Favorite villain. Everything about the film made sense. Nothing felt it didn't overstay its welcome. Although I would have liked a little bit more time during the fight, but at the same time, what Cooler did, the villain was a threat. The villain only lost because he could open another gate.
Yeah.
So that's
I
it,
would
man.
say my thoughts on it. It's a 7 out of 10 for me. Really, my only critiques with it was something that Tim pointed out earlier. The first half is a little slow. It's like that gap between when they're looking to figure out a way to get Goku healthy again, and the legit they're just playing hide and seek. I'm like, there's a whole lot of nothing happening right
Yeah,
now. Like,
yeah.
I don't know
I
what
get
they
you.
could have done to be fair. Like given the cast, I don't know what more could have been done to like make it interesting. But it's just, I just didn't like it. I'm like, you have his henchmen kind of scouring the forest, blowing it up at random. Krillin's hiding Goku, and we're watching Gohan flying Icarus to Korin's tower. This is what we thought to do.
I think adding probably another Z fighter to the mix would have made more sense, and would have.
But who at that point?
Yeah, or just something where it's like there's like a little bit more close call aspect. Like there wasn't, again, it literally was just like they waited. It was just two sides of like, we're waiting for the plot to start again, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that it's like y'all were just sitting, like, we're just gonna hang around until someone's key flares up. Like, what? Like this was your plan? Like we're just gonna wait and then jump this 6-year-old boy on his pet dragon. Like I thought that was like a little, like, I'm like, not too crazy about that part. But like y'all said, that last half, oh my goodness. I'm not gonna rehash all those points, but cinema. I mean, when I tell you on a rewatch, I'm like, yo, Piccolo, my man. And the thing that I liked about this movie that you pointed out, Joy, with Cooler, is like the scale was there. Right. So like after he defeats the two guys and he's chasing Sazor through the forest, I'm like, bro, Sazor doesn't even see Piccolo at first. He sees the hands cutting through the trees. I'm like, bro, because like it gives you that perspective of like, they know he's in the Namekian, but they don't know what Namekians can do. So you're seeing this as someone like, bro, where is this man even coming from? Through the trees. Coming through the trees like Predator. Just, he done killed two of my best friends.
Utilization of the environment. Genius.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like when you see things like that, like Tim said, Piccolo is smiling while he's getting electrocuted and it's grabbing Buddy, hit him with the own attack. It's just those little things of like, I look at some of these movies of like, these were ways to flesh out the characters that the series didn't really get a chance to. And if this didn't put Piccolo as a kid, especially in your top 5, what else could have got it done?
Because honestly, bro, when Piccolo fought those henchmen, bro, like he was like the boogeyman to them because he took out the first dude quick. And then the second one, remember, he's like, all right, Maze, make it hurt. So Piccolo kills him within 3 seconds. And then Piccolo shoots at Salsa flying away. And he's like, wait, what is that? He like, da. He's like, Maze, I thought you. Piccolo teleports in front of him and just leans him out. And it's like, bro, like, this dude, like, I just left you. Like, what you mean? Like, you...
I just turned around. And there goes your smoking corpse. Piccolo was on fire, bro. Supporting assist off the back rim the whole movie for Goku, bro. Just NBA Street Volume 2 Game Breaker. Just you know, so like it just seeing that to me was good. Again, I don't want to rehash points. I do take a little bit off the ending because I do feel like once Goku turned Super Saiyan, it got a little simplistic. Like he legit,
the budget was about to run out.
Yeah. He transforms his Cooler twice, and Cooler's like, you know what? It's supernova time. It's like, bro, what? Like, what happened to all that rah-rah? You was just calling yourself king of the castle, blowing up rocks by lifting your hands. You got gut punch. You're like, you know what? I think I'm tired of this planet. I'm like, bro, all right. You know, so like I do think like in retrospect, I can see why Cooler is heralded so high in like the Dragon Ball Z movie villain. Like he earns that spot up there to me. Like he does everything that you guys said. He's someone where I'm like, I can't wait for them to bring him to the canon. If they write him even somewhat similar to how they wrote him in these movies. Because it just makes sense. It's one of those things where it's like you guys said, maybe they could have done a little bit more like explaining, but like all the core elements are there. He's Frieza's older brother. There's a corp of, you know, we've already established in the main series that these family takes these planets and sells them to the highest bidder. You know, he was the older brother that got overlooked. He takes a lot of pride in his clan. His only shortcoming is his ego. And yeah, he's a problem. So 7 out of 10 for me. I think all the characters did what they needed to do.
Yeah. All that they could do. Yeah. I'm like, did Krillin and Gohan get defeated a little too easily? Sure. But I think going back to the whole budget thing, I'm like, if we had to kind of get to the main dance, them being around wouldn't have made much sense. It's just, it starts to kind of get to a point where I'm like, all right,
I could see why I started to lose some of my love for Krillin because of these movies, right? If one thing's true for
Yeah, I
Piccolo, the opposite is
definitely
true for
did.
Krillin, where I'm like, Krillin, come on, bro. Already. You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't hit him with a solar flare, nothing. You just
No, from a
1, 2.
strategy,
Yeah, nothing.
you couldn't Usopp your way out of this one, and
Right.
you're
You
the
know?
original Usopp.
So that's really, again, but it's 7 out of 10 for me. Still, Coola's easily top 3. Might be, when he might be number 1 in my personal list in terms of like movie villains. But yeah, so to move on to the sequel, right? Jaws: The Revenge, Jurassic Park 2. We get to the Return of Cooler, which is a confusing name, right? Because you have the Revenge of Cooler and then the Return of Cooler, and it's like you could have easily swapped these out or done something different in the naming convention, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, quick synopsis. This movie 1000% breaks the continuity because Dende is the guardian of the Earth, which made no sense at this point in terms of where we were in the storyline.
Wow.
This metal planet of what seems like a metal planet comes to infiltrate the new Namek, starts draining it of its natural resources. Robots show up to take captors to fuel this star, the big Getty star. Then they calls out to Goku for help. Goku, Master Roshi, who shows up again in these movies, right? Shows up. Yajirobe, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin show up on the planet to free it from the star. Just to Tim's point earlier, just know what type to fix the mistakes of the previous movie. Metacooler shows up immediately. So him and Goku go off. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin are scrambling against androids. It's a beautiful scuffle, and then Goku and Metacooler get to it. Vegeta gets involved at a certain point. Everyone else kind of gets captured. Goku and Vegeta beats quote unquote Metacooler, only for him to be replaced by about 100 of him. And they wake up in the middle of the Getty star. They see Cooler's core, which is pretty much just his head and his brain. He forms an artificial body. Goku uses plot no jutsu to somehow get the power to make a ball of light that blows up Cooler from the inside. Roll credits. So I'll start with this one. I think in terms of plot, again, to Jory's point, it's simple but effective. Like the stakes get explained immediately. The big Getty Star thing is a bit of a reach for me, right? I'm like, this random chip in space was just harvesting organic data and just made this sentient being that Cooler overpowered and controlled. Yeah, sure, whatever.
It's basically
right?
like Joy said, Brainiac.
Yeah, right. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. This is how you want to make the mecha version of Mecha Frieza, but with Mecha Cooler, whatever. I like the fact that the henchmen are essentially just an assembly line of robots. Like it's not this.
There's no
almost
recruiting. There's
no recruiting. It almost feels like Terminator in utilization of like, bro, they're just fighting machines who just you can't just beat them by overpowering them either. You have to punch them with all your energy towards a specific point in their body to break them apart. I think it was done well. It allowed the rest of the cast to do something that still made them feel useful, while allowing Goku to do his thing. I do think that the fights were a little short, right? If I had to nitpick, but it makes up for it in brutality, bro. If you had never had watching back the episode we did about Dead Zone when Tim was like, you're fighting for your life. If you had any question in your mind that Cooler was trying to kill Goku, this was the movie that solidified it. He was trying to murder this man. Like any chance he got. Oh, you know instant transmission? I know instant transmissions too. What's up?
No, it was the way he said it. Like,
Yeah.
he tried to hit Goku with the supernova
Out the gate.
and then he is like, oh, that technique. He's like, yes, it's called instant transmission. He's like, I know, it's one of my favorite techniques. So and then within 1 second, it just gets. So that means, Darren, when we initially fought, you had this in your arsenal already.
I don't think he did. I think it was acquired with the whole memory of the big Getty star. Because if he had it, then he would have just instant transmission from the sun. It wouldn't have made sense. Like, why get caught in your own blast at that point? I don't think he did.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just, bro, he's trying to kill this man. Like, every fight scene is like Goku barely escaping with his life. Like we see the fight, clashes, punches through Cooler. Cooler regenerates the arm, makes the arm stronger, crushes Goku's like neck.
Improves the design.
On the spot. So,
it's crazy.
You know, like he's like seeing them through the technology. He's using eye blast, sends Vegeta's spine to the next realm when Vegeta shows up. Like it's just there was just so many things in this movie of like, bro, it's like they took the notes of the feedback they got from the crowd in the first movie and said, all right, bet. And just
there was a part where he grabbed Vegeta by the mouth and he was about to blow his head off. Like, bro, if Goku didn't come with that 2-second kick, he would have been like,
bro, he was trying to murder these dudes, bro. Murder them. Straight murder. So
man,
you know,
yeah. No, you go.
Yeah, so it's just that was just kind of like my thing of like, bro, it's like again, it's like you took this concept because of course by this point we've established Mecha Frieza. It's like you even took Mecha Frieza and made him better again. Like this is one of the things where it's like the copy and paste thing is usually the thing we critique about Dragon Ball. I'm like, no, if this is what y'all was on,
that chrome finish, like when he pulled up the first time. Like when they was looking at him, they was like, "Wait, what?" Fire, and that Namekian sun was just gleaming, like bro, just gleaming.
Triple platinum in the streets, bro.
But then even on a story aspect, like you could tell how smart that was. Like, how do I draw them out? Yeah. Oh yeah, there was a Namekian. Oh yeah, the Namekians, they found a new planet. Oh,
so if I go to there, he'll show up.
Once again, something that makes sense.
Cooler is a problem, dog.
Yeah, and even just the whole thing of like, you think about again your child brain of like a plot twist, right? Of like normally you see a villain get defeated, like when Vegeta like finger blasts Cooler to the heavens, you're like, bro, they did it. Senzu beans and high fives all around, and then you see the rock just fall off the cliff.
And you just see an army.
That's the first time my heart dropped. I said, yo, y'all spent all this time for what?
All that for a drop of blood.
Yeah. And then they rush. I said,
the fact that they didn't even show the fight of how bad they got beat up.
Yeah.
But that's how effective it was. You didn't need to.
You didn't need to.
You just see them
that
strung
was
up on strings. I'm like,
terrifying. They look up. There's more. I was like, yo, I was like, this is steak. This is what you call steaks, man.
To be honest, when I was in high school, I had that as a wallpaper when they were both worn out.
And
you see them coming down the mountain.
One of them just sliding down the mountain.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, yo, you could just fly to him, but you won.
Yep. And it's like, go ahead. It's just
that's such a cooler thing for him to do. Yeah.
And you just like not because we just saw Goku and Vegeta team up for the first time ever, right? If you think about Dragon Ball Z, this is the first time we've seen Goku and Vegeta fighting together on screen, doing these dual attacks,
losing, and the entrance. The Vegeta entrance on the chalkboard for best entrances, dog. For best entrances for a mixtape. Vegeta, this is the first. This is the first. Hey, yo, man, Vegeta body that entrance, man.
The drop kick to the neck.
Yeah. He did what Kanye did on Lil Wayne's Lollipop remix. That's what he did, man.
Yeah, and the drop kick to the neck, boy, man. So that's essentially my thoughts. I just feel like this is probably a 9 out of 10 for me. My only critique is like the art is a little wonky in this movie for whatever reason. Like whoever animated it, like there's a couple of shots where it just looks off.
Oh, don't worry. We're getting our remakes.
No, I know. Yeah. Like the art's a little off in certain places, but as far as like execution from beginning to end, I was well pleased. What are y'all thoughts?
I gave it an 8. Yeah, like even like the past games, like Metal Cooler was one of my favorite characters to play as, bro. Like it's just that design, like even though like he didn't come back in his final form, it's just like you didn't care. You didn't care.
Yeah.
Like this form was such an appealing masterpiece. It's like wow, bro. And it's the fact that he made himself his own henchman. He made drones of himself. Like the fact that y'all did all of that and he didn't even realize the real one is inside the ship. It's just a piece of flesh attached to wires, and it's like, bro, that is crazy. Now, how they defeated him, that's still a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's a little
yeah.
you know,
It was whack.
convoluted. It's a little convoluted.
It was whack. It got me
Yeah.
hot.
A little
It got me
convoluted.
hot. I'm like, yo, you didn't have a fail safe for this? But you know what I'm saying? That's what really got me hot. I'm like, dog.
Yeah, and it was
And
like,
not only
yeah,
that, it was the fact that they're half dead. He's like, I've drained you of your energy. And they're like, nope, no, you didn't. Just kidding. And then
we still have chakra left, Sasuke.
we Saiyans have no limits. What do you mean?
no man, but it was great, man. It was great.
Dog, this is a struggle, dog. Them boys not looking cool at all. They're like, yo, we did it. We did it, dog. Triple overtime. LeBron got to pass by an accident and pass.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is that, man. For me, man, yeah, like I mean, I'm not gonna stay too long on it, man, but I think there was a lot of scenes that stuck out to me, but a lot of funny scenes. I think there was a scene where they all got captured on the ship as Gohan pick Krillin, and then they were like, are you ready? And the robot comes out of nowhere. Ready for what? I'll chop you up. What? I'm going to chop you up for data. And they start losing, they start freaking out. That to me was, yo,
Yeah.
tears.
When
I wasn't
Yajirobe punches
expecting
him,
it.
he was like, you have a lot of
Yeah.
energy. You can go first. Like,
Yo, I
whoa.
was just like, oh, this was hilarious, dog. And I'm like, man, when Dragon Ball Z does Slice of Life, it's that's why some of those are some of my favorite episodes. It's not the fighting episodes, man. And I hate the fact that I say that, but it is, man. So but you know, to get to the point of the movie, man, when Cooler and Goku both do the instant transmission and they doing the run, and
The
after that,
the
he
dance.
the
Mm-hmm.
dance he teleports inside the instant transmission and grabs. When I saw that, I started standing up again. I said, "Nah, this dog, he 2 for 2, man. He villain of the slams Goku on them little the dog. It disintegrates, and I'm like, dog, this is crazy." Then Goku's about to, there was a gut punch that Goku had to experience, dog.
I forgot about that. I forgot
That
about
gut
that.
punch, man, I've never felt. Didn't he roll on the floor
Yeah.
after? Man, and then Cooler just standing like Michael Jackson, dog, looking at him like, "Yo, man, I like that right there." The design, man, and then the one thing I liked about Cooler is like he's not all the way silver. There's parts that's a different colored metal,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
it just makes the design look even more phenomenal. And so and so with the fight going on, Vegeta jumps in. Then it's like, said, Vegeta's now in the part of the party. But man, what that leg drop, that when he caught Vegeta leg, man, I said, oh my goodness. Oh
And he
man,
even
Bo.
like to 10th point, he didn't get a chance to scream. As he's screaming in pain, Cooler's grabbing his face. I'm like,
No,
bro.
but Goku's neck was almost snapped in half, man. He grabbed like it was clothing. Like he was grabbing a coat, Goku's neck. I'm like, yo, if he wasn't a Saiyan,
Done.
dog, and finito, man. But yeah, man, when it gets to the part where they finally lose, the cliffside part where there's 1,000 coolers, I was like, man, this felt like the Matrix, where where it's Morpheus and Trinity looking at Miss Agent Smith. It's done. Give up. So now they're
Mm-hmm.
in the ship and like I had a hard time. Like, okay, so why would you tell them all this anyway? But
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Why would you tell them all
90s villain,
this?
bro. 90s villain exposition.
Why would you tell them this? And then so
Yeah.
now I'm looking at Cooler. I'm like, Cooler, like you didn't think to build yourself a superb body to like you didn't have to stay like this.
Mm.
So I'm like, he didn't think of making himself a superb body to where that regular cooler, where he could have his final form probably would have looked a little bit more enhanced, and now he would have made more sense. But they didn't do that at all. So I was just like, okay, that was that was a missed opportunity. But um, that's why that movie's probably not in I don't like it as much as the first one, but it's there.
Mm.
I give it an 8. Because of that scene, because of how it ended, was just like it was so. I felt like cheated, man. Like, all right, let's finish up in 30 minutes.
That's a fair critique.
Yeah,
That's a fair
so
critique.
that's where I kind of left it because I'm like, no, Cooler would have had a failsafe. If this guy can think enough to build minions of himself, why didn't he say, yo, I'm gonna give myself a body that doesn't even get affected by Blaster Sun? Something like that. Because the Big Getty Star is taking over the planet.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't think of a failsafe, so this doesn't happen again. You don't seem like the guy that lets the same thing happen twice, you know? And so yeah, that's where I left it. But yeah,
No,
that's it.
that's a fair critique. I
Yeah,
have no rebuttal. I mean, that's
that's it.
fair. I think they could have handled the ending a little bit better. Um,
I and I
it's
actually
something.
like the Big Getty Star. It's actually cool.
It's a great concept.
It's random. It's
It's
just
just
random.
yeah. It just the
It's just
way
random.
like a random chip in space. Like what?
It's just random.
Yeah, the SD card just had unlimited storage, and you're just like, huh? Tim, you got
Quantabytes. Like,
Tim, you got any thoughts on this movie before we move on?
No, bro. Like we pretty much covered all the same points because, like, I did realize this was a much more shorter movie than the other ones. It
it
was
was
very
definitely short.
straightforward to the plot, to the end type of feel. And I felt like it was a good conclusion to Cooler. Like, they're like, all right, y'all wanted some more action? We gave it to y'all. The technique was there, the brutality was there, the seriousness of the fights was there, the comic relief was there.
Who
It was a good
directed
send
that one,
off.
by the way? They're like unmatched when it comes to stakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, it's one of again upon rewatch. I've always enjoyed it, but upon rewatch, I'm like through adult eyes, I'm like this movie was fantastic.
Yep.
Well worth the blockbuster rental at the time.
Yeah. Oh man, what them trips to Blockbusters was A1, man. That was the
Well
greatest
worth the
Friday
rental.
ever. Greatest Fridays ever, man. Pizza,
Man.
Dragon Ball Z movie,
Yeah.
Saturday, the next day. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So for our last movie of the night, we're talking about Super Android 13. Now, this movie seems to take place sometime before Cell is introduced. It seems like
Yeah.
so. Like the concept of Cell is there, right? The android absorbs the two other androids, but in terms of like where it takes place, they haven't come across Cell. They haven't got to the hyperbolic time chamber. None of that has happened yet. It's the androids are out, but Goku's also recovered from the heart virus, but hasn't done anything as of yet. Pretty much, you find out that Dr. Dro's computer was always working. He uploaded his, I guess you could say, what's the word I'm looking for? Not identity.
Appearance?
Appearance, likeness. There we go. Likeness. Uploaded his likeness to his computer. His computer keeps cranking out androids. We get 13, 14, and 15 with very, very unique designs, might I add. They pull up on Goku during a shopping trip, of all places.
Which I loved.
So do I. I'm like, this is an amazing, amazing introduction to some
I actually remember the beginning part. Remember, it was another flashback.
Yeah, it was. And there's a lot of hints of like how this computer ties into Dr. Dro himself. But just I'm talking about in terms of like how the main villains get introduced. It's just like they walk through the city, they walking through cop cars, walking through glass, walking through the elevator, and just go underneath the room and light it up. So you have this really unique scene where Goku is essentially fighting them in the city at first. Trunks shows up. They book it to the Arctic, which is something we haven't seen in a couple of movies at this point. Get to throwing hands. Vegeta makes arguably the greatest entrance of all time in Dragon Ball Z movie history, bar
Jeez
none.
Louise. My
He's had a couple
goodness.
other contenders, but this may be his best entrance. The thing is, we'll talk about it in a second, but I'm like, that entrance don't even make sense when you
It
think about what
don't.
happened.
Yeah.
Because he had to deflect the blast first. So like you came underneath, deflected the blast, then went into the glacier to show backup. Top might be my number one. Out of all the entrances he has,
No, that's up there.
yeah,
That's even Piccolo's entrance was sick.
bro. The ice, like go on here, like knows he's there, but you just see the ice break up. The hands come out. Grab 13.
Yeah, even Piccolo's entrance was fire. Like we can't even like everybody was wrong in this movie.
Yeah.
Everybody was wrong. Like you know what I'm saying? Everybody was wrong.
Yeah. If you think about in terms of like recency bias, like yes, granted, Super 13 is kind of like the halfway point in terms of movies, right? Like in terms of the original movies, at least. But in terms of recency bias, when people think about this movie and you talk about iconic shots, this movie has a lot of iconic shots.
Yes, it do. Yes, it do.
Vegeta out the glacier, Trunks cutting 14 clean in half.
Goku getting punched in the balls.
Yeah, Goku almost losing Goten. Preconception.
Man, Piccolo getting the Bane Batman Vegeta getting the Bane Batman
Vegeta getting his spine snapped.
He was
thought he died.
That was it.
I thought he died. I thought he died.
Yeah, that was it, man.
I thought he died.
No.
No one's body's supposed to bend that way. The way he got put over that knee.
He got folded laundry, man. Laundry turned into laundry, dog.
Mm-hmm. And there's even a spin on the classic because one of the critiques through most of the movies before the Super Saiyan transformation is like every villain gets defeated by some form of spirit bomb, right? Weelo, Turles, Slug. But Goku brings back the spirit bomb and absorbs it and just becomes the one. At that point, just becomes the one, essentially. and the movie's over. So, fellas, let me ask you, what did you guys think about this movie?
It was cool, man. I loved the end. I mean, at the beginning, and I would say from the flashback, because ever since from what Jory told me, I was like, I couldn't unsee it. That you find out that 13 is based on Dr. Gero when he was young. And then, of course, like, it even expands more into the story because the beginning scene is you see 17 kill Dr. Gero.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, this connects so much good with lore-wise. He was the fail-safe. This was probably his first attempt at making like an android body, something like that. Because you could tell, like, even with the way how he transformed by absorbing the androids, I guess. Like, you could tell, like, this was probably like the prototype before Cell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, before, because remember, Cell is a bio-android. This one was still...
fully mechanical,
like Terminator type of stuff. I did not like the transformation. I was like, you give us this blue and orange Super Saiyan haired looking Hulk,
very
lumberjack looking Hulk, and I was like, okay. I mean, his moves they look great. That move to this day,
his moves,
that's Deadly Bomber. And then, of course, the brutality in his punches, like, it was great, man. But I just felt like the design could have been so much better, bro. I was like, bro, like, I get it because we were still on the hype train of Cell. But I was like, this was the best he could think of in terms of a design for a transformation.
Not the greatest.
It was not, bro. It was not. Even like when I like the use of the characters because it's been a while since any characters were good against the henchmen since Piccolo.
True.
So like even like they split off. Trunks fought this guy, Vegeta fought that guy, and then that little man was throwing hands with Vegeta. Vegeta grabbed him. He's like, "Where did that grin go?" And he just transformed. His hat flew off.
Right there, man.
But you could tell, you could still tell, like even in their Super Saiyan form, they were still formidable allies. Because I remember one time, even as Super Saiyan, dude was like doing this one move on Vegeta, like da with his feet, like a little midget, like that, bah, 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 bah. And then even
they're
like
keeping up.
Yeah, they were keeping up, and I did like that because that's what I That's what I was expecting when the Z Fighters fought Turles's crew. Like, they're giving you their best, but like, bro, to one shot them though, no.
It's always best in Dragon Ball when there's a dance. When someone is just overpowering the other person, it gets boring especially because you've seen it a gazillion times in the series. But when there's a little dance, where you're not quite sure how it's gonna go. A1.
Yeah, man. So I mean, it was a great movie. I gave that a 9. It was very enjoyable to me. And of course, oh yeah, we're back to the Arctic.
Yeah, but we haven't been there in a couple movies, right? Like it's not something that you see very often.
Honest,
it never shows up in the main series.
To be honest, that was the last time we've been to the Arctic until Super Broly came.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a better Arctic. That was actually a dope Arctic though. So I'm up. Y'all done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Good to go.
Okay, man. I think there's a lot of points I could make on this one, man. Okay, number one, the scenery. I love that interaction where Goku's shopping with Chi-Chi. I mean, it was probably to me some of the best intros for a movie. You see Goku in his day-to-day life, and I think it just made Goku more interesting to see him do regular stuff. With Chi-Chi, he has to go shopping. Oh yeah, he's married, man. So this is what you got to do when you marry. You know what I'm saying? So now, he's at a job interview of all things. This is hilarious, man. Goku don't care. Chi-Chi, I gotta go.
You're thinking about
His
Broly.
favorite thing or hobby. That's Broly.
Job interviews Broly, yeah.
Hey, y'all forgive me, dog. Y'all forgive me too. I'm sorry, y'all boys.
I mean, they tie into each other, but you think about Broly. The job interview is Broly.
No, that is Broly. No, they're shopping. They're at dinner. That's fire. Yeah, those kids when they was walking through the cars, like it was paper. Android 14, dog. To me, man, that's probably one of my favorite designs in a villain, man.
Yeah,
Did you realize one was a black dude and the other one was a Native American, and of course, 13 was a
redneck. Yeah.
Which is like an American. Like I don't think he's that way in the Japanese thing per se, but I'm not mad at. I'm like, this was one of those dub decisions that made perfect sense.
I did wish there was more Red Ribbon lore because, like Jory, like your point, I was like, bro, I was like, wow, it is.
Yeah.
So I was expecting a little bit more Red Ribbon lore. I mean, 13, he hinted at it because when he was talking there, he's like, oh, yeah, we all supposed to let bygones be bygones, but that ain't how that's going to work. I was programmed to kill you. And that's when they started cursing. When they started to really up the cursing, I was like,
man, that made me love 13, man. That thing had me in tears. Oh, he said, I'm here to kill Goku. He said, where you going with that $30 haircut, boy?
Because you know what would have made this movie more compounded? Like, let's just say, like, yes, 13 is like, Dr. Giro's replacement body, or was going to be. It would have been interesting to see flashbacks of what was Dr. Giro's experience in the Red Ribbon Army. That, how was he the sole survivor from whatever Goku did, and what did he do over the years to plan? That would have been interesting because, like, if you're the carbon copy of that, you should have his memories. And I feel like that would have been interesting dialogue. I was like, oh, yeah, it's because of what you did. It's like, I don't even know you. Do you? Look at me a little bit. Actually, but yes, he did meet Dr. Gero because when he fought 19, he's like, take a good look at me. Take a good look at me.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this is also like the side effect of the 90s, bro. Like the 90s is like, if you got lore,
good luck.
Take it while you can, because otherwise,
man, listen, man. So with that part, man, I love the scenery about the movie. I wish they stayed longer in the city, but
casualties.
No, but that would have also raised stakes.
But that's why they left the city. It was because we don't want people to die.
Well, no, which was cool. I wish there was more of a note like, we're not talking. We're not going to talk this out. You know what I'm saying? So, and then there probably would have been a forced hand to where, whatever, them leaving to the polar ice caps. So, man, I think when Trunks pulled out his sword and Android 14 caught it, and then
Like this.
that's when I was like, yeah, dog, y'all regular forms he's not Frieza. And I was like, this is gonna be a great movie. Um, Android 13, when he showed up, you felt like, yo, this is not gonna go down like how they thought it was going to go down, man. He was giving them problems. And then he was mouthy, which was hilarious to me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like this dude, does Dr. Gero like this? Was he this arrogant? Um, you feel me? Like, was he this arrogant? I'm like, this man might as well be Stone Cold Steve Austin in Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
he was
Yeah. No, actually, yeah.
he was just rapping, man,
Mm.
going, beating people. His design was interesting. It wasn't like the greatest, but it became the greatest. It became a favorite design. I still think 14 was amazing. I don't like 15's design. You
I'm
already know
not
for obvious
crazy about it
purpose.
either. Yeah, it
Obvious
does look it,
purposes.
it
It's
walks that line
exaggerated.
of
Too
yeah,
exaggerated. I'm like,
yeah,
how is this how you see every person of color? Like it's like it just you just draw them unrealistic. It just doesn't make any sense.
You got the Jinx
Um,
effect.
yeah. You know what's
yeah,
wild too? Just for a quick, completely off topic thing, is you look at something like that. I'm like, bro, wasn't Cowboy Bebop out around the same time as this? And black people looked immaculate in that show. So I'm just like,
that's
what?
the
What are we doing here?
most accurate portrayal of
Yeah.
black folks, man. The
Just
personality,
yeah.
the swagger.
Just a random aside. I'm just like, man, it's not like you didn't have things to pull
And
from.
and it is that same reason why I just don't like I can't stand Darkshine. I hate Darkshine after finding out
Yeah, yeah.
you
We don't have
know
to get off topic, but it
yeah,
just made me
yeah.
think. I'm like, it's not like this was across the board and every Japanese animator was like it was just Dragon Ball for some odd and Pokemon for some odd reason they
Oh,
just can't
there were
make
none in
them.
Pokemon. There were no, you know, we're gonna make this character obviously have crazy hair, but he's not
Yeah,
Brock.
yeah.
But anyway, he's a native, but not yeah. But anyway, so
Mm.
now we get to the fighting, man. Vegeta entrance, Piccolo, uh, Trunks being a hero, Trunks being like he just showed up. Trunks not being a part of the film movie, and I love that version of Trunks, man. Like long hair Trunks, man. It's just.
No,
Or
that
was it long
wasn't.
hair trunks? It wasn't. It was
His hair
short
was
hair
still
trunks.
short, but you
Okay,
know
cool. Still
what
short.
you made me think about, like in terms of just like again that childhood memory aspect. When they all go Super Saiyan at the same time, bro, I stood up because you see Krillin like do the fist grab, like yeah, and you
Yeah,
just see the
yeah,
three
yeah.
different lines. I'm like, as a kid, what more could I ask for?
Okay. You know what else,
And
man?
then you see 15
Yeah,
take
yeah.
the and Vegeta gets the
Man, those were some of my favorite finishers. With Cell, I mean not Cell, with Vegeta and Trunks. Trunks runs at him. You don't know what
mm-hmm.
13 turns around, his body splits in half, blows up. Vegeta's looking at 15 still disrespecting him. Decides to take another drink. Vegeta. After that,
And I remember Vegeta's line when they pulled up on 13. That he was like, "Oh, inferior craftsmanship, to say the
Mm-hmm.
least." Like it's like the gritty talk. Like, "Oh yeah, you pieces of junk."
Mm-hmm. Man.
he punches through him. 15 turns around, starts laughing, holds his head,
Head
blows
falls to his
up,
hands, fam. Oh
head
my
fall,
goodness.
blows up. I said, if y'all don't like Vegeta now, it's just I didn't want to like Vegeta. Like Vegeta, maybe I was like, this man broke. And I'm sitting in the chair. Now it goes to Looney Town to where he absorbs the AC engines
The
the car
bombs and the
carbureted,
microchips. Yeah.
the microchips, and then I'm just like,
Okay. Hulk mode.
Yeah.
it would have been cooler if he looked like 16, but like a super form of 16, right? To honor his son, that would have been to me genius.
Yeah, I think
Um,
it's one of those things where like I do wonder if they felt like creatively stifled, like because to your point, his design is good. Like 13's design is good, so it's kind of like we kind of have to make him stronger because otherwise he's just gonna get jumped and it's over. But we don't know how to make him better than how we've already
I,
designed
f-
him.
you know what else is crazy? I feel like his designs are used for Bojack. When
Mm,
Bojack turned soup, his rejected designs to me at least. The reason why I say that is because they have a lot of similarities.
They
This
do,
is what 13 would have probably looked like. Not to say he would have been green, but just probably more of
at
aesthetic.
that point,
That's why I
no,
say
at that point, I kind of felt like they just didn't really know what to do with certain super forms that didn't involve a color palette.
yeah.
Just make them bigger. Like
Make
big
him bigger.
Hulk
We
is
don't.
type of
Yeah,
demeanors. Like to be honest, like if you're really being like legit about it, the only real transformation that we got, it was the same thing with Broly, it was the same thing with BoJack. Like the main one that we got something different was Janemba when he went from fat to slim demon
hmm. I mean, technically Hirudegarn too, if you want to think about it. Like he went from like a skull faced demon to like an insect. It was
to a
weird.
bug. Yeah,
It was weird. Like it was so like okay. But yeah, everything else was like you said, buffer. Make him buffer. Buffer and brighter.
yeah,
Turn that contrast
and
up.
this is where like I kind of felt like that's where they lost all creativity because I get it. He's a different type of android. You can't really do what you did with Cell. So like, all right,
but
so how do
this is
you?
awful, man. This is
Yeah,
Yeah,
awful.
it's really bad.
This is I got angry when I saw this as a kid. I'm like, dog, they drew him one time. Because when I draw villains, I draw them one time. They drew this man one time and then, yep, man.
Yeah, he
Uh,
gets Super Saiyan hair. Why? His skin turns blue. Why? I don't know. But
yeah,
it's,
because his look like his base look was very menacing. Like I do feel like you could have done something with that made it good.
I think I think they got stuck because his regular design is good. Like it's a solid design. So I think it was just like we need to make him stronger, but how? And again, remember this is the '90s, guys. This is when every Marvel hero had biceps on top of their triceps on top of their quadriceps in their arm. Like every muscular person had muscles on muscles. This is the beginning of the WWE era where everyone is just a walking six pack. So I feel like it kind of is a sign of the times as well to some degree in design, where it was just like everyone had eight packs and bench press the world in their free time.
Yeah,
But Joy, you had anything else to say on it, or
but no, that's it, man. I mean, this is where I was actually kind of waiting for credits to roll because the design killed it for me, dog. He didn't look cool enough for me to feel like he just felt stupid. He lost all form of techniques. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say that because yeah, Goku was
no?
getting. He
He.
had the techniques. I take that back.
It was another movie where I'm like, yo, these men are dead. Like
When they were getting beat up, when Goku was getting beat up in the ice caps, that was terrible. I was like, yo, this man moving through
he's keeping you afloat with his punches and his kicks. Your body is yearning to be on the floor, and he's just like, nope.
Tekken combos, Tekken 8 combos,
Hit the
juggles, man.
Kazuya string.
Dragon off strings, man. Oh yeah, but yeah, that's it. I mean, this is a 7.5.
Okay.
7.5. It's I still like it. It's just reasons why I don't give it an 8. Kind of outweigh. They kind of nerf the overall achievement of what the Saiyans did. But I will say this: I love the ending when it's Piccolo and Vegeta on that single ice cap, not talking to each other.
Very in character.
That was that was so. Mm. And And I love that, man. And I think that's where I stand with that film. 7.5.
Even the Ant made there's a point about the Turles movie. Remember, they was all trying to hold him back as Goku prepared the Spirit Bomb. The same thing happened in this movie where it was Trunks, it was Vegeta, it was Piccolo as well. And I remember when Piccolo got behind him and he tried to
Yeah,
suplex him,
bro.
and
Toss him up. And then he hits Piccolo with the elbow and just steps on his face and powers him. I'm like, yo.
Yeah,
Again,
that was
I thought they
insane. Yeah.
died,
and I
bro.
remember
My child mind, I'm like,
he broke
they're no longer.
Trunks' sword and he just blasted him into the sky.
Yeah, I'm like, they're no longer in the land of the living. He's killed everyone, including Gohan. Like, because he tries to shoot at Goku and Gohan gets in the way. And in the shot, you don't see Gohan's legs. I'm like, well, he's dead.
Oh man. Yeah,
He died.
dog. I think that's it, man. To be honest with you. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We getting into the more spicier topics next pod, so
Yeah.
super spicy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
this is
yeah,
where the
man.
fandom stays permanently divided next
Oh
couple
boy,
of
they're gonna
movies.
come for you, man.
Oh, bro,
It's
I have been waiting. The group chat. It wouldn't feel right if we don't cap off this next trilogy, if you will, right? This very loosely told trilogy, if you will. Starting with everyone's favorite legendary Super Saiyan, right? So, with no further ado, we're gonna start with Dragon Ball Z Movie 8, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Now, if you're even a shallow Dragon Ball fan, Broly doesn't really need that much introduction. But so I'll give a quick breakdown of the synopsis. Essentially, it's set sometime before the Cell games begin. The long running theory is that it takes place during the 10 days before the Cell game starts officially. Although, of course, there's a continuity error because Goku and Gohan would have been Super Saiyan the whole time, and they're not, and yada yada yada.
ludicrous.
Right. So there's always something. Like Tim said last time, it's just what ifs, right? So starts off, Goku and Chi-Chi are trying to get Gohan into school. It's very wholesome, right? Doing family things. Goku's stepping up and being the father that the fan base trashes him for not being. But hey, whatever, right? Meanwhile, everyone else is having a picnic in the park. A spaceship touches down. Paragus shows up, tells Vegeta he's another surviving Saiyan and that he needs his help to track down the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who would rather be doing anything else in the world than listen to Krillin sing, hops on the spaceship, joined by Gohan, Master Roshi, Krillin, Future Trunks, so on and so forth. They go to this barren planet. Meanwhile, Goku gets contacted by King Kai simultaneously to look for the legendary Super Saiyan who has just wiped out a galaxy. Right? Long story less long, Goku follows the key trail that leads him to where they currently are. Vegeta is being convinced that this planet that they're on is being renovated to become the new planet Vegeta from which he will be king. Meanwhile, Paragus is trying to kill him out of revenge for Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, attempting to kill both Paragus and Broly multiple years beforehand. Somehow, some way, nobody seems to realize that Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan, even though it's very, very obvious. Him and Goku get into a skirmish. He reveals his power. Paragus puts him under control. The light bulb finally switches on, and the next day they confront Paragus about Broly being the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta PTSD Saiyan instinct genes kick in, and he's traumatized when he realizes that Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and he's just standing by with a stuck face for about 20 minutes while everyone does their best to hold off Broly. Broly proceeds to beat down everyone literally for the next half hour straight until the last 10 minutes of the movie, where apparently the give me your power is the most underrated technique in all of Dragon Ball. And Goku, who has been beaten half to death, punches Broly in the chest just seconds. And that's a key thing here. Seconds before a meteorite bigger than the planet shows up and wipes the planet out. Meaning anyone who didn't get instant transmission at that time would probably be dead. Again, this is a key point in this movie. So I might have skipped a couple of the finer details, but fellas, let me, before I ask y'all how y'all think about this movie, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Do you like wrestling?
Love wrestling.
Used to.
Used to, right? Would you say that your love for wrestling came around the late 90s or early 2000s?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Would say
because
that.
that was a very
Oh,
pinnacle era.
okay, right. I would agree, right? Do you like Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
Love Dragon Ball Z.
Right. Well, then,
Love it.
then here you go. Here's Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan wrestler. No, right? Does that parallel track at all? That connection track for y'all?
I can see the similarities.
I
A
mean,
blonde-haired, muscular guy who clotheslines and suplexes and from the top rope. Your favorite Saiyan and Alien Warriors? No, in the 2000s.
are you saying Brock Lesnar and Broly are one and the same?
I'm not saying it, but I'm not saying it.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what the connection would have been in Japan, right? Maybe they just like Broly, but I'm like, I can definitely put two and two together in America of like, you want to talk about timing, perfect timing.
I mean, well, you could tell from like Android 13, that was just the trend of, oh, if you want to make them super, just make them big with Super Saiyan style
Yes.
hair and copy and paste. Oh, we did it with this
Mm-hmm.
Android guy, but let's do it now with a Saiyan.
Yep. And mind you, remember, this is the Cell Saga. So we've been introduced to Super Vegeta with muscles,
Super
Trunks with muscles,
and Goku as well in the
and
hyperbolic term.
Goku as well.
But let's bring out a Saiyan that's bigger than all of them.
That's bigger than all of them, and he's fast. And he's legendary.
The Hulk Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan Hulk. Crazy, man.
Now,
Now I ask how y'all feel about.
I mean,
well, first before we talk about the character, how do y'all feel about the movie?
okay. The movie overall, I gave it a 6. It was just one of those things that you just put on the background just to enjoy. Like the only lore element that I really liked about I would say the legendary Super Saiyan, it means that the legendary Super Saiyan is the purest form of Super Saiyan. It's the purest form. So basically, yeah, all you yellow haired dudes, you're the 75%.
Yeah. The
75%.
secondary.
Like he is the full, like legit, and it's passed down from bloodline to bloodline for every 100 years, or I guess however long the time span of that particular Saiyan is. And Broly's the current inheritor of that bloodline. So like, of course, it has the greenish yellowish tint. And then I just like the fact that he's basically like the Kenpachi of Saiyans in a sense. Like your power is always rising. Mm-hmm. So this is an enemy that you can't take lightly. That you can't enjoy the fight just for simply just enjoying it, like how Vegeta and Goku like to carry on, because you'll get killed.
Right. As the time goes on, he gets stronger. It's not a bad concept. I'll give it that. It's not a bad concept.
Yeah. And, you just got to jump to the future. I mean, they took those aspects and they made it better with the super version, but we won't go that far.
We won't go that far yet.
We won't go that far yet. But, it's a 6. It's a 6 out of for me.
It's interesting. It's a 6 out of 10. You said something you play in the background. I'm taking notes.
And it's just like, all right, even the part where the reason why he doesn't like Goku, I kind of feel like it goes back to that whole fumble with Turles. Like, they have these interesting points about Saiyans, but then they just introduce something that is just weird. Like, instead of just making this dude, his twin brother, oh no, lower ranked Saiyans have similar to physical traits. Okay. Right. Oh, they were born the same day. So you mean to tell me that amongst their people, if they were born the same day, and you know how many babies are born the same day, that they're just going to naturally just have a hatred for each other? And that is your logic.
Not just any hatred, Tim. He remembered from the crib,
from the cradle. So like it's a blood memory. That's what you're trying to say. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, there's just so many things that they just, when it comes to these Saiyans, they just do too much sometimes. Mm-hmm. They really just do too much. When you've already created a simple path to follow.
I'm just taking notes.
So
Glad y'all get y'all.
I gave it a 6, man. I gave it an honest
Okay,
6.
a 6.
Yeah.
Okay, for the plot. S rank. What about you? What do you think about the plot of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan?
Um, uh, the plot, man. I honestly, the plot it was. I thought it was fire, man. What, they're making a new planet Vegeta? But then at the same time, I'm going along with the story. I think I was watching the movie through Trunks' lens. Like, yo, this doesn't make any sense. Yo, you trust these dudes? I don't know. Like, what's going on? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you trust these dudes? So for me, Trunks was like the reasoning force throughout the whole film. He was the narrator for me, the real narrator for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm watching the
He
movie,
was the audience.
yeah, I'm like, yo, Dad, you don't even know these guys. Ferguson the way. I was like, yo, Vegeta, are you serious? I give it a 7. I give it a 7.5 because there was a lot of moments to where I was just like the savagery was to me I just didn't think Dragon Ball Z characters could ever get beat up this bad. And the stuff that was happening to him was like terrifying. So for like this new person named Brawly, and for him to be controlled because there's like bracelets or like ornaments that's controlling um Saiyan's ability to actually to overperform, I thought that was like, man, that's wild, man. Like, you really have to keep this guy's power under control. That's how crazy it is. But the reason why he hated Goku so much was just so whimsical. And the older I got, the more I thought about it, the more I hated it. Not especially hated what they did with Vegeta. I said, out of all people, Krillin getting busy too. but but like none of this, like, oh man, I couldn't believe how they was treating Vegeta in this, and I think that to me angered me. But as far as like the kill cam, the fatalities that was taking place, it was a fatality. Like Broly had 10 fatalities, man. You know what I'm saying? It was um it was all of those things that made me like Broly from the from Goku, him walking through the Kamehameha
Mm-hmm.
to him uppercutting Trunks, and then the field goal kick with Piccolo. I never paused a VHS tape and walked out the room as a little kid so much because I was shattered. I'm watching it. I'm looking. I'm like, and then when he did the Gohan, I said, "Yo, forget it. It's over." Gohan flying away. He bursts through the window, the wall, and
Mm-hmm.
starts swimming inside the concrete building. Then grabs Gohan, and I was like, "It's
And mind you, this was Gohan's first Super Saiyan debut in the
and
movies.
go and Gohan actually a Super Saiyan, right? For the longest, and he getting thumped. Then you
Ragdolled.
got man then the punch. Oh man, there's so many things going on with the Dragon Ball Z, man. When Broly started to lose control and he finally turned Super Saiyan, and I saw it got dark. He was
Mm-hmm.
pulling out all the light from the area. There's certain things you can't you after coming from Cooler's Revenge and all those other movies. Now we on this, and to see what was happening to them then, I was like, yeah, this dude is different, man. Who's gonna beat him? Who's
Mm-hmm.
gonna beat him? And then you find out that Cell's actually stronger. So it's like, okay, okay. He's not that
Mm-hmm.
legendary after all, right? So yeah,
Actually,
He's
you
not.
won't know. Actually, you technically don't know. Because
yeah,
remember
Oh
his
yeah, it's
power is
true.
always rising, so it's
It's
like
always it's
yeah. So okay.
except for when the movie needs to end. Then
As far as the credits need to roll, right? But I wanted to like there was not enough depth to Broly because to me he was just a madman. Like I was like, okay, why is he doing what he does? You know, at that time for me, being evil for the sake of evil was okay. To me, that was Oscar nominated. Give me my Lunchables and popcorn and my
right.
Capri Sun.
You don't need much.
I don't
Yeah.
need much. But now you get older, you're like, nah, this wasn't. Yeah, okay. But the dynamic between him and his father, King Vegeta's a reason for taking out Broly made complete sense. 5 stars.
All the
That's why
sense in the world.
5 stars. A lot of things, a lot of the beats of the movie, they made a lot of sense. Just the execution. Towards the end, to me, the Slugfest reminded me of Sephiroth versus Cloud. You know what I'm saying? I said, man, Cloud, if this went on any longer, Sephiroth make a mistake and grow a second wing and just looks, Cloud, I thought you would kill me by now. Cause Sephiroth sound like Keanu Reeves.
Mm.
But it's like, but after that, Broly's design is still top. That design is, you know what this design helped me realize? It made me want it more because I thought Broly was probably from another tribe of Saiyans that were probably a little bit more, how do I say, tamed, more honor based because his just the way he's designed, he's dressed. He has a basically, I don't know if you
He
would
was
call it a
designed by
crown.
Toriyama.
He was designed by
Toriyama
Toriyama.
design. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was designed well, and I thought his character design was amazing. He was terrifying. He was terrifying. He was just like a force of just a force, and he spoke. And when he did to his dad, that made me look at Broly in a complete. When I saw him turn it into turn into a can.
This even the whole scene. The scene was great. The whole like, where you going, Dad? Oh, I'm preparing the spaceship and a pod built for one.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, that's terrible, dog.
Yeah.
For me, I wanted Broly to stay in that form. I felt like he went into the savage mode too quickly, but at the same time, he's a lunatic. So why wouldn't he, right? Because his regular form was dope, and after that, him escalating. That was. I think that would have been. I think the Z Fighters getting to that level of escalation. If Vegeta finally then gave that all hopelessness, all hope is lost, after finally for so many hours we fighting this guy, and nothing we do is working, for him to give that, for him to have that reaction would have been perfect, more acceptable. But
You
another
saying a
thing is,
lot of things that I'm about to bring up. Go ahead.
and then at the same time, this is amongst the era of where Dragon Ball Z's cinematography is hitting peaks and points, and we getting closer to the Fusion Reborn animation drawing and pristine just character design and choreography. So I wanted more of that Broly. The fake planet truffle. I wish they kind of. Now that I think of it,
You could say it, bro. You could say it. It's fine.
They should have. They should have made it more like a mystery, right? More than who is the legendary Super Saiyan. You have all these candidates, right? Okay, he's not it. He's not it. Oh, wait, him? That would have been probably the best way to do this movie when I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that being the reveal, but it just seems a little bit too much, not mechanical, but too in depth for a Dragon Ball Z script to be.
Yeah,
Is it though?
Because you would have to introduce multiple Saiyans.
You would have to introduce multiple Saiyans, and
And that kind of defeats the purpose of, Goku and Vegeta are literally the last remaining few, and then you got this dad and his son.
Mm-hmm.
which would have been okay if. But the thing is, we already seen more than one last remaining Saiyan show up anyway. So it's like, how would Frieza really be able to destroy the entire Saiyan race? Really, logically, when you think about it, unless he continues a hunt and escapade on that, but that one incident that would have been just probably labeled as the Saiyan rebellion. But those are my thoughts, man. Seven.
Okay. So
There's a lot of
7 from you. Okay.
7.5. 7.5.
10.5.
There's a lot of stuff I enjoyed from the Broly movie, man, and just the havoc that was taking place and the destruction and the power. Like, he was just unstoppable, man.
Mhm. So my thoughts. Before I critique it, I'll give it its props. Yes, the design is A1. This is, to me, the Lord Slug idea done correctly, right? Where it's like, Lord Slug, he's a Super Namekian. How? He's a Super Namekian. But how? Oh, he's a Super Namekian. He's just stronger than your average Namekian. Okay. Like, I feel like Broly was like that idea brought to fruition well. Of like,
Mm.
he's a legendary Super Saiyan. He doesn't have any of the weaknesses that the Super Saiyan forms that we're seeing at this time, in the series have. He has a very unique design, like you guys said. He's towering over everybody, and he's not slow. Like, he's not physically slow. It's not just all bulk, nothing. Like, he's keeping up with them at every turn. And then, like how Tim said, he's getting stronger as he's fighting, so he's outpacing them at a certain point. So I love the concept, loved his design. Also agree, I do wish he had fought in his regular Super Saiyan form a little bit more before he went legendary. The Paragus scene was great. I love the kind of race against time. We don't really get that a lot in Dragon Ball Z, where it's like we got to beat this guy before a meteorite kills everyone.
Which is a
It's
little
great.
extreme, but
It's a little extreme, but because you're just like, we just saw someone get blown to the sun like 2 movies ago. But it gives you that feeling of like there's stakes here, right? If not for them, for the little green guys that have nowhere to run and are not nearly as powerful as them. So like there's certain things like that where I'm like, okay, cool. I enjoyed that. Like Jory said, the cinematography for the most part is great. There is that sense of hopelessness of like, yo, it doesn't matter who shows up. Nothing has changed. Like that scene after they get whooped the first time of everybody rushing Broly, and it starts in slow motion from his perspective of seeing how slow they are compared to him. And he's just dodging without moving from where he's standing. Great. A1. Like it's just there's a lot of scenes. I don't think outside of Super Android 13, I've ever seen Goku get beat as badly as he did in the first Broly movie. It's bad. Like he gets pummeled. Broly uses his body as a trampoline. He starts punching him through a cliffside. Like his body is bouncing against the cliff and Broly's fist. It's just a ping pong of fist and cliff. A1. But everything else in regards to the plot, in regards to the character, to me is some of the worst of Dragon Ball Z.
oh, it's coming. It's coming. All right, guys.
Right? So I'm like,
Get the ether, be ready.
to what Tim has said multiple times whenever we discuss Dragon Ball Z, this is where it turns into transformations exceed logic. Once Broly transforms, the movie was over. It was over. They're unable to even scratch him once. So for me, even as a kid, I'm like, for as brutal as this is, it's honestly kind of boring because there is no like back and forth. There is no moment where it kind of seems like they might turn the tides even a little bit. They're getting beat up they're on the defensive and on the run the entire film. Broly clearly has like mental issues, so he's not that interesting as a villain because there's just not much to him. Right? So once Paragus gets taken out of the picture, the guy who's like the voice and the focus and the whatever, it's just a guy laughing maniacally as the Z Fighters get back up one more time to get beat back down again, which makes the ending when Goku's like, give me all of your power, even though we're all half dead. How does this beat this guy at this point? He beat you all at full strength multiple times.
And mind you, he was getting more powerful.
And he was getting strong. He was weaker then when he beat you guys up the first 2 times. So how is it that when Goku's half dead, y'all are half dead, when he gives you his power, now you're able to open up a hole in his chest? And I know the fan stories over the years, Goku just so happened to punch the area where he was stabbed as a baby. Come on, fam. What are we talking about right now?
No.
Plot, armor, took place. Let's call it for what it is.
Yeah.
We've written ourselves into a corner, and we needed to be able to beat him.
Yeah.
Plus, go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
And you know, they always try to, like, you know, always bring the most plot armor to Goku as well. Because remember, he's the star of the show, so he has to be the one to deliver the final blow.
Right. To the point that it defies literal logic of, like, if he's gotten, it just didn't make sense. It looks cool, right? Again, if we're talking about cinematography, all these things that are happening look dope, right? Like, it would have been more interesting if there was a little bit more of a back and forth between them, and then Broly eventually overpowers them because, like Tim said, he's getting stronger. But he was winning from the first punch. So I'm like, even if he was getting stronger, how could I tell? How could I tell? He's putting them through buildings off 5 minutes in. Gohan didn't even get a kick in before he even like, oh, my power is overflowing. I'm like, bro, this is not interesting. And then on top of that, it's like the way they handle Vegeta and Goku in this scenario. It's like it's like they don't feel like themselves. If that makes sense, like you said, S-Rank, like the whole thing about Trunks being like the audience. It's like, do you not see what's happening? Are you blind? Are you deaf? You don't think it's... Go ahead.
I also think that's the part of the era of Dragon Ball Z where they started to make Goku and Vegeta just like mascots in a sense, but then no real logic to back it up. Like, their brilliance started to go away, because I tell people all the time, one of the best versions of Vegeta to me was Namek Saga. When he was when you really look at it, he was like the boogeyman of that entire saga to Frieza's army. He was taking them boys out piece by piece, and he was so tactical. Even like how, like, when he raided Frieza's ship, bro, like, he knew, like, all right, there's only one way I'm gonna get close access to them. And of course, you know, Zarbon came by, so it was a win-win situation with him. They know they're gonna want to take me alive, question me, all that other stuff. So they'll fix me up halfway, and then I'll just use that as an opportunity to do what I need to do. And it worked out in favor for him. And it was to the point where, like, Frieza was like, all right, call in the Ginyu Force because I'm tired.
Right. And even when you see him in the Cell Saga, it's like you're seeing Vegeta be overconfident, not stupid.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. Like, he's not being stupid. He's just overconfident. He's like, I can't be beaten. I'm a Super Saiyan. I can't be beaten. I'm Super Vegeta. I can't be beaten. And he gets humbled. Right? That's different from the Vegeta we see in this movie. It's like, fam, do you not, again, like, you know, to Tim's point, it's like Vegeta is the tactician. What are you doing? Like, oh, I'm going to go see the Legendary Super Saiyan, go get the ship ready. It's like, you don't see this planet is pretty much barren. This is the planet they're preparing for you. You don't find it funny that every time they send you for this Legendary Super Saiyan, they find nothing? Even the part where, like, Broly jumps Goku when he's sleeping, it's kind of convenient that Vegeta was nowhere to be found, right? Like, all of a sudden, Vegeta can't sense ki anymore. It's just a lot of different things. So I'm like, are they making them idiots?
And then
in this movie?
That's a good point. And then you have like, there's no other Saiyans, and you giving me this planet to rule over people that's not me.
Right.
Over these.
It's rocks, a palace, and these little green aliens that have no like. And I'm so
were they Tuffles?
They weren't called Tuffles. They weren't called Tuffles. But it's just like, to your point, it's like you think that what we know about Vegeta of all people, that he'd be like, you know what? Yeah. This looks like me. This feels like me. This, and then even the whole thing with them saying like, oh, you know, he initially fights Broly, but his Saiyan instincts kick in and realize he's a legendary Super Saiyan. It's like, you don't think his instincts would have kicked in before he realized Broly was legendary Super Saiyan? He was gunning for this man up until he realized it was him. What changed? I'm looking for him. Oh, he was next to me the whole time. It's like, bro, it's like the writing, besides the whole baby and the cradle thing. I'm like, nothing about this plot. This is Lord Slug with Saiyans in terms of writing. Yeah. If you really want to be honest, the writing is not good. It's not. It's not. It's one of those things where it's like, huh?
They're gonna come after you.
That's fine. It's fine. It's just like, it's one of those things where I'm like, again, I don't mind people appreciating Broly, the character design, the uniqueness and moves, right? I think it's super dope that every time he tries a blast, the whole screen turns green and then compresses into his hand. That's fire, right? That's fire. I know we're about to talk about the character. Fire. A1. A1. But if we're talking about Broly as a movie and as a concept, it's not good. It's not revisionist history. It's not like, oh, you know, people want complicated stories. I'm like, listen, even at that time as a kid, I didn't return to this movie very often. I'm like, the fights are one-sided. Broly just seems, I'm like, you have a beef with Goku, the baby, more so than you have with the king who ordered you to get stabbed as a baby. That's what your beef is. You should have been feeling this way about Vegeta. They stabbed you and threw you in the garbage, my man. But you remember Goku crying in the crib. Because like Tim said, Goku's the main character. It has to be about him. Like, you had the blueprint was right there. You wrote it. You wrote it. So for me, it's just like, it's not the worst movie. You know, I still think Lord Slug is the worst movie, but Broly's right. The Broly movie is right there for me. It's right there. It's not a 7 out of 5, 7.5 out of 10 for me. It's not a 6 out of 10. It's like a 4. Maybe in a 3.5. Like, again, I love his design. I love his fighting style, but everything else about this movie is utter garbage, nonsense. And I feel like he's been salvaged more by the video games. And like Tim said, the Super movie, which was 10 times better writing than what we got in this film, to me.
Yeah, it was.
So that's how I felt about him, both as a plot and as a villain. What do you guys think about him as a villain?
Villain is a right around the same, man. It's a 5 or a 6 out of it for me because, like I said, there was no depth to his character. It was like once the mind control band went off and then he just transformed. It was just let me pound you till this planet gets blown up. That's all it really was. There was nothing really connected to him that really. And then when you really look at like the stakes, especially like seconds before the planet blows up and how he survived, I'm just like, okay. I mean, yeah, like bro, like, and of course, they just gave this character 2 sequels. Well, 1.5, I would say.
Well, we can call it 2. We can call it 2. Especially the sequel that, as the fans say, ruined his character because his character had so much depth and richness to it before he was cloned, right? Like that's the narrative we're going with. Oh, this movie ruined Broly. Like, if
did it?
Did it? Does a trash can become more trash? I'm confused. That's right. What do you think about Broly as a villain?
Nah, yeah. Uller, Bardock, Bojack even. We're not on that yet, but Android 13 has the better plot than Broly. Better motives. It's crazy.
Let's just call it what it is, bro.
You know what, man? He still get a 7 because the spectacle still fun to watch, man.
I get it. Again, I get it. I understand. It's like in concepts, it's a hard to match.
But
then especially given. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
I do have one. He blew up the aliens' planet.
You did. In front of them.
Light years away.
Mm-hmm.
The movie should have been over as soon because I'm like, wait, dog, Goku, you none of y'all could withstand that. Y'all not Kryptonian. So it's like, oh man, yeah. No, it was he's a 7, man. He's Bane, Joker, Hulk. So you know what I'm saying? Well, not Bane, maybe Joker, Hulk.
That's disrespectful to 2 out of those 3 characters, bro.
No, I mean just the laughing part. Just the laughing part, man. We'll go with Suicide Squad is the first Joker Suicide Squad. All right, we'll go with that one.
Because Joker
So
got way more intelligence.
yeah,
And
yeah.
Bane got way more
But
intelligence
the
than what we
thing,
saw from Broly.
as far as the green hair and the maniacal laugh, I mean, y'all can't say that he didn't borrow. At least for me, or the Hulk or whatever.
But see, but that goes back to what I was saying when we were talking about Android 13 of like, when I see certain characters that come before Broly,
So
it's
that's what that was. Is he's more of an Android 13
no,
refinement?
it's just yeah, definitely one. But two, I think it's also one of those things where like it speaks more, I guess, to the casual fan base, right? Of the casual fan base is just very saying, right? And
Hmm.
that kind of leads to, in my opinion, some of the problem with modern Dragon Ball of like they know which button to push in case of emergency and they push it every single time. Of like you could have these other interesting plots, you could find the way to get the Earthlings involved or these other secondary characters involved, but you're just like, I'm gonna go Saiyan every time because Broly sells toys, Turles sells toys, you know, a Saiyan something will sell toys. And I just kind of feel like I'm like, what in this movie did we get that we didn't get in Android 13?
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
I
because when you
struggled to
really
find
look
an
at it, it
answer.
was the same format, bro. Once he transforms, he beats everybody up, and then it's another spirit bomb, give me the energy type of finish.
Power of
Right.
friendship.
But I would
The
even
power.
argue that Android 13's finisher is better than Broly's finisher. Because at least I'm
Yeah,
like, okay, we're seeing Goku do something we've never
What
seen
is
Goku do
Broly's
before.
finisher?
He absorbs the ki from all of his friends and punches a hole through his Broly's chest.
No, oh no, I thought you meant okay, I thought you meant like the villain's finishers.
Oh, no. I mean, like, in terms of, like, how they were defeated. Like,
Okay.
I would argue that Android 13 getting punched through the chest by a Spirit Bomb fist is a lot more visually compelling and makes a lot more sense than Goku, who is half dead, getting energy from his half dead friends and is able to defeat Broly, who has, as we know, has gotten even stronger. To me, like I said, like even as a kid, like I don't understand this movie. I don't get the hype. I don't understand. Maybe like I'm like because I'm not part of that casual fan base of like I don't understand why this is like nah. This was the character. This was the one. Other than like I said before, timing. Right? He comes out in America at the peak of wrestling. He comes out in America where you getting Dragon Ball Z paper plates for your birthday party. You know, it was timing is everything, right? Like he dropped the mixtape at the perfect window and it was history from there. That's how I look at it from the outside looking in. So I know you guys who have enjoyed these movies at least a little bit more than me. Like maybe there's a perspective that you guys can give me that I just don't see. I don't see why people like Broly so much. I don't get it.
like I said, it's more of an aesthetic type of thing, bro. Because that's why I tell people
Yeah,
all the
Super
time, like
Saiyan.
the best character to me out of the entire movie saga was Cooler to me.
Mm.
Because he had the most logical sense, and even just his display of how he did things just made more sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I kind of feel like Dragon Ball Z started to really lose, like it started to lose the stakes and the sense of things. Like these are tactical fighters. And that's why I kind of really love the era of Dragon Ball. When you really look at it, like Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and even Chaozu to a point. Like it was
Mm-hmm.
about technique. But then after a while, things shifted about everything is about like massive color palette transformations and who has the last energy blast, even though technically it kind of doesn't make sense.
It definitely doesn't make sense.
And they just kept going and going and going. And and even sometimes in these later movies, the power balancing started to just go out the window. It's like once y'all got rid of scouters, next thing you know, everybody's just doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Power on 70 quintillion billion million. And
And
you
it's
don't
like
understand,
how?
Tim. They got key control. That's why they don't blow up the earth every time they throw a punch. What do you mean?
I guess. And I mean, I guess we could really wrap this up because to be honest, the next movie was not even better.
We about to wrap it up. I wanted to, again, in the format that we presented it, did you guys feel like the heroes in this movie worked for y'all?
No, no.
Mm.
No, they were just punching bags, and that's what it was. And then they just won by the grace of the plot.
Yeah, that's
I'll
that's
say
that's my
this.
thought. Go
I'll
ahead,
say
sir.
this. This probably does a lot for Dragon Ball Z fans the same way um when Kuma showed up for Luffy the first time and everybody got erased.
I don't know if that's an
No, no,
equivalent.
no,
No.
no,
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 no.
no.
Listen to what I'm saying. I said does for Dragon Ball Z fans.
Nah, bro. No.
The reason why I said that, I gotta finish my thought.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why I said that, because this is the first time where these guys are getting destroyed at the way they are getting destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Like they're getting beat up the way they're getting beat up. It was a lot of shock and a lot of the way I'll have to say the animation contribute to it, but the way they were getting just destroyed was just like the last finishing scenes for a lot of people, like the end game scene where everybody was just being disintegrated in the dust. So for a Dragon Ball Z fan to see Goku, Trunks, Piccolo, Vegeta, most of the Z fighters getting obliterated by the Super Saiyan, who's not on their side. Oh, you know, not cooler, not cooler. I'm saying he's not Turles, he's not Raditz, but he's a Super Saiyan that probably achieved Super Saiyan before they have. And so now
Mm.
this everybody in the power scale, like, yo, he's Super Saiyan before you. He's not even Super Saiyan 2. Right? So now this is round two now. This is when all the Z fighters rush Broly. And that's where that Mortal Kombat A and V goes hard. You know what I'm saying? So and that I think for them people for what that did for One Piece fans, it might not have been the emotional attachment, but for Dragon Ball Z people, well, not Dragon Ball Z people, but for Dragon Ball Z fans, that was probably what it was for them. It was, oh my gosh. And again, the peak of wrestling, the
I
peak
can't say
of
that, bro,
the
because
peak of wrestling, the peak of you got your to display power, you're showing your very most dominant characters by them being big and him just walking through everybody. So for people to see that and see what was happening, like these guys are getting tossed up. It's like summoning Exodia. Who don't want to see Exodia?
but
Even
then what was the difference between Android 13? Because he did the same thing to
He did
them.
the same thing with
he
the
did the
same
same
cast.
thing. He did the same thing with the same cast, but guess what, man? Color palette, man.
He's blue and
And
orange.
no, 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 no. Hey, so Android 13 is gonna sell over Brawley? You a kid in the store. Who you picking?
Okay. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. That's a fair point. That is a fair
The
point.
the
That
Dark
On the toy
that's
Magician
side. On the
yeah.
or the
toy
tool?
side.
No, but
But
that
story
that
side, bro,
just
it's the
but
same
no,
thing,
but
bro.
it don't matter. It's the aesthetic. It's it's okay. It's Marvel versus Capcom 2. The first the first edition, right? Or imagine if they did Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with the graphics from part 3. No, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite with a updated aesthetic that's similar and just as good as part 3. All
But
of a
then,
sudden,
but that's where I have to give you pushback because the Broly movie is not as good as Android 13. That's my whole thing. It's like you're right. I'll completely agree with that. Aesthetic wise, you're a kid in the toy store. You're picking up the Broly's figure before you pick up the blue guy with red hair. 9 out of 10 times for sure.
orange hair.
Orange hair, right? That being
Terrible color
said,
scheme. Green
yeah. That being
pants.
said, as a movie, I don't see how people are drawn. It's not better written. It's not better executed. It's just like there's nothing there that to me is like this is a better movie than what I just watched, and definitely not a better movie than any of the cooler films.
It's Uchiha Madara versus the Ninja Army for Dragon Ball Z fans, man. It just didn't have as big of a cast, man.
Even that was
I
better
wouldn't
than
even
what
say
I
that.
saw.
No, but
Uh,
that had writing behind it. But
But
that's
that's what I'm
that had
saying.
writing
yeah,
behind it.
that's what we're saying. Like, there's writing to enforce all those other things. This one does not. It's just
It's
pure.
hollow.
It is just pure. Oh, this is what we thought we should have been, and that's it. and there's nothing to back it up, bro. Nothing. And they just kept going. They just kept going.
They doubled down.
They doubled down, bro. They doubled down, bro.
Because even the whole comparison to Kuma, I'm like, I don't agree with that because one, that's not the first time we've seen the Straw Hats be defeated. One.
Yeah.
Two, again, it's the writing. It's the writing. The stakes that are at play at that point are way more emotional. You're way more invested into what's happening than watching Vegeta be cratered into a side of a cliff when he's been crying for the past 20 minutes. And Piccolo, of all people, was like, "What are you doing?" It's this. There's no. I don't feel anything. I don't understand why Goku is not like, Broly's clearly the legendary Super Saiyan. Let's jump him now. I don't like this whole like lackadaisical approach to like everything in the movie. I'm just like, I felt like you said, Trunks is we're the audience of like, what are y'all doing? What are we doing here right now?
Yeah,
what's happening?
It's written bad. Yeah, it's written bad. Yeah, it's written bad.
Yeah, it has good cinematography. Again, Broly's moves are iconic. Like you said, the transformation scene will go down in history, and he has a moveset like few others. But it's like he to me is the especially, at least I can only speak for American culture. I don't know why Japan likes Broly so much. For American culture, he is the culmination of the right concept at the right time. If you like wrestling in Dragon Ball Z in the 2000s, we got your character for you. It gets no better than this guy. He just clotheslined Trunks through a building. Like
that uppercut, man.
Yeah, like
that uppercut.
There's
man.
no, you know what I'm saying?
Mortal
Like it's just
Kombat uppercut.
Jumped off the top rope. It's just that's what I'm saying. It's one of those things where I'm like, I understand the love for his character design. I 1000% do. But in terms of a movie, I'm like, I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't understand the whole like he was ruined by his later movies. I'm like, he's been bad since his debut. Like Tim said, that super version of Broly saved this character. Completely redeemed this character.
Tenfold.
But yeah, we could move on. The ninth movie in this setup is Bojack Unbound. Now, Bojack Unbound is set very shortly after the Cell games, sometime between that 7-year period before the Majin Buu saga starts officially. There is a tournament being thrown by this very rich couple for their son's birthday. They even hire fake intergalactic warriors to kind of add an extraterrestrial spectacle to it. Mr. Satan is there as like the exhibitionist match at the end, so on and so forth. Essentially, every single Z fighter that can fight is there. And if not, they're in the attendance. So you see Yamcha, you see Tien, you see Krillin, you see Piccolo. They have like this whole battle royale fight on this very like.
Oh yeah, and Trunks comes back after killing the Andross because I want to say one final goodbye.
Yeah, which was fine because he does say that in the story. Like after he kills Cell, he's like, I plan to go back to tell them that I won. Right, so I'm like, all of these things are kind of lining up. Trunks' design is like peak 90s at that point with the jean jacket cut off and the long emo hair. Peak 90s. Linkin Park, AMV, cue the music right there. It all in the end cues up as soon as you see him, show up. But it's very colorful locations. Of course, the Z Fighters make it to the finals, along with some other human characters, right? A sumo wrestler and so on and so forth. Come to find out, Bojack is freed from a star that he was being contained in. Once King Kai died in the Cell fight, it released him and his crew. They show up, kill the intergalactic warriors, start going after the finalists because they realize that Earth is a threat and they want to take out the fighters on Earth, plus use it as Bojack's kingdom. They all get into a skirmish. Everyone respectfully loses. Gohan ultimately goes Super Saiyan 2 and finishes off Bojack and crew. Now, I'm just going to let you guys go first, but I will say that this is personally my favorite Dragon Ball Z movie. Maybe not for the reasons you might think, but this is my favorite Dragon Ball Z movie out of the original 13. But what do you guys think about the plot?
I gave it a 7. I did enjoy seeing Like seeing some of the old Z fighters back in the fold again. Like there was a match where it was Tien versus Trunks, and
Beautiful, bro.
and the fact that Tien didn't get knocked out within 30 seconds, I was very happy. I was very happy to see that. I mean, and it kind of just reminds you, bro, like these people are competent, but it's just the writing just kind of failed them, and they were just abandoned. It was good to see Krillin again. Not as just this punching bag all the time until a certain point.
He
But
did what he could.
and it was really the first movie that, well, they kind of reneged to a certain point where it was the first movie without Goku in a sense. Like, he's dead, from the finale of what happened with Cell. I did like the whole factor, like, Hercule is still trying to play with this hoax that, I took out Cell, and then he's getting all this sponsorship left and right, and then, he keeps coming across, oh, it's that kid. Is he going to blow my bubble? Like, what am I supposed to do? And it's just that you start to feel like this is like the section of Dragon Ball Z, like you could feel the stakes, but it's also had that comedy elements to it. So I gave it a 7. I do like the villains. I did like the fact that they're space pirates. The Kais actually sealed them away. So that goes to show you, like, these people are actually a threat. Like, the fact that y'all got sealed away. And, that's how it is, bro. Especially after characters like Aizen, like, oh, they didn't kill them. They sealed them.
Yeah.
So that needs to show you that they are very formidable people. And then even like how you mentioned this in the group chat, like they come from a planet called Hera, and that's the race of their aliens. They're Hera. So I mean, once again, opens up more lore, but never, whatever.
Why elaborate, right?
Yeah.
Elaborate?
And their super forms are very straightforward. Like, I mean, it makes more sense than Super 13.
Yeah, it's almost like their version of Super Saiyan. It feels like. Yeah, like
when you really look at it, and it was very straightforward, and it's like, bro, you can't be mad at it because it's like, what can you really do?
Yeah, their muscles get bigger, their hair changes color. I'm like, tracks.
So that's pretty much it, and then and especially if you've been keeping up with the super manga, you already know who these people are.
Yes. Well, we'll see if that ever gets elaborated, right? Who knows? Who knows these days? It's like it's right there by the rim, but Dragon Ball Z. We'll just wreck on it again.
Of course. So I gave it a 7.
Okay. S rank. What are we thinking about Bojack Unbound plot wise?
Bojack Unbound's cool. It's 7.5 for me. One of the things that maybe I'll give it an 8. It's a higher score. I'll give it an 8. Because I like the scenery. I like the different locations. I kind of wish they spent more time showing the tournament scene.
Okay.
I liked that it was like different game like different the tournament, the entire festival was like just a collection of different things going on, which was cool.
Different arenas,
different places, locations of battle. Bojack showing up. There was a couple of things that was like, because I wound up seeing that movie a lot later when my brain was more developed. Right, something like Broly would have been Oscar nominated had you asked me a couple of years ago, a younger me. But for Bojack, Bojack was a dope villain. At first, I wasn't really sold up on the design because it's like, to me, space pirate. I'm like, huh? Sell it to me. They didn't show him ship. They didn't show, he just showed up and started beating up people. So it was just like, he didn't say what he wanted. I think Master Roshi or the Kais, that's Bojack. Bojack came from a planet that was sealed and
Well, one of his henchmen does like elaborate that like what they want to do ultimately.
Yeah.
They do clarify at some point like what they're looking to do on Earth. So, but you're right. He doesn't say it.
Bojack doesn't even talk. Bojack just smirks it. You feel me? So it's like okay, Bojack, your character design is great. It's telling me that you're a schemer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you're not saying any more than that. And then after that, there was one part where he just there's that scene I'll be saying to you all the time. To me, it's the same thing like that meme where the shoulder rest on or the hands resting on your shoulder. You know what I mean? I'm talking about. But it's
Yeah.
when BoJack went behind Homegirl and just killed her. I was just like, what's the point of this? A
So
lot
I
of the
guess to
villains.
try to distract Gohan, maybe catch him off
So
guard.
I'm gonna shoot this blast directly in front of him, like through her back.
That'll unnerve her. That'll get him.
And just man, that part was ridiculous to me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I did like the villains. They had different powers. I think they
Yeah.
were like very good at drain. They could drain your
Yeah.
energy.
Drain your key. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that kind of like they felt foreign. They felt like aliens, but they felt like a different type of alien. They felt like a Middle Eastern fusion of or displayed that within their planet there's different cultures that exist and they're all a part of Bojack's team. So I
It's
thought that
funny you
was
say that
dope.
because in the English dub, they give them a Caribbean accent that you can kind of hear with some of them.
So they're space Jamaicans.
They're from the West Indies of space.
Space
That's why I said the English
Bahamians.
dub. You got to take when you're like, oh, they made 13 a redneck. I'm like, no,
Space
Funimation made 13 a
Grenadians.
redneck.
Space Grenadians. That's crazy. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so plot wise,
The plot was decent, man. It was decent. Gohan got his time to shine. This is when Toei. So my thing is another thing that gets me so frustrated. Y'all come up with this genius plot only to abandon it. So Goku's dead in the movie, but it's not canon,
it
right?
it it is probably one of the most canon movies
Yeah.
out of the bunch.
But it's not. Then it's nothing.
Because the
So
only the only continuity error would have been Trunks' hair. Because if he goes back right after the way he said he would, he had his hair cut short and
Yeah.
his hair is long. That's really everything else. Goku's dead. This is during the 7 years before the Majin Buu saga. There's no like if Goku was alive, it would have been like a plot hole. Like everything kind of lines up in terms of it's clearly post Cell.
I actually loved how they did Vegeta's character. Vegeta didn't even care about fighting anymore, bro.
yeah, because Goku was dead. What's the
And it
point?
was just, I felt it. I felt it. I was like, dang. And he's grieving in a way that he doesn't want to acknowledge that he's grieving.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really, because to me, it wasn't, you don't really want to kill Goku anymore. You just say that because you want people to
You need
remember who, yeah,
motivation.
you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
yeah.
need motivation. So it was just like, man, Vegeta's grieving, dog. He turned off the television. And I was just like, yo. But as far as like Gohan turning Super Saiyan, Gohan getting his time to shine, that was it, man. After that, Gohan provided no value whatsoever after that ever again. And so I leave that with I
He
leave
went
that
from
all to say
he went
that
from
this
wearing the
movie,
23 jersey to wearing the 4-5. He was joining on the Wizards.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
boy.
For me, like I said, this is my favorite DBZ movie. I love to what you guys said. I love the
Oh,
the
before second
mm,
best cast of villains in a movie, second greatest cast of villains in a film. Third, no, no, yeah, second greatest. They're better. They're more interesting than Coolest guys.
they
Sadly, wait,
I
by
like their
far.
designs a lot. Like when I rewatch them, like I really love their henchmen designs. They're very unique. Like, when's the last time you saw a villain with a goatee? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like a lot of like really like this is I don't know what it is, but it's working.
It was new. It was
Yeah,
fresh, and I
yeah.
think
I wish
that's
they
why
spoke
people.
more, but it's
It was fresh, man.
design wise.
It was a fresh movie. Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, like I love the locales. I love the battle royale format. Like I love the like Tim said, the re-inclusion of like everybody. Tien's there, Yamcha's there. The fact that you have this like running joke of like, to me, that still respects the characters of like Krillin's freaking out about fighting Piccolo because of course you would, right? And then he's also like relieved when it's like, oh, it's just a race to the finish. You don't actually have to fight Gohan or anybody else. You know, so I'm like, there's certain things where I'm like, it sets itself up in a way where it doesn't sacrifice what makes these characters cool. Like, you didn't expect to see Trunks versus Tien, and it'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just like, oh man, this Tien should have just flip out the ring, but he doesn't. And he's like, no, because we know how Tien is. Tien's the same person who's like, I'm gonna fight Cell. Y'all should run for it. Like, that's in his character. And Trunks is a respectful dude. It's like, all right, we know what time it is, but I'll fight you. I'll take you seriously. If even for us. So like there's a lot of character nuances where it just feels like every character to me is written very, very well. Come on now. Teen Gohan and the Goku Gi. What are we talking about right now? You know, like who knew we needed this? Who knew we needed this, yo? Like
so you unlocked that character in Sparking Zero?
Oh, it's not yet.
Not yet, right?
Right.
Boy, that bundle pack gonna be something.
It's about to be crazy, yeah. But I love the design, love the locale, love the usage of the characters. The fact that even though, they kind of get one-shotted, I just like that Tien and Yamcha are there, bro. Like, I like that they show up. You know, like I like the whole involvement. Really, the only thing which I had alluded to when we were talking about or leading up to this on previous pods is I don't think Bojack's very interesting. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. He's not boring, right? I love their designs. Like Tim said, like I like the whole space pirate design. I think the henchmen and everything is designed very well. It's like he talks, but he doesn't. So it's like I know what he is. I know his motivation. He doesn't have a personality, really. So, like, even when he pushes Zangief in front of the blast, I'm like, are you doing this to scare Gohan? Are you afraid? And you're literally like, let me run and push someone else in front of him so I can get away. Like, I don't really know what's happening.
He's not consistent, man.
Yeah.
You could tell during this period of characters, I would say everybody after, like, Cooler, I would say. Actually, no. After 13, I would say, you could tell that they started to introduce villains, like the main villains that they just didn't really know what to do with in terms of personality. They were just there for energy blasts and color palettes.
Right. We need someone to
and
fight.
That was the trend. Like you started to really see less dialogue. Even though there's lore there to support them, it's like they don't support it.
Yeah. Because
again,
it's an interesting premise to your point, Tim. It's like the Kais had to steal these guys away. Like, what were they? You know, like, can we get a flashback of them rampaging through the 4 galaxies? You know, like just anything.
Yeah, they could have gave us a flashback like Optimus Prime did when he was this is Megatron and you see Megatron do.
Yeah, right. It was just an exposition dump. Like, oh, here's this guy, here's what they did, and it's just like, I mean, I guess.
And I also didn't like the fact that the Z fighters, they all got taken out very quickly, bro. Even Vegeta. So I was like, whoa. I was like,
so you know what's crazy, right? I didn't like that as a kid. Because again, this is one of the top 5 Vegeta entrances. Top 5, right? Trunks is being held by ropes. The sword comes out of nowhere, cuts him free. Trunks catches his sword. Vegeta blows up the roof that the villains are standing on. Flies up right past them. I'll fight Bojack alone. You stay back. I'm like, this. He don't get no better. He just keeps.
It was hard.
He just won't stop being dope.
It was hard. We had to shout out Piccolo though. Piccolo did one for Broly too.
No. Piccolo has some, but that was the thing. It was always like a one up of each other. Like who could have the rawest entrance. Right, because like even Piccolo's entrance, going about to get blasted by Bojack. You see the special beam cannon out of nowhere. Piccolo's posing on the tower with his cape flapping in the breeze. Oh, he's unconscious. Oh, okay. But
And
I was
that's
gonna say
why,
with Vegeta, I didn't mind because to Jory's point earlier, he hasn't been fighting. He's rusty. So he can't keep up with Bojack because it's like, bro, you haven't fought since Goku died. You showed up there on like it's me, but your fighting skills are not where they need to be. That was the only because I mean it's one of those things where it's like to your point, Tim, like it does become the Goku and Gohan show almost uncomfortably so, especially in some of these movies. But I also kind of feel like it's budget and time of like if these movies can't be longer than an hour, how long can they fight him really?
yeah,
You kind of got to get to it. So that was the only thing. Because like to me, I'm like I feel like Piccolo probably would have been able to have at least killed one of these henchmen, but he goes straight for
yes,
Bojack for no reason. It's
yes.
like, bro, he's bodying you.
Like
Fall back.
the only person who killed a henchman
Was Trunks.
was Trunks, and then of course Gohan and Bojack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even that, like again, looking up the lore before we started the episode, apparently the person that Trunks killed was second in command. I'm like, that would have been nice to know. And then if he kills the second in command, why is he struggling with the rest of them? He should be on Grim Reaper time if that's the case. Like, because they're not even transformed like the other buddy did. But you know, power levels, right? What are they? What are they really? Right? What are power levels? And again with the plot, bro. I mean, come on now. This is. I know nothing will ever really top Gohan going Super Saiyan 2 for the first time during the Cell games. But can we all admit this was a close second? Goku knocks him out of Bojack's arms, gets the quiet stand up. He doesn't even look at them. His back is to them. I'm my father's son. Yells, camera pans, the buildings collapse.
It was for aesthetic.
I loved it.
I mean, it was cool. It was cool for especially at that age.
Yeah.
It was, but it just. But then, like how Jory said, bro, like after that, he just becomes.
Yeah, well, no, this was his swan song, right? Like this is if you got to go out, you know what I'm saying? This is how you retire the jersey, at least for a movie. I love how that movie ends. I love it. Punches Bojack to the chest. Bojack's clearly scrambling. Throws the blast. The blast collide. They fly each other. Gohan punches him again, and he just disintegrates into the blast. And it's just what again? Like I don't know what else I could have asked for in terms of movie ending. I ultimately think, as we're about to go into how we think about the villain, I just don't think Bojack was interesting, and it really hurts the movie. It hurts the movie. It's a 9 out of 10 for me for like premise, ideas. Again, locale, Trunks fighting Buddy in that little river, and Gohan fighting, in the like construction center looking thing was super cool. Gohan doing like a 5-on-1. Come on now, like it's like there's so many different things that are like dope, but like as a villain, I'm just like you could have put in anybody at this point. Like there's nothing. He has nothing that like resonates as a character for me.
And then they messed
for me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They messed this story up twice with that re-inversion in Super. They ruined it twice. The heaters.
Oh yeah,
they ruined it twice, man. Bojack just was. I didn't understand. I didn't know who he was, man. Because I was like, is he confident? Is he like a trickster? But his name was Fire. Bojack Unbound. What's gonna happen? But nothing much. Nothing much. It's flat soda.
yeah,
The flat soda.
He's
Them
not
real sodas after 30 minutes that you get from the dollar store.
That Bubblicious after 30 seconds.
Oh boy, yeah. Boy.
Bubblicious chewing gum. There's nothing about him. Again, the design is cool. I'm not even mad at his transformation, but I go back to this movie and I'm like, and I feel I don't hate
like
him.
the transformations.
It was fine.
Bro, highlighters. Y'all just turn the highlighters now. And y'all
what is Super Saiyan?
No, it's a highlighter, but it's like it's different. Well, with that, it's connected to Wukong. But this one was just, and then I'm like, yo, your facial structure is not different from 13, so it's like it kind of just doesn't sell me because it's like all I see is 13 again. Honestly, because his facial structure is just like his hair. Versus, he got a hat versus a hat. He got a beanie on, a
Yeah.
bandana, and it's
I
just
can't defend
like
it. I
it's
just,
just like
yeah.
yo. That's and then when you turn super, y'all look identical. If we play right now, and I put side to side, I'm like yo, they brothers. If y'all pick any other color scheme for 13, Super 13, and Bojack, you'll be like, oh, yo, these look like the same people.
Mm.
So that's where I stand with Bojack. But
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%, man.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't think this was, to me, like, this was the last time out of the original 13 that we got a movie like this, where, like, you're not wondering, oh, where's so and so? They're all there. Chao Su's even there in the audience, right? So it's like every character is involved. But Tim, what do you think about Bojack as a villain?
He was, like I said, he wasn't interesting. He was not interesting whatsoever. I do kind of felt like the movie. It did give
Excuse
me
me,
Tree of
Nels.
Might vibes at certain points. I
Mm,
would have loved to see the Z Fighters hold their own against the henchmen a bit more,
mm,
because
mm,
especially like you had Yamcha, you had Tien, you had
mm,
Trunks, you had Krillin. Like, so this is actually a very interesting bunch.
mm,
Like, you have like a mixture of old and new to an extent, because you realize, bro, after this movie, bro, if you ain't have blonde hair and blue eyes, and
where were you?
sometimes in the Namekian,
And not even then.
it was like you were non-existent whatsoever. You was at Master Roshi's house watching the TV.
You, straight human, dog. You
Praying
a
right next
hermit.
to Boma, please. Come on,
You
go,
a
go.
hermit.
Straight human, bro. And and I, like I said, bro, I would have just loved for them to just hold their own just a little bit, bro. Because like, especially when
It's
you brought
fair.
back a tournament,
It's fair.
it's like, and that's where
It's the
I said, bro, the
roots.
Dragon Ball, that's where they shine the most, bro. The tournaments, man. That's where
Mm-hmm.
Tien and Yamcha brought out them techniques that you didn't like, bro. When did you even have time to develop this?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But nope. We were living in the age of just energy blasts and pallets, and that's exactly what you got.
But I think also it has to do a lot too with like power levels being so inconsistent, right? I'm like, it's hard to know, like, okay, is it that these guys are that much stronger than them? Did they catch them off guard? Because you're telling me that Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien all get basically one-shotted, but then so does Trunks, kind of.
Yeah.
So it's like, where do they? I don't understand who scales where. Like, is it like, are they Cell Junior strong in comparison to like where? How strong are they? Like, where is Bojack? Is Bojack perfect Cell strong, weaker, a little bit stronger? It's just like you don't really
No,
know where to gauge it.
you barely know anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Russian roulette and just have a good time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I think that's a fair critique. Like I said, it's my favorite, but it's ironically the villain aspect of it is what takes it away from me a little bit. Like it's a 9 out of 10 for me because everything else, like I said, is there in terms of like what I wanted from a movie, the characters I wanted involved, the designs, but just the villain. Like you need the villain to be good, right? It's like a
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood movie. Like if the villain isn't good, if his motivations don't make sense, you're like I don't want to see the Iron Man highlight show, right? If his villain does not, isn't important. So like I that was always my critique with that movie. Like I just don't care about BoJack. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's BoJack Unbound in a nutshell.
And then now we're back to the dark ages.
So
Round two.
back to kicking this legendary characters back in. We get to movie 10, Broly the Second Coming. Now, from jump, there's something wrong with this movie. Because the first scene you see is a Saiyan space pod landing on Earth. And who falls out of that space pod but Broly? And you think to yourself, but wait a second. Didn't he get his chest opened up as the meteorite was swallowing the planet? How did he make it to another space pod, climb in, fly out of the meteorite's path, and make it to Earth with what I
Nowhere
assume are
to
mortal
go.
wounds.
Nowhere to
Yes,
go.
nowhere to go with mortal wounds and conveniently make it to Earth. To then fall into a crater. The crater freezes over and you sit in stasis basically for 7 years until you're woken up by who else than your rival's youngest son, who is on a trip with his best friend and his brother's girlfriend to see Shenron for the first time, which was an interesting enough plot. They go to this village. They have to do this task of ridding the village of a quote unquote demon to get the Dragon Ball, turns out to be a dinosaur. As they're planning to sneak surprise the demon, Videl slaps Goten, who starts fake crying because he wants food. And that wakes up Broly. Broly, right? Broly, the Oscar winning Hannibal Lecter level of writing of a villain who has now fully lost his mind and can only say Kakarot, except for the few other times he speaks. He then spends the rest of the movie torturing Videl, Goten, and Trunks. He doesn't really fight. You can tell he's not really fighting them seriously. They're also not fighting seriously. And then Gohan shows up. Gohan tries to fight him seriously. Broly harms them, harms the kids. Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2. Specifically, right? There's always been that nuance of whether or not he does. He goes Super Saiyan 2. Broly turns to legendary Super Saiyan. It becomes just as one-sided as it's always been. Gohan uses his brain, which was, dope. Like, we want to see tactics from, this guy whose head is in the books all the time. Gets Broly swallow the lava. Lava doesn't kill him. Krillin shows up with a very interesting cameo. They go for round 3. Broly beats Gohan senseless until Videl shows up. Gohan gets mad. They have a admittedly legendary S-tier beam struggle. And then plot armor happens. Shenron projects a mirage of Goku. It's hard to say if he's actually there or not. And then we get admittedly one of the best movie finishers in the entire franchise. As the father, son, and son, again, plot armor their way through Broly's beam.
Yeah,
and
forget
blast Broly
Trunks,
into
right?
the sun.
Even though Trunks did most of the work.
Yeah, even though, but that's also part of the plot armor. If Trunks throws a ball of ki that's somehow able to deflect
all of Broly's blast,
so that they can give the extra push to kill him. He's blown to the sun and dies. He dies at least. So, fellas, what do we think about Broly's second coming when it comes to the plot?
F.
It's a 3 out of 10, bro. That's worse than Lord Slug, bro.
Dog, when I saw, listen. Oh, okay. And then I saw that movie late because I wasn't interested in seeing. I'm like, okay, so wait, Broly not dead? But like he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I was like, okay, Broly's back he's Pickle from Baki, a caveman frozen over, and and then the movie took forever to go places, dog. I was just like, yo, I fell asleep, woke up. They're in a village and I fell asleep, woke up. The village is under attack. I fell asleep, woke up. Gohan just punched it. I'm like, okay. And then, oh man, it was a lot, man. It was a lot of nothing, a lot of fluff. And then finally, Broly doesn't even show up. Broly's in like regular form, not swole anymore. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah,
Right?
it seemed like they saw the critiques of like he didn't fight enough in Super Saiyan, and now he's fighting in Super Saiyan. Well, go ahead.
And then after that, it wasn't my favorite battle choreography. There's not a lot of things that I remember fighting wise, choreography wise, where there were moments where like I was like, oh man, snapshot that versus the beam struggle. That was the only thing, right? Let's create a Cell Games 2 blast, but it just didn't hit the same because there was no investment. No, Broly still didn't talk. You know what I'm saying? It was just still nothing. And like Broly didn't learn his lesson. Broly didn't want to develop or transform or nothing. Let me get straight to the point and let me get defeated again. I got beat up. There was no character resolve of getting power, of getting improving in strength. Unlike Cooler, who was like, yo, you guys beat me. I'm gonna make sure I create a perfect specimen. You know what? I won't just stop at one. I'll stop at many. Train them. Make sure these AI versions of me are indestructible. And if they are, if they do get defeated, they'll come back and collect data instantaneously.
Anything would
And
have been better than what we
and just
got
jump you.
with
But
Broly.
yeah, no, it's an F, man. I know I'm not gonna say it. I'll give it a D. Because I know what movie I want to give an F to. Same guy. Same guy. I'm gonna go in, dog. I'm gonna go in next dog. I'm gonna go in the next one, dog. Just tag me in, kid. Just just tag me
Tim.
in. But yeah,
I gave this movie a 3 out of 10, bro. Like this wasn't even a good movie to just have on in the background. It was just annoying. Because first of all, the moment like, all right, and this is where like power scaling just gets wonky. It's like, bro, you mean to tell me Videl is about to fight, bro?
Right. Right.
okay. Let me
Videl?
ask you a question.
Right.
Is this after Buu Saga?
This is
No, this
as
is
the Buu Saga is
Deering.
starting. This is like it's right as it's starting.
Yeah, this is Deering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right before
she
the
ain't Miss
tournament.
Popovich.
No.
No, this is technically
Okay.
before the tournament. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Spopovich is
To
Yeah.
Tim's point, she gets clotheslined by Broly while he's Super Saiyan and doesn't combust into a million pieces. So
So, like, I mean, I did like the fact, like, this is the first movie that you see Goten and Trunks, but then it's just like, but see, but at this time, bro, we already know, like, levels now. So, like, you mean to tell me two kids who are basically Super Saiyan level 1
mm-hmm.
is about to take on the legendary Super Saiyan?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we see how that goes. Gohan shows up, but then, this not Gohan.
This is not this
This
ain't
is retired Gohan. Student Gohan. Oh, I'm more focused about my GPA Gohan.
yeah.
Oh, I'm in a relationship
I'm in a
now
girls.
Gohan.
hey, that's a good power up GPA Gohan, dog.
Yeah,
Dog.
like
Father of the Year Gohan.
this is GPA Gohan. So it's like, what can this dude do? The fact, bro, like you don't even go Super
We gotta
Saiyan
coin
two.
that.
The fact
We
that
gotta
you don't
coin
even
that.
go Super Saiyan 2 immediately.
That's true. He does go
It's
Super
like
Saiyan too, but he takes his time.
I was
Yeah.
like, bro, do you not remember what happened to you the last
Right.
time? Like, did
Right.
that face full of concrete did not?
When Broly was using as a windshield wiper. Did you not? Did you
Bro,
forget?
Dog, that was incredible. Dog. Gosh.
so it was like, it was a very interesting fight, man. And then of course, when it comes to Broly, I already knew it's going to be a plot armor death. So like, yeah, the father son Kamehameha wave. I was like, oh, they're going to blow him into the sun like they did Cooler. Okay, I guess that. I mean, it
Man.
works. It works when you really look at it. It works. But yeah, man, it was a 3 out of 10 for me, bro. It was a 3 out of 10. Like this was worse than Lord Slug to me. Like I don't know who was doing the writing at the times, bro, but it was rough over there, bro. I want to see what the box office numbers for these movies was, because it's like,
That's very interesting. Yeah, I would love to have known what the reception was at that time for these films.
because it's like, bro, like how did he get another movie out after this? I am very astounded.
Which is, I'm glad you said that because again, like I am very curious to know how the Japanese audience views Broly. Right? I'm like I don't know what it is. I have my theories for why
I could
Americans are,
see.
but like it's to the point where like he's been in every video game. He had at one point a 4D ride in Japan. I don't know if you guys knew this. They did like a one of those interactive like Spider-Man at Universal. They had that for Broly. So it's like,
Is he in Breakers?
yes. So that's what I'm saying. Like he there's something about him that like Japan loves. They love Broly as well. But yeah, I'm with you guys. If I didn't like the first movie and that was the best out of the offerings, you already know second coming ain't about to redeem him in any way. It's just like y'all said. It's like the first half of it is just it's so monotonous. It's so like uninteresting. It's a good premise. Like it's cool that they focus on Goten and Trunks, give Adele a little bit more character, but what they do with them is just not interesting. It's not interesting. And then, like you said, Tim, it's like you're telling me that these guys could last 2 seconds against the legendary. Like, are we serious right now? And again, even if he's not taking them seriously, it's like I know power levels obviously don't matter at this point, right? You guys have made it very obvious, but I'm like, where is the suspension of disbelief?
And then this is even before they started training to fight Super Boo.
Right.
Like, no.
Right.
No.
They don't even know how to fight like that. So like it's yeah. So then again, like with Gohan, again, I like the fact that Gohan uses brains to try to defeat Broly. Like I'll put him in lava. I like that. I'm like, it speaks to, because that's always what I wanted from Gohan as an adult. Like if we're going to go to the bookworm thing, what can you do other than throw a stronger punch? Like, where's all this like critical thinking?
But he didn't. He also forgot. Like, hey, bro, we use energy. We know we can make energy fields.
Right. Well, Tim, you got to give him some credit. He was unconscious for half of the movie. Remember, he was hung up like laundry on the side of a building in the last movie. He didn't do too much fighting. So I do appreciate that, I guess, right? I'm looking for redeemable qualities. And again, I love the ending. I love it, even though it's plot armor to the max, right? It doesn't make sense that Trunks was able to hold back Broly's additional blast at all. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's plot armor at its finest. It's just an iconic shot for me. I don't know. Like, you want to talk about aesthetics. I'm like, seeing Goku, Gohan, and Goten use a triple Kamehameha was just dope. I have no...
To the point they had to give Trunks and Vegeta one years later.
Right. They had to like try to mimic it. Like I'm like, it's an iconic shot, right? What Jory says about like not having iconic shots, I'm like, it is an iconic shot, but everything else in this movie is not good.
And then of course Naruto. There was a Naruto movie where he did the father
son Rasengan.
I was like, bro.
Respect your elders, you know what I'm saying?
And then, of course, in the Storm game, you gave us the parent and child Rasengan.
The brother and brother Amaterasu. Come on now. Y'all know who your forefathers are. All right? We're not new to this. We're true to this, right?
Crazy.
So, shall I even ask what you guys thought about Broly as a villain in this movie? Is there even...
It's worse. It's worse.
Yeah. It's...
That movie to me is like the episode of Skypiea in One Piece. Dog, Skypiea was tough.
Yeah.
Skypiea
Pacing
was
wise,
tough.
it's a rough...
Oh my.
It reminds me of like the Friday the 13th movies. Right, where like somehow Jason becomes more and more simple every time he returns. Like before, it's like here's this kind of like he wants revenge type thing, and then at some point he just becomes a zombie who just kills.
Yeah, because
there was one movie he was the Predator.
They
took off the whole mask.
Because in the early movies, he had a bag over his head. He didn't always have a husky mask.
Yeah. He used to like hide bodies or like put bodies in certain ways to get people to come out. Like, oh, what's that over there? Let's go take a look. Like there was strategy in his killings. And then at some point, it just became hockey mask and a machete. And he's unkillable. That's it. And that's what this feels like with this Broly movie. I'm like, this is just Jason 3 to me at this point. I'm like, Broly has no character. He's even worse somehow. And yeah, this is not great. Not great. I'm with y'all. I think it's like a 3 out of 10 for me. And most of that 3 is the 3 Sun family using the Kamehameha.
And that was it.
Everything else you could keep. I'm not. So to move on from one trash can to the trash fire, the dumpster, right?
The dumpster fire.
The dumpster fire.
Bring this in a little closer. Make sure they get all the facial expressions.
the Broly 3, Jurassic Park 3, Jaws the Revenge, any three
Nah,
where
I wouldn't
things were
say Jurassic
just.
Park 3. I'd say Jurassic Park 4. I actually enjoyed Jurassic Park 3.
Have you watched it recently?
Because to me, I'm like, this would be a great Dino Crisis if it was a video game.
But
No?
it's not. It's a movie.
The pterodactyls
Sure,
in the
that's one scene.
cage?
That's one scene.
One.
The Spinosaurus that could do math backwards and forwards?
Who they couldn't hear, but they could hear the phone ringing. Right, the 2,000 ton dinosaur. You can't hear his footsteps, but you can hear.
The phone that's supposed to be in its stomach.
Jurassic Park 3, Jaws the Revenge.
Y'all got me done. I'm watching it again recently. Where is streaming?
Probably on somewhere. Probably on somewhere. Yeah, because I felt the same way. I'm like, oh, that was
I put my One Piece hat on. All right. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I thought the same way. I'm like, Jurassic Park 3 wasn't that bad. And then I rewatched it, and I was like, oof. So we get to Bio Broly, right? It's set sometime before Majin Buu, like right after the World Tournament kind of concludes. But there's also like this maybe that it takes place after Majin Buu. But to me, I'm like, well, then why wouldn't Goten and Trunks just fuse? So I think the popular theory is that it takes place sometime before they fight Majin Buu, which would explain why Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Goku are not there.
Yeah.
18 goes to Mr. Satan to get her prize money. At the same time, his childhood rival shows up and wants to get revenge for embarrassing him when he was a kid. He creates Bio Warriors with his money. One of the chief wizard from the last movie has collected some of Broly's blood, so he's using it for a top tier experiment to bring Broly back as a Bio Warrior. Goten and Trunks tag along. 18 and Goten and Trunks fight the Bio Warriors, and then Jaguar releases Broly, who is immediately covered in goo.
And mind you, the villain scientist, the shaman, how did you know he was a legendary Super Saiyan? How do you even know what a Super Saiyan is?
The plot required it, Tim. What do you mean?
I was like, that part, I was like, bro, you're a human being who's not part of this clique. How would you know that?
Right. No. Hey.
Yeah.
You over there making sense.
It's just like Rita coming out of the moon. They broke my seal. It's time to conquer Earth.
Right. Why Earth? Right? Don't think too hard on the details, right? So, but you're right. Why would he know that this guy is? I mean, it's probably fair to say that he saw the fight, right, from the last movie, but you still wouldn't know what's happening. It wouldn't, like it would have made no difference. But yeah, so they bring back Broly. He's immediately covered in goo. He becomes this bio mutant, essentially Saiyan. They fight him. He eventually overpowers all of them. Trunks uses his brains to cover Broly in more goo. The goo starts to turn into concrete of some sort when it hits ocean water. So Broly's essence starts to overwhelm the goo. He becomes, again, like a mutant, essentially, who becomes a massive form in the ocean, but turns to full cement, and they blow him away, and he dies. And that is Bio Broly. So, yeah. I'll start. I'm actually here to shoot this movie some bail. There's an almost unspoken consensus that this is the worst Dragon Ball Z movie, right? If you were to poll 20 Dragon Ball fans, most of them will say, I think Bio Broly is probably the worst. It's just it ruins the character. It was so much better before. It's this, it's that. Da, 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 da. Everything about this is stupid. Whatever the case may be, right? That's generally the consensus across the board, right? So that's why he's not usually in the games. That's why he's not usually in any like crossover media. They kind of conveniently skip over him every single time and go straight to Janemba. But when I was rewatching this movie for our series, and I was like, I don't think this movie would have been received as poorly if it wasn't a clone of Broly. If they had said something like we were able to collect Saiyan DNA and the Saiyan was covered, because as soon as he's covered in goo, he's not really Broly anymore. He's a mutant. Like, he's shooting eye lasers, mouth lasers. Krillin cuts his head off with a Destructo disc. It grows right back together. Like, he's not Broly. He's just a bio mutant, essentially. So I feel like, and again, this just might be my opinion, I feel like a lot of this hate is, well, it's not the Broly I remember, so I hate it. Right? So I'm like, if it was like the Bio Saiyan, whatever the case may be, I don't think that saves the movie. Let's be clear. I don't think it saves the movie. But I think it removes some of that bias of like, this is not Broly. What is this? Right? It's because essentially it's a Goten and Trunks adventure. It's much, much better fighting than what we got in Second Coming. By far. Especially like Goten and Trunks' like team attacks against Broly. Like, it's really, really good choreography. And it's a very unique cast. Android 18, Krillin. Like, it's a movie that tries something very, very, very different from what we're used to in Dragon Ball movies. So for me, I was like, I don't think this isn't Shakespeare at all. But I don't think this is any worse to me than Lord Slug by comparison. I would even argue that it's probably just as bad as Second Coming. I don't think it's necessarily worse as a movie to me. But that's kind of my 2 cents. You guys are feel free to interject and we can debate it. I don't hate it.
I'll go first. All right. The one thing I did enjoy about this movie was the fight scene choreographies between Goten and Trunks. And even just the hilarious parts of like 18, like, okay, you knew 18 was able to hold her ground to a certain extent. Mm-hmm. I just love the fact, like, the premise of this movie is like, Hercule, where's my cash, bro?
Where's my money, man? Where's my money?
The tournament is over. The tournament is over due to some madman blowing up half the stadium. So, yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have it, and it just becomes something else.
Yeah,
it's just like to be honest, to me, like, I would have felt like, yes, like how you just said, if this was just about fighting bio warriors, like because we've seen it before, like World's Strongest, they were bio warriors. Like, we live in a world of Dragon Ball Z where there are factors like these things. Like, you had more than one scientist dude making androids and stuff like that. So, like, you got multiple set of demons. You don't really, I was able to find some blood from this madman who came from the glacier. And so you was able to find blood. And you just thought like, oh, yeah, I know this guy.
This got to be him.
And of course, like, you wanted revenge on these kids because they made you look bad. Of course, I get that. But so you didn't see how that person basically almost obliterated the planet the last time. You thought making a copy, and that you think humankind has the technology to control something like that. Okay, man. And it's just, yeah, overall, bro, it was just one of those like you just had money to just throw away. In terms of animation and drawing. And then I kind of feel like, dog, did the people who made this, did they even enjoy this? Like, because they, like, bro, look at that, bro. Like, come on. Like, there's no way you thought this Swamp Thing beaten heart version of Broly, and he didn't even go legendary Super Saiyan, he just went from regular Super Saiyan to that. You really thought that this was the best way? Like, it's to the fact that he's so bad, bro, they barely put him in games.
Yeah.
That's how bad.
Which I think is unfair. I think that's unfair, personally. That's not fair.
It's just like, what is this, bro?
That's not fair. How is this?
What is this?
How is this any worse than Slug? Tell me. How is this any worse than Willow?
Actually, no, it is a bit worse, bro. It
How?
is because
Tell me.
first of all, it's very lazy design. I mean, well, it's but then
Super,
it's also to the
super
point.
lazy design.
It's also to the point. Like, what could you really do with this character? Like, and that's the what this character describe represents. You have hit a point where you don't know what to do. You just don't know what to do, and that's why the last two movies they tried to do their very best because this was a pinnacle point. I think this was a pinnacle point in Dragon Ball Z that, bro, people was starting to get scared. Like, we don't want to invest in y'all no more because, like, what is this? So yeah, bro, I give this a 2 out of 10.
It's worse than Second Coming? You think?
Yes,
Really?
it's worse.
Okay.
It's worse, bro.
Okay. Okay. S rank. Go ahead. Let me hear your thoughts.
F plus, man. I don't care how good the choreography was. I don't care that 18 was in the movie. Did a little something, something, but not enough. That right there was a missed opportunity, right? Could have been adventures with 18, Trunks, but no, nope, nope. 18 wanted to get our money from the tournament. Genius. Y'all ain't do nothing with that. Y'all played beatbox. Fidel, and it just was Broly coming back again,
Again.
right? And then okay. Right, you gonna bring him back. I'm thinking, okay, Broly's back. The setting was interesting. I'm not gonna lie, the setting was interesting, but the henchmen,
They're Bio Warriors.
yeah, but the henchmen didn't even look interesting. They were literally just. It's like Toriyama, that staff. They drew the characters one time. I and to me, they remind me of the Golden Dragon and that Blue Dragon from Dragon Ball Z GT. I mean, from Dragon Ball GT. The
No, bro.
Terrible
No.
designs.
They
Terrible designs.
okay. I'm
They
about to
look
show a
like
picture of them right now.
Hirudegarn from far away. And I'm just and those and then to me, no, this is no, come on, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, because, bro, how you go from Bio Warriors from the second movie to that? To that. Like, bro, the green dude is just Spopovich, but naked and green.
Yeah.
No, no, man.
Like, no, bro.
This is
No.
not it. You got a Namekian in the background. You got a Humekian. You got a Cybermenian, a Boobalon, like dog, booing. No way, man. Like,
I mean, to be clear, I'm not defending the designs. I just when I'm
no,
like
no.
when it
This
comes to like
is
their
if
presence in the movie is minimal. Like they're
And
not
you
like they
and
don't
you,
play a key part. They don't even have names.
and you know what I also didn't like? So I remember in the ending they said, "Oh yeah, Goku, Broly's just showed up in hell and he's causing a ruckus." So you mean to tell me, since there was a clone of Broly out there, that his soul never made it?
It's funny because I was doing a little bit of research before we started this. Apparently, that's an English mistranslation because the line in Japanese it still references Broly, but they're talking about the original Broly who died in movie 10 to imply that he's mad that he was cloned and now he's causing a ruckus in hell. It's not the actual Bio Broly that just died. I ain't saying it makes it better. I'm just saying that's the
yeah,
actual intention of the line.
yeah. It's booty, man. It's trash, bro. It's garbage, like the worst of the worst. When he came and I'm like, wait, when did he get damaged to the point where he had chest beams? Now you can hear his throbbing heart.
Because
Wasn't
he's
he
a
in full?
mutant, bro. It's
And then
not Broly.
he turn into a kaiju?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
not,
Oh,
bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, and that's what I'm like.
yeah.
Again,
So
I'm
that
not saying the movie's good.
even
I'm not.
even if they
I'm
didn't
not.
call it
But
Broly,
I'm like, this is not Broly. It's not
even
Broly.
you're right. Even if it wasn't Broly, still Gar.
You know what they could have done? Because
Bosh.
you remember All right, I did like the fact that they had 18 in this. This could have been the fact that, like, this character, Lord Jaguar, has connections to the Red Ribbon Army. It's like, oh, you're one of Dr. Giro's leftovers, and then, but here's another competitor. These biomutants, it could have added in some more Dr. Giro, Dr. Willow type of lore aspects. Androids or mutants versus androids. Mutants versus androids. But it's just like, bro, it was just Power Ranger colors, Spopovich naked. And
Yeah.
it's just like, come on, bro. It's like the
And
design
them boy,
part, man.
boy
The
zesty
design
with
department
veins
was
all over
just
them.
downhill, bro. It's like how do you have
Talk,
better designs for henchmen in
talk to me,
movies
man.
one,
Talk to
two,
me, Tim.
three,
Talk to me, man.
1, 2, and 3, and this is where we are right now?
Oh. Yo,
You mean to tell me
yo,
movies that are the same age as us have
they
better
drew him one time.
design?
They drew them one time. Final draft?
Oh yeah. But make sure they have lots of veins, especially around the pelvic area.
Yo, them boy, and his dog. None of them boys blinking, kid. Like, like who is at these meetings, kid? Like, them boys must have been pressed for time. I don't know, but nah, dog, that was not it, man. That movie was shit. It was,
This is
and then
worse
you
than
got
Lord
to,
Slug.
yeah, by far.
So okay, we can have a debate, right? I'm gonna give y'all both some pushback because we just got finished saying that Lord Slug had a plot that made no sense, right? That was y'all words, not mine.
You know, it's on the same par. If not, it's the same film. It's the same butter.
Yeah, it's on the
Same
Y'all
same
butter.
said
level. It's on the same
Same butter
level.
this was
toast.
y'all words.
Same butter. I ain't gonna
Because
lie. That's
again, I'm not
yeah.
saying
It's under Low Slug.
I'm not saying Bye Bro is a good movie. Like I don't
It's under
want when
Low
we start
Slug.
clipping this up and people are like, "What?" I'm this. Let me be clear.
It's under.
I'm not saying that
It's
Bye
under Low
Broly is a
Slug.
good film. But what I'm saying is when they say it's undeniably the worst film, I'm like, I disagree. I disagree. Because I could argue that Bye Broly's choreography was better than Broly the Second Coming and better than Lord Slug. I could argue that the plot premise made more sense than the first Broly movie. So, what are we really talking about? Granted, yes, it's like, is this garbage can nicer than that garbage can? Right? That's literally what we're comparing. But when everyone's like, it's so bad, I'm like, I'm not trying to be a contrarian for contrarian's sake. I'm like, I don't see what makes this worse than some of the worst Dragon Ball movies we've covered.
It was lazy. It was just lazy, bro.
So was Lord Slug.
No, it's all right. Yes, it was. I guarantee. No, but this was like, back in the days, when you try to do your math homework and you did like a quarter of the problem, but you wanted the teacher to give you the full credit for. But just like you didn't do the full problem, bro. You just did 2 + 5, but you didn't do multiple or in the parentheses. You just gave up. Like that's how this feels, bro. Like when you're doing algebra and you only do the first step and then you just say forget the other 5, but you want half credit.
Never solved for X.
No, bro, and that's exactly how this feels, bro. It's lazy. It's just so lazy. Like I
Oh
said, man,
man.
it's a much better cast of characters because I like all right, 18 and Goten and Trunks. I feel good with that. Even Krillin shows up to be the
And he's
boo.
not useless in that
Yeah,
movie.
not useless. So okay, that's cool. But it's just the villain choices, man. It's like, bro, it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z forgot the world that they've built. It's like, first of all, bro, you did not have to bring any connection to Broly. You didn't. You have
I think
bio
that
warriors.
was the
You
worst
have
thing with this
mutants.
movie. I agree.
You have demons.
I agree.
You have aliens. You have so many things you could pull from.
Yeah, that was by far the worst. I mean, from a marketing aspect, of course, you can think of why they went that route, right? Because it's like if you're thinking of like what's going to get butts in seats. And again, Japan apparently loves Broly, so it's like you see as soon as you see Broly, it's like, oh, Broly, like run to the theater. But I agree, like making it Broly was like this was a horrible idea.
No, you basically, just like how you said in the last movie, you basically connected. You turned Broly into Jason. This was Jason X. Oh, let's turn Jason into a cyborg. Oh yeah, let's turn Broly into
He
a.
looked like the Swamp Thing, man. Let's turn to.
Let's have a clone of Broly, but then an accident happens and he becomes like a liquid monster with Super Saiyan hair.
Yeah, and the same green balls of energy and
Like it's basically the Pokemon Muck with them green blobs. Like.
Yeah.
Jason X, bro. Bio Broly.
Oh my gosh, Broly and Grimer do the fusion dance.
Wait, fusion? They're in this movie, right?
No. They
Oh,
don't fuse yet. Remember, this is before
Majin Buu. So,
yeah.
No fusion.
Hence the next movie, Fusion Reborn.
Right.
Y'all want fusions? Y'all get 2 of them.
Right. Fusion Reborn. Now, again, because it's so popular, I'm not going to do a whole plot synopsis, but essentially, there is this teenager who's on cleaning duty in the afterlife. He's supposed to be draining the evil out of the evil purification machines. He's like any other teenager who's not taking the job that seriously. It blows up, covers him in mist. He turns into a fat creature. At this point, Goku and Pikkon are sent to investigate. The creature has turned hell into a jelly bean landscape, essentially. And meanwhile, it breaks the seal between hell and earth. And now all these different people are being revived, including, strangely enough, Hitler. But ultimately, the Z Fighters try to wish them back. Shenron's unable to do it. So they go about dispatching a lot of the events and drama on Earth themselves. Meanwhile, Goku faces off against a creature that we find out is named Janemba, who can only say his name. They have a very, very visually appealing fight. Goku brutally kills Janemba, who then transforms into a slimmer form, not unlike that of Super Buu. And Janemba then proceeds to brutally beat Goku in return. Vegeta shows up and gets disrespected the way he usually does during these 90s films. And they're forced to beat a tactical retreat while Goku suggests that they do the fusion dance. A lot of different things happen. Pikkon is able to find out Janemba's weakness, which is insults of all things. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gohan makes light work of Frieza, and Goten and Trunks face off against Hitler. And ultimately, Goku and Vegeta, after a failed attempt, end up fusing into Gogeta. And what other character has done more with 30 seconds than Gogeta in the 90s?
Didn't even stand a chance.
With Sparkles at that. With Sparkles. He's able to purify the boy of Janemba's evil.
Yeah, it took some soap, some darn dish soap, threw it at Janemba, dog.
Right. Purifies him, and yeah, roll credits. So, fellas, what do you guys think of Fusion Reborn as a film?
As a film, it's definitely straight to the point.
Very.
I feel like that was the general synopsis of it. It was very straight to the point. This is the beginning, this is the middle, this is the end. Enjoy. Like,
no more, no less.
Yeah. Like certain areas just were not really drawn out. I mean, I really enjoyed it because, it kind of had the force to make a certain character included into future things. A certain character named Pikkon. But then, we're still in that limbo of today. So free Pikkon. Free
For
Pikkon.
real.
But overall, man, it was a great movie, man. It was a great movie. I really did like the the general look of the villain, because it's not really a villain. It's just almost in the sense of a freak accident possession type feel. He's the accumulation of the evil, that has been like the force of evil in that place, the malice and all that stuff. So basically, this is how the form would actually look. And then, of course, it went from like a very cute, cuddly behemoth to this very sinister demon-like character because his moveset was just, bro, like it was really
We had
otherworldly.
we had never
Like,
seen anything like that before,
like
bro.
even
It's
like how he
crazy.
like teleports, like the way he like dissolves in the pixelated form, the lightning rain, and of course, here comes a sword out of a dimensional sword of all
Yeah.
things.
And if you paid
Fire.
attention, it wasn't really a mouth blast that he was doing. He burped out the sword.
Huh?
It wasn't a mouth blast that he was intentionally doing. He literally burped out his sword.
Because remember the debris is like on the ground in front of him after he blasts Goku. I don't know if I'll have to rewatch that part.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
have to rewatch it. I was
watch it
like,
again. Yeah,
wait,
that
what?
was a burp. Yeah, he burped out. He literally vomited out the sword.
Hmm.
Yeah, go. Yeah, yeah. Watch it. I'm telling you because
I wouldn't be I wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised. Like he did so many unique things. I'm like I wouldn't put it
that.
past. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
My only drawback was the whole Hitler thing was very odd
Yes,
because I was like, so
so
why didn't you just bring back Commander Red or something from the Red Ribbon Army? It's like, bro, you faced the whole military, and honestly, I feel like that would have also brought more like nostalgia, like let's just say Commander Red, like, hey, you're that kid. Why are you still a
Mm-hmm.
kid?
Mm-hmm.
But then not knowing that's actually his son.
Right. But it's like someone in the edited story room's like, and then go to the Trunks fight the Nazis. This
And
should
it's,
work. It's like the Nazis. What?
Now, the only thing that I did not, another thing I didn't like about that, like this flyer is kind of misleading because when you look in the background, you see a particular faces, and it's kind of like the Hulk and Avengers, Infinity War all over again. So I'm like,
What we
so
thought what we got, what we were gonna get versus what we actually got of like what coolers on the cover, Slug, the Bio Warrior from Dr. Willow. I'm like, oh, this is about to be a nostalgia trip.
nope.
Nope. Nope.
Man, that's actually ludicrous. I ain't even
Yeah.
peeped that.
Release the director's cut
Wow,
to Fusion Reborn.
Please.
wow.
Let's not see more everything else in this background here.
Lord
Because
Slug. Who else is there? Oh my, yo, this
Everybody
is
again,
crazy, man.
Cooler, Salza, the Bio Warrior, Metamacha from Lord Slug. On the left, I think you can see Nappa. I want to say that's Raditz towards the far back. The Doria
Yeah, that is
Zardon. Like,
Raditz. That is Raditz.
come on.
That is Raditz. That's insane, man.
No. Oh,
Missed
we see them. Remember, we
opportunity.
see them when Frieza shows up. Because you see Bojack
You see
fly up at that
Bojack, and
point.
then Bojack also runs away, which is
Which
unlike
made
Bojack.
no sense.
Unlike
Yeah, but,
Bojack.
right. It's unlike Bojack, unless it is, right? We don't know. We never knew what how he moved.
it's just for the back. It's just for background, bro. And that was all. That was the ultimate version of bait and switch. Because
Yes.
honestly, this really could have been like a battle royale type of style of. Because the thing about it is that since the gap was still open, you could keep killing them, and they keep coming back. They keep
Right.
coming back. So like even with like Gohan, like I was like, bro, where's Cell?
That would have been beautiful, bro.
Where's Cell? And then it kind of brings back that memory. Well, all right, since this is happening, this is the perfect time to bring back all the DBZ fighters. Make Yamcha relevant, make Tien relevant. We're like, bro, bring back Krillin, bro. But
Yeah.
it's just, and then apparently, this is after 17 was wished back. Maybe we could have seen some action of 17 before GT. It's like, bro, you put all these lore plots out there, but it's just like you just fumble every time. It's like, what's the purpose?
Hitler.
It's like, what's the purpose of mentioning it if you're not going to follow through?
I don't know. I've thought that same thing many a time. I'm like, why did they decide that this was the way to go? Goten and Trunks versus the Germans. Like I don't understand. I get the overall like because like they said like Hitler was obsessed with like blonde hair and blue eyes. He thought that was the view of perfection. I'm
And
like,
that is the reason why certain people come at you.
right, but I'm like, that wasn't that funny. You'd be better off not doing this. I promise you. Felt like somebody else, like a completely different movie.
The Red Ribbon Army is right there.
Well, Ashton, what about you? What do you think about the film overall?
Personally, that's my favorite Dragon Ball Z movie of all time. Well,
Oh,
no.
of all time? Okay.
I'd say
It's not a bad pick.
no, it's a special place in my heart. But Broly, Dragon Ball Z Broly is up there.
Okay.
Yeah, but this I'd say before that movie, that was my favorite movie. Because for me, I'm very big on animation,
Mm-hmm.
and I would always pick movement over speed any day.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably one of the reasons why I love the Avatar, the Last Airbender. You get to feel and see everything. Um, and sometimes Dragon Ball Z is at its best when you see the combat. I know that they're supersonic warriors. I don't need them to always move that way. You can just elude to give me the idea that they're moving that way and then have them do regular movement.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that I felt the way Dragon Ball Z Fusion Reborn was for me was what I liked about it. There was a lot of things. Number one, I like the environment, the scenery.
It's
It
gorgeous.
was to me the
That is
starting off
still
at the tournament.
that is still the best stage. The Jelly Beans Day, that
Yeah.
is still one of the best
Yeah,
stages
Gorgeous.
ever.
Gorgeous.
and it's
But yet,
But that will require work, Tim. Hold on now. Come on.
oh man.
That will require effort.
So yeah, you have that the scenery. It's starting off with the tournament. You're seeing the characters from the tournament. You're like, oh man, okay, Pycon's in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I thought this was just filler. And I'm watching Pycon and Goku and in the little tournament. Then the experiment happens. Then everything breaks loose. Now you see Frieza come back and all the goons. I'm like, what is this movie about to be? But then going back to what Tim said about the poster. That's not what happened. But even though that didn't happen, what we got instead was great. I'd say for me, you got to see so you have some of the best posters in any Dragon Ball Z movie. With Goku Super Saiyan level 3, the best posters.
Bro.
When that attack, they don't name these attacks, but that attack that Goku did to finish off Janemba,
It's got
I
a
thought,
name now, but I
yeah,
think it's just the games. Like the games had to give it something. So it's called the Twin Dragon Fist, is what it's called.
okay,
But
okay,
it doesn't have a name technically.
got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way it all took place, the way it happened, for me, because I seen the original dubbed, I was confused as to what happened. I didn't understand what the kid did. I just felt like, okay, is the kid Janemba or is the Janemba freed or whatever?
a host, basically.
A
Yeah.
host.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it took a while for me to understand. Because I had to watch the original Japanese version.
Mm.
But Janemba's actually more terrifying to me in Japanese than he is in English.
Yeah,
Because
they made him a little bit too much of a joke to some degree in English.
Because in Japanese there was a laugh that he did. He didn't even yell like a regular person. Yeah,
It sounded like a goat.
like,
Yeah.
and it was like I was like, yo, what type of Dragon Ball Z character is this, man?
Mm-hmm.
This guy is more terrifying than Deborah. Deborah is not aesthetically pleasing. I mean, he's like, when I say aesthetically pleasing, I mean like he seems to be a little too dark for Dragon Ball Z. That's what I want to say, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He looks like the literal cut and copy paste of what the devil would look like. With the goatee and he just made him pink instead of red. So I'm watching I'm watching the movie Goku. I'm looking at the aesthetics, the scenery, big Janemba, Kaiju Janemba just playing. I was like, yo, this is a baby in diapers. So I'm like, is this Janemba? And so while he's fighting him, and I'm like, yo, this baby's kind of lethal he's doing the portal punches and beating up Goku. And then for me, that's when I knew the movie was gonna be different. Goku does the Kamehameha to finish him off, and he just looks at his hand and he makes a projection.
Another Goku. Yeah, bro.
Another Goku. And the mini Janembas and the entire environment, man. And so one of the things that to me was also fire was when Goku finally does the the twin dragonfish, because at this point I don't know what to expect. I see the guy in the cover, but I don't see how these two are
Right. Right.
connected to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So he transforms, and you get one of the best poses for a villain, and they just never did anything like that. So where the camera would pan out, and you would see Janemba from a distance to
Mm-hmm.
like signify the level of strength, and Janemba already knew how he was gonna move from very get-go. It wasn't you what one thing I probably would have appreciated if they did more movement as far as animation, as far as him transforming, but I also appreciated that he just stood still
Hmm.
and did that exact pose. And I'm a sword. I love swords. I love characters that have swords. Janemba probably has one of the most simplest swords, but the best looking swords I've ever seen in all of media, in my opinion.
Yeah, and all a crimson blade.
That sword,
Simple but effective.
simple but effective. To me, like, this rivals the Master Sword. I don't see anything getting more perfect than this. And that
Hmm.
sword, and he was wielding it like he did. At one point, I thought he cut off Goku's arm.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
one point, I thought he cut off Goku's arm, man. Once that fight,
Yeah.
once that animation
Where
took
you the
place in that
Goku.
exchange, Goku,
I was
yeah,
like,
and Goku fighting.
yo.
So I'll go back a little bit because there's just so much to grasp with that fight, man. Goku's already level 3. He sees Janemba. Now they wind up going at it. Goku does a blast. You're okay. Janemba probably is he either getting used to how he fights or whatever. Goku goes for the blast. Does the key blast miss? Janemba does the part just disintegrates into another dimension, and I've never seen this villain is my favorite villain because he has the most unique everything moveset,
Everything. Literally
uh,
everything.
interaction with his enemies, even at his first form, which made you like, yo, this fat baby is interesting. When he was when
He could
he's
also impact his environment because I remember like when he was almost like how remember when Kabuto went Sage mode, he can make the turn the ground into spikes.
Mm-hmm.
So like Janemba could even do that as
Oh yeah,
well.
because he broke off that piece and yeah, wow, yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah, man, he was like the most interesting villain to me because once I saw that animation and heard the sound effects, and he just literally disintegrated himself and reassembled himself right behind Goku. I said, no, that must have been a headache to draw. But
They said
thank
it.
you.
No, they said it. They said like the guy that worked on that scene. He said he's like if they had to do it again, they would have just used 3D because he's like it was a pain. But I'm like, but
But
I'm
you
glad
see
you
the
did
power
it
of hand
because
drawn pictures,
yeah,
man.
it has
Oh
aged
man.
like perfection.
Beautiful. Butter, 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 butter. And so you get another poster from Goku. He misses. Janemba hits him with a blast. Goku flies out. Then Janemba had some of the best poses from a front view, like still shots ever in any Dragon Ball Z film. So, because he has one. After that, he proceeds to do the mouth blast, but he's burping. What comes out of his stomach? He picks up the sword. He flicks it. It transforms. And he just gets to the cutting and the
Gets
sound
to
effect of
work.
the cut.
Yeah.
My favorite shot is when Goku shoots a blast and Janemba's just standing in the fire, and you see the flames just go over his face, and he's just looking. He smirks. Okay. He does that one. He just raises the sword. He doesn't do a slash. He raises the sword, He-Man style. The sword goes for a diagonal cut. I mean, not a diagonal cut, but a vertical cut. Cuts the thing in half, and I'm just like, yo, Goku is finished. Goku didn't even try to catch the sword. Because Goku knew the immediate danger at level 3.
The first
This is
dodge when he's dodged and you see the little fissure open and he's like, okay.
yeah, 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 man. So,
Okay.
oh man, it just for me, man, it kept going. It kept escalating. It kept escalating. I mean, there's so many scenes. You got the scene where he just rips a line with his fingernail, and he's shooting the shattered glass dimensions at you. And you don't want to talk about characters not being powerful. I mean, what else is there?
Yeah.
What else is there? What else do you want?
Yeah.
He's slicing the dimensions, and the shattered dimensions are using them as broken glass and throwing them at you. Oh man. And I just one thing I do hate about the film, I wish I understand for comical purposes, but they spent too long on it. When you had
The
they
fat
even have a
Gogeta.
name for him. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not Gogeta,
It's Veku.
Veku. Yeah, and
Or
it was just
Biku.
like,
Veku. Yeah, Veku.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's Veku.
I I
I
didn't
didn't
have an
like that
issue
part.
with it. I didn't have an issue with it only because as I've gotten older, I really see the on Earth plot and the Hell plot as two completely different stories. Like
Mm,
they're just so different in tone. So like if they hadn't tried to use the Goten and Trunks thing as comedy, which I didn't think was that funny. So like I feel like if I had to
it
completely
was annoying, if anything.
yes. So like if I had to cut that entirely from the movie, I'm like, I do think that it needed a moment of humor in this movie because otherwise it's just very dark. It gets very, very dark for the most
Well,
part.
you had Pycon cursing at the jelly beans. That was funny.
Yeah, but in terms of like just like if you think about where he's at before he shows up again, that's a pretty large gap in the movie.
Yeah, that is that
You
is
know,
that
so
is
like that's a whole thing of like they're running hide and seek, and it's just like, yo, we can't beat this guy. He knows where we are. Like, I think you kind of needed something. I do think it went on a little bit too long.
Yes.
That part went
Yeah,
on a little too long.
yeah,
You could have used that for Gogeta's debut.
yeah.
Like,
I do think it went on too long, but I wasn't mad at him showing up because
yeah.
otherwise we had gotten, you know, like again, it's just them running for another 10 minutes.
But I do feel if you would have actually followed through on what you showed on the poster, you wouldn't
Yes,
have to
you would.
need.
I agree. I
Oh, that would
agree.
have been the greatest Dragon Ball Z movie of all time. Like, forget it.
For decades, yeah, easily.
Forget it. We wouldn't
Yeah,
even get Black Frieza.
yeah.
We'd get Blue Janemba. Red Janemba. Yeah,
Or just like the cooler
Cyberman Janemba.
cooler Frieza team up that we've been wanting to see on screen. There's a lot of things they could have really done with that Earth plot if they wanted to.
Yeah,
And they had
there
actually
is.
followed through on it. But yeah,
Um, yeah, so I think that movie, I wish PyCon did a little bit more, but of course they kind of just he's in the movie for what then? You know, that's when I'm watching the movie, I'm like, yo, why are you here? You could have been you could have just saved that footage for Gogeta's debut. Y'all ran out of budget. You know what I'm saying?
no, they didn't.
As soon as Gogeta showed up, it was
They
a
blew the
wrap.
budget on Gogeta. What you
Uh,
mean? He transforms. You can see the key through the like through time and space.
And then he does the combo, and
Yeah, the comp, bro. You've never seen anything like that before. Never.
The Soul Punisher attack, and that's it.
is that the official name?
That's the official name. Yeah,
Yeah, Soul
the Soul
Oh,
Punisher.
okay.
Punisher. Yeah,
Because remember when he did it on Super Broly, remember it didn't kill him because the way it's designed is supposed to only kill the ones who are not of pure heart, and that's
yeah.
why when he did it on Broly, he smiled because that's when he really knew what his true heart is.
That he's not a bad guy. Essentially,
That he's not a bad guy because the
But it's
attack actually did nothing. It did nothing when you
true.
really look at it.
I mean, it didn't do nothing, but I know what you mean. Like,
Yeah.
the fight definitely kept going afterwards.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I also one thing I did appreciate about Gogeta in this one is Gogeta felt I like I liked how I don't know if they purposely tried to do this, but I liked how Vegito was more playful and Gogeta was a lot more serious.
I think it was on purpose, and then they retconned it like everything else.
They retconned it, and I thought
Yeah.
that was the worst thing that they
Mhm.
ever did.
Yeah, because here
Um,
comes Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, who's the most playful.
Yeah. Worse than Gotenks, even.
Worse than
Like,
Gotenks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Bluff
A bouquet.
Kamehameha. I was like, bro, how is this a move, bro? I was like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah. They retconned it for sure. But I agree with you. I think it would have, because, you know, originally the long running fan theory is that there are different names because of the personality that's dominant. So it was like Vegito would have matched the pridefulness of Vegeta, of like taking pleasure in like being more dominant, whereas Goku has at that time had a habit of taking things more seriously when he needed to. So it's like Gogeta kind of gets more to it, like Goku can. Vegeta's a little bit more arrogant, but has the power to back it up, right? Because that's when we like. Let's be honest, that's when we love Vegeta the most. When Vegeta's like dominating, That's our favorite
Yeah.
time. That's our favorite Vegeta. When it's one-sided and he's the one-sider, it's like, this is all I wanted.
Yeah, man. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's my favorite movie, man. Like the color palette, you got to pick the colors, the scenery, the the moveset of the villains. We finally got a. I mean, personally, I really enjoyed that fight. Goku had some of the best screenshots, the pause scenes that you could ever poster moments, man. And anything most, I mean, the Dragon Ball Z books that we were showing on the chat that we
Mm,
had, I would look at the Goku that's the best drawn Dragon Ball Z's ever been. Um
yeah. Yeah.
you know, that's the best. I mean, I'm not, you know, for the next movie we talk about, that was well drawn too.
Of
But as
course.
far as animation, Goku doing stuff that gave him way more personality. When he was going and crawling out of the Janemba
The
jelly
jelly bean
beans,
thing.
and he was just, to me, the simple things in animation, they're actually more powerful than just throwing a punch, man. It is, man.
He started to tap in more into his like adult version of Dragon Ball Goku, where he was
Yes.
doing like a lot of techniques. I kind of felt like after a certain point in Dragon Ball Z, he kind of just simplified himself, where like he would rely on whatever palette transformation or technique that he used, Kamehameha enhancement.
Yeah. I mean, there'd
Or,
be some strategy, like Tournament of Power, like when he was lying, like putting little key mines with Jiren and.
remember that don't count no more.
Oh yeah, you're right. But yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that don't count.
Because Jiren was never that strong to begin with. Remember, it was all just perfect key control. It was
Yeah.
never that one-sided.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and it was good to see that type of that Goku tap into that type of strategy again. But then this was also the fight that really showcased that, and I think this could have been a perfect segue to like the development of Super Saiyan 4. That Super Saiyan 3 is good, but the drawbacks is too much. Because remember when he tried to power up again and he couldn't do it because it's almost like a hyper mode. Like it's too exhausting. It's too exhausting. Like you burn through your key so much. Like yes, it's very powerful. It's like a wild card. Like you use it for what you need to do to do something that is very dramatic, but the burnout is too much. So that could have been a good segue. Well, we need to develop a form that maintains and also enhances this level of power without the drawback.
What I was actually going to say, in terms of like my little notes for the film part of it, to your point, Tim, is like I actually feel like for me, this was the movie that made Super Saiyan 3 cool to me. I was at that time pretty underwhelmed by his first fight against Fat Boo. I was like, they kind of fought to a standstill. Whatever.
Because Gotenks did more with that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So I'm like, this seems like a more Gotenks thing than a Goku thing. And then like the fight with Kibu was cool. Like I liked it more, but I was like, again, like I'm like, this is not. But then this fight, I was just like, this is the coolest thing. Again, at that time, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. Because like you said, it's like, as soon as he turned Super Saiyan 3, he got right to it. There was no more like back and forth with Gen but he just swung underneath him and was just decking him constantly and then split him down the middle. Like it's like a brutality you're not even used to seeing from Goku. But like, yo, like, bro, like, and then it's like it continues on, like Joy said, to the Super Janemba fight, where you're just seeing all of this choreography. And the thing that was beautiful about it is that it's slow. It's not a quick punch. They start trading blows. Goku kicks him. Janemba grabs his leg, does the wide swing. Goku frees himself. And it's just like, yeah.
It's animation. It's animation.
It's like there's like this almost like a dance. And you're just like, man, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Goku throws the blast. Janemba deflects it with the sword, but it still blows up, like Jory said. But then you get that fire shot, or like you just see these scenes of like, I cannot believe what I'm watching. Even with Vegeta's 5 seconds of fame, it's like how he got defeated was unique, right? Like at that point, we didn't know Janemba could stretch. So you're like, bro, what?
This guy can do it all. Like,
Yeah.
Who is this person?
It was to the point where I'm like, I think I like him more than I like Majin Buu. To be honest, I think I like him more than Majin Buu.
The thing is, Majin Buu. This is before Kid Buu, right?
This is before Kid Buu, yeah.
Yeah. So to me, finding those things out kind of anger you in a way, because
Definitely.
it's like
Because then
we
because like Toriyama was involved, like Toriyama designed Gogeta's design. So it's like I know you knew what this movie was and what they were going with it, and you still decided to do this with the end of the Buu saga. Why? Just just borrow something from this. They're doing your character better than you are.
they're
And he
doing
doesn't
it.
even talk.
It doesn't even talk. But the thing is, he spoke. Another reason why I like Janemba so much, his facial expressions. He probably
Spoke.
had the most
Mm-hmm.
facial expressions than anybody in a Dragon Ball Z movie. He had a lot of it speaks, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the animators are aware of that too. But it was just
Even his ending animations of when he knew he was done for, it was like the expression on his face.
Mm-hmm. His eyes like bulging, twitching through the vein, and he's just like, I'm cooked. I'm done.
yeah. A lot
Yeah.
of it spoke, man, and his just the color scheme, man, the color palette, the backgrounds, the way it all happened. Tim, man, that's actually a crazy. I never thought of it that way, man. That'd have been a crazy story to see if it was flushed out that way, like the poster advertised. That would have been Infinity War before Infinity
It's
War,
right.
man.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. It's right
Which is
there.
Oh
which is the
man,
usual thing we talk about in these movies of like, it's
yeah,
not that we're
yeah,
coming up with the
yeah.
plot. You guys gave us the plot and just didn't do it. I don't understand why.
Yeah,
It was
man.
right. Like you guys wrote it. We just wanted you to execute it, and you still didn't. But that's like I guess like the movie in itself. What do you guys think about the villain? Like we kind of talked about it a little bit. What do you guys think about Janemba as a villain, like as an antagonist in this movie?
He got the job done. Because I do realize, with a movie, and especially how far we've come in the movies, he's
Mm-hmm.
not there to be that fleshed out. Because I think they kind of got some burnout from, oh yeah, we did two Cooler movies, or we did 2.5 Broly movies. So like, yeah, we're not really trying to like make these characters like more long term than they need to be. So it's one and done. Yeah, like it was some kid. He got some goo on him, Ghostbuster style. A
Mm-hmm.
demon came out. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
threw in a little kaiju battle because we can't help ourselves.
But it was fire.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, those are fun to animate, man. I can only imagine.
Honestly, it was much better than this next one we're about to get.
Yeah, yes, by far, for sure.
Boy.
But that's right. What you think
That's
about
gonna be
him?
the quickest video, man. In the end.
That's right. What you think about Janemba? Well, you've kind of said it, but
Oh yeah, Janemba is my favorite villain. And it's crazy. He's the most effective villain, not written to be a well, not the most. Besides the number one taking the place, Cooler. He's my number two. He's my number two,
okay.
man. Cooler, and then there you got Janemba. And the thing with Janemba, man, Janemba felt like an adult version of Kid Buu. Very weird.
I can see
Very
that.
strange, right? He felt like
a monster refined.
Yeah, I can
a
see that.
monster refined, right?
Mm.
He felt like if Boo was going to transform from that pink Boo to anything else, his final form should have been what we got, what we
Because I
experienced.
always felt like Kid Buu was very weird to me. So like, you mean to tell me you was created from magic, but you don't
Not
use
my favorite
magic?
villain. He's
Yeah,
not my favorite villain.
You
I'm
just
just
you
gonna
have
don't
be real with
utilize
you.
any of the magic that you were made from.
like you just have because like my thing is like, all right, so you created a monster to literally take on the Kais.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, yes, you created a monster, but it's just he has strong energy blast and he could absorb you. But like
Turn you into candy.
no use of magic, like nothing.
Did that little his little tentacle count for him turning you into chocolate? I don't know. It's lame,
It's a
Sure.
but
gimmick.
that's
It's
what
a
people will
gimmick.
say,
Yeah,
man.
It's
I
a
that
can
is
only
gimmick.
imagine the
magic.
comment.
You're not. Yeah, you're
That's
not
the
wrong.
comments
It
we'll
is
get. I know.
magic.
Hey, Tim, I don't take it either. That's not enough for me, to be honest. Hey, listen, I'm just saying. Well, what do you mean? We gonna have those, man.
Yeah, no, you're right.
We gonna have
You're.
those.
That's a fair point. It is.
So
It is magic for sure.
he
But then
turned
you.
Chi Chi into an egg, man.
Yeah. Then you compare it to what you're seeing Janemba do with real magic, and you're like, I think I would have preferred this.
Man,
Actually, with
what was
Janemba,
that?
I would think that's more of like dimensional bending. Because you remember, like how Joy said with the shattered dimension glass, like he turned it
But
into some lightning rain, and even when he does the little particle teleport, like I think it's more of like a dimensional type
But
of thing.
I think it would have to be both, because you can't discount what Fat Janemba was doing in terms of turning the debris into copies of himself or cloning Goku. Like, that's not dimensional bending. That's
Yeah,
magic, bro.
that's definitely.
Actually, it is. Actually, it is on a very like I said on a dimensional level. Like
Okay,
you
I'll
could
take
you
that. I'll take that.
yeah, because you also
I'm
got to
not gonna fight
yeah
that because
that is that
he
no
did more of that than Magic. I would say the wild card is him being able to stretch. He did some of the sword from his stomach. I would say that's a little bit more like Magic,
yeah because remember
I'm not,
because
maybe a
you
little bit
remember
of both.
because I mean it's a bit of both because you remember with dimensional bending that's also playing with matter, so that means
Mm.
he's able to dissolve,
Okay.
create,
Yeah,
solidify
yeah, yeah, yeah.
all those things. But then to be honest, magic bends matter as well. So it's I think they're kind of like on the same spectrum, I would say. But one is on this side, one is on that side, but they're still like identical in a sense. Like when I say magic, because remember, Bobbity was
Mm-hmm.
so a space wizard. So
Mm-hmm.
a space wizard made a space creature. I mean,
Unless he didn't, right? Because that's what keeps getting retconned. Like, apparently he did, but he didn't. But Boo existed, but Boo didn't.
We
Right?
getting toasted, man.
It just depends
Oh
on what
my
version you want to go with, right? What
gosh.
story do you want to take
And
as
yeah,
the
why try
canon?
to make a stronger version than
yeah,
Janip? But why not make a stronger version than Babbidy's creation, right? Why would I just use any material,
Right
right?
after Bobity's creation that got destroyed. But we're not here to talk about Diamond, right? We're here to talk about the classics. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm like, I don't understand, why don't we just take from the obvious again and just make it easier on ourselves. But yeah, I mean, even if it's like dimensional shifting or magic, I'm like, everything he was doing was just cooler than Boo. Like, Boo essentially absorbing to become more like the DBZ fighters was not interesting. Like, Cell was enough. I don't need to see another villain do a Kamehameha. Cell did it. He did it the best. I don't need to see it anymore.
yeah.
Like, I want to see what you can do. That's your own technique.
Well, we gotta sell toys.
You can still have him change forms.
We gotta sell toys.
Then Nimble couldn't have sold toys?
I mean, you got three toys. Yeah, both Janemba forms and Gogeta. So
Yeah.
that's three.
No,
That's
no,
three
no, but
toys
no,
right there.
but I can sell you the same character 4 times. Why not? I
Fair
mean,
enough.
why not?
Fair enough. Fair argument.
Why
Fair
not?
argument.
All right.
I
Fat,
think
gray, no chin, chin blazer, chin piccolo,
yeah.
go tanks,
Yeah.
and my favorite, Gohan. You know what? Man, that's like more than
All I
yeah,
see is
man,
dollar
that
signs,
was
dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign.
overall, man.
Yeah. I think Janemba, for as much as I did enjoy the fact that he didn't speak, I kind of wish he did just a little bit. Like, I think one thing that Tim has said, especially towards the later DBZ movies, is that these villains were just lacking in any type of like anything. You don't know anything about Janemba. Like, yes, we know how he came to be, but does he want to escape from hell?
You know,
Is Goku trying to stop him from killing King Yemma? Like, what does he have? Any type of, is his desire to destroy the
I
afterlife? I
mean,
don't
I
know.
think it
I
was
have
a
no idea.
safe, to go off of what Tim said. They wanted a one and done, man. Because think about it. Him talking means that the evil presence, the evil the evil tank that he came from is aware, right?
Entity. Yeah,
Yeah, the entity is aware. So him talking would like that's not something you would just want to have a teenager clean up if it wasn't like
because
chemical. It was like chemical waste, you know?
you know what Janemba reminds me of, and I know this is the worst and best example. Remember when I told you about what's happening in Boruto about how the Ten Tails became sentient? and created like a different form for itself. That's kind of what this is like. But then I feel like if you would have given Janemba more of a story, because I feel like, if he was fleshed out in the anime, this could have been a plot for him. Like, what does he actually desire? But then, like, with these movies, you got an hour and 30 minutes. Make it work.
Yeah, because like, even for example, like, I don't know if you guys remember the Game Boy Advance game, Boo's Fury.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the game as a boss. And in the game, they say that it's a collection of obviously still the evil out of different souls, but essentially one soul of like an evil mob boss pretty much gain control, and that's Janemba. Janemba is the soul of a old mob boss in the demon realm, kind of brought back to life using the boy as a host. I'm like,
okay.
I could have taken that. That's all.
Okay.
I don't need much more, like. But it would have been nice to have seen in the movie, is what I'm saying. Like, I would have preferred to at least get that lore.
But I think you got those striking poses because he didn't talk. I think they made sure that he spoke with his face.
1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, it worked. It worked for Broly's Super Broly. They got the job done with a couple of tweaks. Hit the remix button, and I was like, I'm locked in.
Yeah,
they wasted half an hour because I did not need that Bardock prologue to be that long. So, like, it can happen.
That Bardock retcon that we didn't need.
Jor-El, son Jor-El of Planet Vegeta.
Why? Why?
Yeah, because I was like, bro, the Bardock father of Goku was much better. Because
it was much better.
First of all, you took away his custom made uniform. Because, bro, back in the high school days, back in the high school days, everybody had that picture where he steps out of his capsule and he's like this, like on his knee, bro. Like, but you give him this generic yellow and black uniform. I'm like, bro, come on. No.
Sometimes it's okay to tell Toriyama no. I keep saying
with
that.
The scar on his cheek, man.
Toriyama, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But keeping the series of questions, what do you guys think of the utilization of the characters in the movie? The Gokus, the Gohans, the Vegetas.
Wasted. It was Goku and it was Goku and Vegeta. Everybody else was a waste. Gohan was just for that one punch gimmick. Gotenks, a waste. That was a waste.
Yeah.
Because I kind of felt like if you would have stuck to what you showed on this flyer, this could have been utilized much, much better, bro.
Even if you ended it the same way, right? Like, I'm not even saying that the 100 times Ghost was a bad idea, but I'm like, you've used this on human beings, essentially. There was no doubt in my mind they were going to beat Hitler and his army. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting thing. We've never seen him do that many ghosts, but you've wasted all of it, like you said, because it's just civilians in uniform versus you're backed against the corner getting jumped by Bojack. I'm not saying you're necessarily losing, but you're forced to kind of get creative, and then you hit the 100 ghosts.
Because who would have been what I thought that would have probably been more amusing. I feel like if it was Gotenks versus let's just say Bojack and his crew, is it like a 5 against 1 type of person, and then that's where he shows him the craziness and the versatility of all his attacks. Gohan could have fought
Cell.
I mean, actually, no, I wouldn't even done Cell. I would have think maybe Cooler probably would have been a much better option to see. Cell, I definitely would have used Piccolo. I would have used Piccolo. I've always felt like Piccolo's and Cell's match was kind of shortcutted due to certain reasons, and I felt like there could have always been something more with that. Yes, we got the nostalgia moment of Gohan and Cell, and that's gonna always be in somebody's minds. But I think that could have been a good opportunity to take it to the next level, or even have Gotenks kill Frieza. Remember when Super Golden Frieza saw Trunks, and he was like, "Wait, is that the son of the one who cut me up?" No, bro, you still don't get it yet. Mm-hmm. That is him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I felt like that could have been a good moment. You see a young Goku, you see a young flashback of the person who chopped you up, and then you finally know, oh yeah, that was future me for comical reasons, and then it's just a going out battle between them.
Yeah.
And he turns Super Saiyan 3, he do that little mouth blast and just say goodbye.
Mm. Again, almost anything would have been better than what they did.
Yeah.
Literally almost anything. Literally almost. You could have done pick a Dragon Ball villain and it would have been better than what you guys did with Goten and Trunks.
And you brought back Krillin, you brought back 18. See, that would have been good. Like to see like 18 versus Cell. Like, because apparently these androids, 17, 18, their power is still growing. And that's what you told us on Super. So let's see how from when she was there now to now. And how would she destroy an android that has Namekian healing properties? How would she do it?
Again, anything. I would have taken literally anything. Literally anything other than what we got. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys. I think.
Oh yes, and this would have been an ultimate nostalgia trip. Tien versus Nappa. Because imagine Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu versus Nappa, or just them versus the old Saiyans that they fought, bring back Turles' crew, and imagine what that rematch would look like.
Yeah.
Bro, we ain't the same boys no more. We ain't the same boys no more.
We ain't the one shot crew no more. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been good.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like there could have been there could have been so many things. There could have been a proper Piccolo and Lord Slug
face off. Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah,
bro.
the movie could have been goated. Listen, Fusion Reborn.
Oh no, they would have been in the ether, man. They would have been in the future the ether.
Goated. Just a must watch is what they would say about this movie.
We wouldn't even talk about the other Dragon Ball Z movies. It'd be flush.
Yeah, and they remember, like I said, when you kill the villain, like they respawn because they keep coming back because the border is
still
not
in
closed.
flux. Yeah,
so imagine
that is stakes.
So imagine if Frieza comes back a second time. This time he fights Piccolo. Oh, this is the revenge for all the Namekians. And it's like, bro, there's so many things they could have just done with this, bro. But yeah, this is where we are.
Let's watch Goten dance on a hubcap and Trunks. So the final question for this movie: what do you guys rate it out of 10?
I give it an 8.
Okay, that's right. What do you give a?
It's my 10 out of 10, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with Tim. I'm kind of an 8 out of 10. I think again that's
you
Earth story was.
You lied.
Yeah, that Earth story takes a lot away from that film.
Yeah.
But again, what we got in the Hell part, to me, again, maybe besides Veku being around a little bit too long, I had no complaints. I thought it was good. Even Pycon showing up with the victory cuss out to give Goku Vegeta time. I liked it.
Man, I'm like, that's the most animation in a Dragon Ball Z film, man. I'm being honest with you, fluidity.
Yeah.
And they think that's what makes animation beautiful. That's why people love the Avatar: The Last Airbender. That movement of them doing all the attacks, and that's something to behold, man.
Mm-hmm. No, again, no complaints here. It's
tranquility. There's not one part of Fusion Reborn. Well, just a couple of, besides the first intros of the beginning fights of the tournament. But there's none of those. It's just the exchange and I think following the fundamentals of what makes animation special,
and what makes Dragon Ball special.
Yeah, what makes Dragon Ball special is that. So yeah, that's why to me it's the technical aspects come into play. That's why I give it a 10, man.
No, yeah, I mean, again, there's no way anyone with a straight face could say this movie looks ugly. It's impossible. Yeah. Like you said, everything is pretty much poster material throughout the entire film, and that can't be understated. So yeah, You know, when people put Fusion Reborn on their like top 5 list, I'm like, this again, you will hear no backlash from me. I get it. I get it. It's a great, great film in the Dragon Ball universe. But now we're going to talk about the last Dragon Ball film, at least within the original 13 run. Wrath of the Dragon. Quick synopsis. We flash back to however many million years ago, where there's this planet where a bunch of wizards have unleashed this demon beast thing named Hirudegarn. We at the beginning of the movie, we just see the lower half kill this unknown warrior, this kid with a sword. Cuts to the regular. You get the debut of, since this movie is considered canon within the Dragon Ball universe, you get the debut of Great Saiyan Man 2, Videl, in uniform and all her glory, doing their thing, beating up bad guys. They come across this wizard who wants their help to free this great hero. And basically, long story less long, he tricks the Z Fighters into using Shenron to open this musical box to release Tapion. Tapion, who has sealed away the other half of Hirudegarn. Gohan ends up facing off against the legs in the city in kind of like a horrific fashion. Like, before he shows up, the leg is like absorbing people in the most like violent way you've ever seen. Of like somehow worse than Cell, because there's like these little tendrils that come out and is stabbing them in their like body and just like pulling them apart. I'm like, man, this is pretty intense for a Dragon Ball film. But you do get a really, really cool fight scene with Gohan, which I appreciated. And then the monster is whisked away. A lot more things take place. Comes to find out that the wizard, who looked as evil as possible, surprise, was evil. And Tapion was the one that was trying to keep Hirudegarn away from rejoining with the wizard. He gives Bulma his backstory. Bulma tries to build him a box. It doesn't work. Hirudegarn, aka Skullface Godzilla, goes crazy in the city. The Z Fighters try to stop him. Power levels go completely out the window throughout this entire fight, because I'm like, I don't understand how you could one-shot Gotenks, but Goku keeps getting back up. I thought, you know what? It's fine. At some point, Tapion puts Hirudegarn back in his body, asks Trunks to kill him. Trunks is unable to do it. Hirudegarn frees himself. Trunks starts to use the sword with deadly technique. But we always remember that the main character is Goku. That's literally basically what happens. Of like, Goku tells Trunks, fall back. This is my movie. And hits Hirudegarn with one of the most random attacks we've ever seen. Beautiful. But the most random attack we've ever seen in a film, and blows Hirudegarn away. Bulma builds Tapion a spaceship, or a time traveling ship, so he can go rescue his brother. And apparently, this is supposed to be the same sword that Future Trunks got at some point, which just makes things more confusing.
Yeah. The one that fought Cell.
The one, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah. So, fellas, what do you guys think about the Wrath of the Dragon?
It is a solid 5.
Ooh, hot take. Okay,
It is a
hot
solid,
take.
It is a solid 5.
Talk to me, Tim.
They just said, all right, man, we tired. We just want something very simple, and it was just too simple. It was just too simple. It's like, you mean to tell me, y'all, after all y'all have experienced, you mean to tell me you don't think this little leprechaun looking dude is not evil? That all of a sudden when he pops up, all this evil stuff starts happening. Like, come on, bro. Mm-hmm. And then the whole, oh yeah, but you know, the kaiju, it needs some random transformation. And then the thing about it is like, bro, we going back to kaiju battles now, bro. It's like y'all just couldn't help yourselves for the final movie in the Dragon Ball Z run. You just cannot help yourselves. You just had to do a kaiju battle. And, you know, Tapion was a very interesting character. I would have liked to seen a little bit more backstory of like how Future Trunks got it. And, you know, they probably could have showed that in the credits. Like, how did Future Trunks get that? And because you didn't really have to show it to us, but like something like that would have been cool. It was just boring, bro. It was just very boring to me. Like, you know, it was good to see, you know, Vegeta, the man of the people now. You know, he's embraced. He's embraced being, you know, part of Earth and no longer regressing, because that's where I felt like Majin Vegeta was like his last regression. Like, and he fully accepted his role within this community, and you could see a lot of that refinement in GT. Like, he's a very refined warrior, like of how he views things. He wasn't rash. He wasn't like obnoxious. He yeah, he still had that demeanor, but he wasn't too proud of himself that he knows that he's not going into a battle blindly.
Yeah.
He was
That's
very
a good take.
he was very wise, and that's where you could really see like this is the prelude to that. I kind of did find it funny. So like, you just had a whole movie where they fuse, but then it's the kids who fuse, but then it doesn't last too long. It's like, and this is where like there's like
one-shotted.
And it's like, and this is where we go back. So like everything is just about the Saiyans, bro. And I constantly, I always tell people, bro, that was always the downfall of Dragon Ball Z for me, bro. It just became about blonde hair and blue eyes. So yeah, Hirudegarn, that was boring. Just you went from Skullface to some Beetleborg looking Godzilla, fire breath, like, and when I see that, bro, I just think of Tenkaichi. Oh, mouth blast, super explosive wave. Another version of mouth blast, but it's fire.
For me,
I like the way he teleported.
Whatever.
It was kind of cool, turning into smoke. I'm like, okay.
No. We got particles last time. Smoke. We don't do that no more. We don't do that no more.
Okay. That's right. Tell me what you think of the Wrath of the Dragon.
Dragon Ball Z, Ocarina of Time.
Yes.
Link fights Megu Kabuterimon. Super Kabuterimon.
Yeah.
Man, listen. It's
a movie.
Okay, like I don't like it, it's I can't. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know if I hate this more than Bio Brawling. I equally have a disdain for them both, man.
Really?
There's highlights. The one thing I could say working for, yeah, because it's so boring, man. And you got all this stuff that should work when you read it on paper. But then you see this, and Mega Kabuterimon ain't it, man? like I'm like, yo, where does this go? How many villains that you have that look like this? And why is this
why is this happening?
How is this happening? Another magical creature that does not use magic.
Yeah.
And I'm just
why
like,
did he need to absorb people? Why did he need a cocoon state? What?
This doesn't work, man. Like it just doesn't work for me.
Toys.
And this is not gonna make. I'm not gonna buy this.
Some kid bought it.
Yeah. Someone was like, "Did you know they put Godzilla in Dragon Ball Z? Crazy."
Like, yeah. So I guess it was cool to see Dragon Ball Z Link with the Ocarina of Time play. Hey.
Do you guys feel like, I mean, I do appreciate the fact that they gave him more of a backstory than we're used to seeing in these movies, but I've never really understood the amount of fan love for Tapion. Like,
he's a rejected Dragon Quest character. That's all it is. Y'all just have to realize this is a Dragon Quest reject.
And that's why? Because I'm like,
not Tapion, Hirudegarn. They both look like they're from the same video game. I can see me fighting him if I'm Dragon Ball Z Cloud. He looked like a Final Fantasy villain if drawn by Toriyama.
Yeah, because normally it's like there's usually like one or two cool things somebody will do. Like again, Pycon, right? Pycon has done things where you're like, man, that Thunder Flash was super unique. He turned himself into a tornado with ki. Wow. But with Tapion, I'm like, he plays the flute. He makes a protective shield. He doesn't even use the sword that cut Hirudegarn in half. I'm like, why is he in all these Tenkaichi games? I don't get it. What about this character do y'all like so much?
Dragon Quest, man. Dragon Quest, or Chrono Trigger. Or it just reminds people of Chrono Trigger. That's to me. That's what I thought of immediately. Oh, they got Link and Dragon Ball Z. I love Link. That's the closest thing to him. I'm not gonna complain. That's what that was. That's
That's
what I took it
crazy.
as.
That's
That's what I
crazy.
took it as. This
This
is the story where Trunks gets his sword. Really? And I'm like, but it don't make, to me, I'm like, but if Trunks got his sword, then why is everybody still here?
Yeah.
So then where did that Trunks get his sword?
it was
Why didn't Tapion come back into the future with him to fight Seth?
this
You know what I'm
this
saying?
this movie was the definition of burnout. It
It
was
wasn't good,
it
man.
was it
Like
was it was simple, but it was too simple, and it was too simple because it was just bad. It was just bad, bro.
they should have just put money in the head check.
Oh,
No,
They
Hachiyak,
should have just
no,
put
yeah.
money in the
no,
head check.
No, I
no.
think I like
I didn't care for that villain either.
I like Hachiyak. I think his motivation has been used too many times. So it kind of takes away from what makes him interesting. Of like it was at the time, it was like, oh, okay, you find out that Planet Vegeta was being shared by another alien race that were kind of beaten into subjugation by the Saiyans. And he's like he's the last creation of them to get revenge. I'm like, that's an interesting plot. But then you see it with Baby. Then you see it with Granola. And you're just like, all right, I don't care anymore. Like, this is.
I never did once I found out your name was Cereal. So
Yeah.
you killed it for
That's
me.
what I feel
Yeah, I
like
gotta kill that tradition.
retroactively. Yeah, that retroactively to
Let
me
it
kind of
go.
like took
Yeah.
Hachiak's like thing away.
Hated this movie, man.
Yeah,
Hated the villain, kaiju villain. Yeah, the animation was superb. Like I'll be honest with you, animation was beautiful, but
that
it
fight in
just
the city with
wasn't enough.
Gohan.
See, now that's where I'm angry, right? Because I'm like, yo, why don't you just give the torch to Gohan? Let it be the Gohan show. Let Gohan have something.
They reneged during the Majin Buu saga. They
And in an
reneged.
embarrassing way. Like he didn't even get to go out smooth. He went out like in the series and the movie. You're like, fam, what happened? You was just
You put on Goku's clothes.
bruh. The music
You
starts
got you
playing.
you giving him that Dragon Ball Z final bout punch in the gut. You
The
know what I'm
punches
saying?
where you hear the echo throughout the earth. You're like, yo, he giving Boo that work. He is getting it's so the hero. The hero music starts
Yeah.
playing.
No, there was a lot of fight scenes that were fire, man. It just didn't do anything for me, man, because it just felt like, yeah, burnout. Um, but I'd go further to say like this was a lazy Dragon Ball Z movie, man. It's super lazy. It was on the same level of laziness of Second Coming Broly,
Mm,
which same laziness as Biofighter Broly, Lord Slug as well. They all have that same sluggish,
not much is
uninteresting
happening.
movement. And
Mm.
like stuff is not moving. You just like, yo, what am I watching? But if you watch any of the other Dragon Ball Z movies, there's a pace.
Mm.
There's a pace that the film's moving at, either at its own tempo or a faster tempo, but it's moving along. This just
It's
felt
like the
like,
lifeline at the hospital. Damn. Damn. Oh
yeah,
wait, no, we
so
got
Couple
we got
this
spikes.
is, yeah, basically. Then they flatline. Yeah, we
Yeah.
bringing that back.
Yeah,
Flatline,
developing.
straight flatline,
so
flatline.
it was so bad that they had to give you a gold plated freezer. I mean, actually,
Well,
no, it's
no.
Battle of the Gods
Well, that's
first.
not fair. We
It-
got Pete. We
Nah,
got Pete.
that's
We got
that's
Pete.
your dog.
Peak
no,
antagonist.
we got another palette transformation. Then we got another one through
Yes,
freezer.
but we got Beerus, Tim. Come on now. You can't. We're not gonna let you talk down on
Yeah,
Battle Gods because you didn't like the
yeah.
transformation
Barris,
form.
another storyline that's going nowhere.
Yeah, because they don't know what to do with him either. But initially, I was like, oh, I like this. Initially,
Initially,
yeah.
palette, and that's where everything. It was if it wasn't a kaiju battle, it was color palettes, bro. And this is where things just tanked. And like
Yeah.
I said, bro, the best movie after this that gave me the best quality to me was Super Broly. Like even Superhero, it had some good elements, but Cell Max ruined that for me, bro. I was like, no. I was like, bro, y'all have
Cell
not
Max
learned.
Hirudegarn
I was like, bro,
ruined it
y'all
for you.
have not learned y'all lesson from these fights.
Cell Max
Like,
Hirudegarn ruined it for
Yeah.
you, man.
It's a sign like you guys just don't know how to do kaijus in this world, and that's okay.
what?
We don't need to keep trying.
Because to be honest, the only kaiju battle that was efficient was Vegeta.
Yeah.
Technically, when you really look at it, yeah, and because even they knew the first form of Janemba, that's why it got taken out so quickly. Like, yeah,
Hmm.
we ain't gonna waste your time. We just wanted to get that little out there. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's like, bro, like y'all just can't help yourselves.
What if they fought a huge monster in this room of this series about high speed battles and techniques? And what if it didn't talk and breathe fire? And
You know,
we had a chance to bring in all the Z fighters, if nothing else, to help evacuate the civilians, but we don't. We'll just focus on the Saiyans because, within character, Piccolo and the rest of them would not show up in time of danger. They would just not appear. It's like, all right, keep going. And even though in this series at this point, both Gotenks and Gohan are stronger than Goku, we'll have them both get one-shotted by Hirudegarn, but Goku keeps getting back up. How?
it just wasn't good, man. And and for me at the time, in my mind, you fighting in my head, you fighting a giant monster. I'm like, why is it taking so long? That's another thing that got me angry. I'm like,
Mm.
this shouldn't be taking so long. You guys just give this man a universal beam and fry him. Fly in his mouth, turn up the heat, fuse inside Buddy Belly. Like, it's like they lost every form. Goku could have easily like, yo, let's get rid of this guy. It worked with Janemba, it'll work with you.
Super Dragon Fist.
Out of no, it.
So
Yeah,
then, why didn't you
yeah.
turn level 3 from the very beginning? You
If
know,
that was the case, yeah.
that's why I
Because it
can't.
would have been over. It would have been
And
over.
yeah,
So if that's, but then my thing is like,
I think people, I guess, including myself at that age, I think because to Jory's point that it was drawn so well and the visual shots are so, I guess you could say, interesting, right? Like I really enjoy Vegeta's fight against Hirudegarn because like he's pushing back against the mist and you kind of see that thing where he gets hit and he kind of flies back from like just the angles he was using, like that they were using. Like it's all very like aesthetically pleasing to the eye. But then like when you think about it critically, you're just like, but this is so stupid. Like I don't like this is cool seeing him do like a little final flash shield to protect these civilians, but this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Yeah. I don't have much.
And then the movies went on hiatus for a little minute.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I don't have much to say. I don't
There
really
isn't.
disagree with you guys. Yeah,
There isn't.
it was cool. I like the Dragon Fist as a technique. I would even argue it was done better than Dragon Ball, done better in Dragon Ball GT, which is crazy to say out loud. I would prefer Super Saiyan 4 Goku's Dragon Fist to Ice Shenron and Omega Shenron over what he did to Hirudegarn. When he punched his fist into Ice Shenron's back and the Dragon Fist comes out and comes back down, I'm like, I
Yeah.
like that more. I do.
yeah.
Like, or when he shot the Kamehameha Omega Shenron and then threw the Kamehameha, hit him with the Dragon Fist, I'm like, this is also better. And I don't like Dragon Ball GT. So this is not good. Like, yeah. Okay. All right. That's Wrath of the Dragon, y'all. So I guess ultimately overall, what were, well, Jory kind of gave us some of his list, but like what were the movies, like if you were to recommend to a potential Dragon Ball fan of like watch these three films, like what were the movies that you guys like watch this and this?
I would say Dead Zone,
Mm.
Tree of Might,
Okay.
and Return of Cooler.
Okay. That's right. What about you?
3 films. Let's see. Uh, Tree of Might, Cooler's Revenge, Fusion Reborn.
Okay. Okay. I'd say Dead Zone also. Super Android 13. You know. And of course Bojack Unbound. So the three I would say. Because I feel like
No,
those ones.
those are solid picks, man.
Yeah. I'm a
Solid
sucker
picks.
for like let's get everyone involved. So I do like Trio Might, but like to what Tim had
Yeah.
said, I'm like I hate the fact that they get one shotted. It's so annoying watching it become the Goku movie like this. I feel like it's just, but I do like when the entire squad is included into these films. Like it's more interesting. So even though Krillin didn't like fight 13, the fact that he's around, it's like because this is what would happen. He would still show up. Like the fact that in
Yeah.
most of these movies they're nowhere to be found. I'm like, this is not even realistic. They would at least show up. So yeah. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed Anime Corner. We got a special one coming up in the next few weeks for completely different anime in particular. So I hope you all enjoyed anime in retrospect. There is especially like a 90s anime movie that you guys would want us to cover that we might have seen or might need to revisit. Please let us know in the comments. Of course, we make an effort to read and respond to all of them, and you never know, your take might get picked. But till then, it is the Press Start Select podcast. I am Antonius the Gamer, Kel Smith, Super SSS rank, and y'all have a good night.
All right, like and subscribe. We love you.
Of course,
we love
do
you.
love
Thank you. Thank you.
Peace.
Road to 500.
Road to 1,000.
Road to 1,000. I like that. Let's not dream small. Let's dream.
Never that.